Welcome to Hindsight Hacking. I'm Corey Carter.
And I'm Ron Cool, and we've talked to hundreds of entrepreneurs hacking their hindsight to give you better foresight.
And now we're bringing you those same great interviews along with other mindset hacks, visibility hacks, and traffic hacks, and more to get you all the tools you need to gain more visibility and gain more traffic.
And of course, gain more sales. So head over to gethhm.com/toolbox to get all the free resources to help you get more.
And so, without further ado, let's get to it. Woo! What is up, everyone? All right. We are in party mode. We don't have our hats. We should have our celebration hats, but let's throw a party. We've got the fireworks going on. And welcome to the 100th episode. What a journey. My goodness. What's going on, my friend?
I actually was we have these popper things upstairs that just shoot confetti. And I was like, I need those. And Rachel's like, you can't do them in the house. I was like, but there are no matches. It'll be great. No, I am so excited. Like, this is going to be the funnest thing we've ever done, or the craziest thing, or probably a little bit of both, being live for so long all day.
Yeah, live for so long all day, but the fact that we have some of our most amazing guests coming back, not all of them, because we're going to continue to try throughout the day to get more, but some of you, hopefully you've seen some of the schedule of who is joining us, and that will start in about 15 minutes. And Ron, before we get going with some of these amazing guests, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit and see, what's been one of the most amazing things that you can think of that's occurred from this journey from 0 to 100.
You know, it's crazy to think back, because we launched our show 1/1/2020, and we were actually going through the motions right now. I think last year at this time, I was wondering why people would listen to our show. Right.
Yeah.
And I think it's obviously because it's a cool show. Come on, who doesn't want to listen to our show? But I think all the growth that we've personally had and just everything it's accomplished, plus we were able to say deuces to the 9 to 5.
Yeah, I think that is the biggest thing for me. So we had been working for, I think, a year and a half on a side hustle, a side business, if you will, trying to figure out the direction of everything prior to the podcast journey. And through that side hustle, through figuring out everything, that it really all started to come together the moment we decided to go all in on the podcast. And even this last December, when we were going through all the steps it took to get a high-ranking podcast, which we achieved, to get a fun podcast, which I think at least you and I have fun. Hopefully the listeners have fun. All the things that we went through, that just set the motion for everything else that we needed.
Yeah. It's something that we didn't know what it was going to propel when we started the show. And we didn't know exactly what we were going to do when we started the show. And the show helped craft everything we do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember too, when we first started, everything had to be as perfect as possible. We were way far from perfect, but we were, when editing, right, you cut out every single every single transition word that didn't really belong there. You tried to make the audio sound as good as possible, even though we never even had these mics until episode 50, right? We had random corded Apple free headphones for several of those first round of podcasts, and the audio was horrible.
Yep. Now, and guys, if you want to start something, and we've said this multiple times on the show, now's the time. I mean, the pandemic has changed everything. And the world isn't going to go back to how it used to be. So now's the time to make that pivot. Now's that time to do what you're called to do. Period.
Period. All right. So a couple other things. We got 10 minutes until our first guest joins us. So if you're watching live, put in #live, put in where you're coming from. I know I see already Courtney and Steph are joined with us right now. And we're on StreamYard, so you got to make note of StreamYard so we can see that you're there. But we've got some other fun things that's happening today. Not only are we going to have a bunch of amazing guests come on and share some feedback, but we've got a couple of prizes up our sleeve. What was that slide, Ron? All right. So if you didn't catch it, there's several books. There is a couple of mics. And wait, or would this be better? I got the box, the Yeti. Oh, we have an Apple Watch.
Apple Watch.
We have an entry into our high ticket coaching program, $7,500 coaching program that starts in January. That is one of the big grand prizes. We have another prize into some podcast profits, ability to get some editing, get a show launch, or whatever you need to do. And, I think some of our guests might even be hooking you up with some prizes.
Yeah, there's I know a guest actually offered a crazy coaching call.
Yeah. So, I think we'll let one out of the bag. So many of you, if you don't know who Cody Jefferson is, Google him right now. And he has offered a free 30-minute coaching call with one of our winners today. So Ron, I think we did win it because he came on our show. So we are winners right there. He was giving us our free coaching call via the podcast interview, not once, but twice. And but Ron, how can people win these prizes today?
They have to be involved. They have to coach, but more importantly, go subscribe, rate, and download our show. If you haven't done it, take a screenshot, throw it in the comments, and that's your entry. Simple.
Yes. So this show is streaming live in our Facebook group. If you're not a member, facebook.com/groups/now22, NOW22, and join in there. You can watch it. Put the comments. We'll be watching there, but it is also on Ron's profile. So either way, subscribe, rate, review, and send us a screenshot
on iTunes.
On iTunes, yes, very important. iTunes. If you don't have an iPhone, go to iTunes.com and find it that way. But more importantly, if you could help us out, it would be amazing, because when you subscribe, it automatically downloads the most recent episode. But as you can see, today is episode 100. And so if you
For
would
every download, we will give them another entry.
Well, I'm not sure how they're going to prove that they downloaded, but to any of you crazy people out there, would you mind downloading 100 episodes?
What?
I don't know. It might be crazy, but download as much as you're willing. You don't even have to listen to it, but download it all today. We're going to have the replays up for this for, I think, 48 hours. And then Friday is when we're going to announce like the grand prize winner. But I think we'll probably give away some of those books today, and maybe a mic today. I don't know what else, but we're definitely, the grand prize is going to be announced on Friday. And again, a high ticket $7,500 coaching program. But what all is included in that coaching program, Ron?
Gosh, man, what isn't included in that coaching program?
I know, that's a better question, isn't that?
What isn't included? So there was a couple things that we hated. We hated getting into a program and then being pitched for something else immediately. Hated that. Then we hated getting into a program and then realizing we didn't have the skills, knowledge, or ability to do the stuff we needed to do, that we just bought that program. We had to hire it out. So since we have an agency and we are the agency and we love doing things, the program is a done for you type of program. So we take all of that away, but there's no upsell. Like there is not an upsell. The program price is the program price. You get everything included in the program.
Yes. So visibility, traffic, and sales. That is the name of the game. That is what we are all about. And so we will do some one-on-one coaching for the first month to figure out where your offer is, where your traffic strategy is, where your visibility strategy is. And then we've got a group coaching weekly call where we will have several different trainings and masterclasses, whether it be on an offer or a guest masterclass speaker coming in to give the training. And again, it is a weekly thing on top of your one-on-one. But then as Ron was talking about the done for you aspect, because what's the worst thing to figure out? Hey, I need a funnel for my book. I'm getting ready to launch, and then going, I have no idea how to build a funnel. Well, guess what? It is included. Ron and I are going to build it. Ron does the graphics. I'll do the funnel. Oh, you're going to start a podcast? Guess what? Ron and I do the editing. You build the brand with the graphics, and so it's all included. So it's a one-stop shop from January through the end of April, and one free entry. We're keeping the group size small. We've already got 7, and we're going to cap it at 10. So only 3 more spots, but one of those spots is going to be given
away
to one lucky winner sometime Friday. But the only way to get that prize is to take a screenshot, rate, review, subscribe, and download as many episodes as you can. Help us get in the charts today. We are going to share in the love and donate one program for that BTS. So free funnel, free editing if it's a podcast, free graphics, free whatever, right? Like, I guess it's not free, but it's all included. No extra upsells. It is all there.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we wanted to see how we can impact people the most and help them remove any friction that they may have.
Hashtag frictionless. If you're the Biz Bros watching, hashtag frictionless. Luis, we stole that from you. And at the end of the day, we use it in almost anything we talk about now. Our goal is truly to find a way to be frictionless. So this 5-hour marathon of a podcast live today.
I don't know how frictionless that is, Corey.
Well, that is not. But what is going to be frictionless is at the end of it, you're going to download it.
Yep.
You're going to just cut it into like 5 parts, and then it's going to go into iTunes. You're not going to edit it. You're not going to mess with it. It is what it is, right? However many times we say, it doesn't matter because it's just going on to iTunes where you can listen to everything at that point.
We should have an counter. We should count. we should take a poll of how many times we're going to say in 5 hours.
We'll see if anybody can watch the entire time. Just track it for us.
Just Courtney,
track it. Steph, I don't know. It might be a little too much to ask. 5 hours is way too long. So I wouldn't blame you if you don't stick around for that long.
But you don't want to miss all the amazing guests. So I've sent some secret guest invites out as well. So we'll see who responds.
Yes. So Ron, what happens if we need a break? What are we going to do?
You know what? It doesn't matter if we need a break. We have our first person in the green room. Are you ready, Corey?
I'm ready.
I even get a custom intro and everything. So cool. What's going on?
Alex, how are you? I'm so excited that you are here. You are the very first guest of this 100th episode marathon. And while it is early for us, I know it's 8 hours later because of all the changes that you have come into.
It's like almost 7 p.m. It's crazy.
Yes. So for anybody that's watching that, if you don't know who Alex Elliott is, you must have been living on a rock because Alex has been out helping so many people in the past via Facebook and growing your Facebook group. But now the new group is called Profit Finders. And Alex, I think you've been working on helping people understand copy and email and all that fun stuff. And I am so excited that you're back. Anybody that didn't catch Alex on episode 34, head on back. That's where Alex was on way back then.
Cool.
Yeah.
Great. That's great. It's been a while. Congratulations to you guys on episode 100. I actually couldn't believe it when you invited me. I was like, what? Because it felt early in your journey, and you guys have just like, your gears have caught, right? And you guys are doing it and you're going. So congratulations to you. I'm really, really excited for you.
Oh, thanks so much. We are so excited to have you come back on, and just you've made life changes. Like, I've been watching your journey. It's like, oh my gosh, like she's out of the country. She moved. Like, how's it going?
She up and disappeared. She is good. All is well. Things are so good. We just decided, Corona hit.
Yeah.
The world went crazy and upside down, and we're like, let's go crazy and upside down with it. What the heck, right? Like, why don't we just take this opportunity to completely redesign our life from the ground up, totally just like scratch everything and start over. And I literally wake up every single day and I'm like, I cannot believe we did this. And I am so happy, like so happy. You go back to these moments where you were like, should I, shouldn't I, is it the right decision? I don't know. And you did all that like soul searching, and I was just so glad we pulled the trigger. I'm so glad we did what we did. So yeah, it's great. We're really happy.
So tell us, like, I'm going to ask to give the one piece of advice, right? Like that comment that you just made, like shoulda, woulda, right? Like, don't shit all over yourself. Like, we should all move forward in some way that is so important. And I know Ron and I, if we would have kept saying the should game, we would not have gained the momentum, and we would not be on episode 100. And we're thankful for people like you that have been so gracious in your time, across this year to help us get where we are. But what's the advice? What's the one piece of people to keep them from shitting all over themselves?
Yeah, that's such a good question. I love it. I think, the most successful people that I know, they shoot fast, right? They don't actually, they may take some time to collect information, but once they've got the information, they pull the trigger. They don't sit around thinking about it. They don't sit around, there's not a lot of hemming and hawing and backing back and forth. It's, I've got what I need and I'm going to make the decision. And in that action, that will, like, the feedback from that will determine whether I took the right decision or not. And I will iterate and optimize on my way down, right? I'll build the parachute as I go, but I'm going. And so I think it's that willingness to take action, and not just remain on the sidelines. So because it is once you are in the ring that you can then begin to real-time respond to the punches. You can theorize about the punches all you'd like on the sidelines, but until you're actually ducking and swerving and swinging, that's when you really get that feedback, and you can really make those determinations about whether it was a great decision, whether maybe it wasn't such a great decision, and you can alter course, that sort of thing. So I think just making decisions and taking them.
No, that is so true. And gosh, Corey, looking back on episode 34, I think there was a first on that show. There was a first time that we talked about the Now My Dream 22.
Oh, you guys introduced me to that. That's right. On that show. That's absolutely right. You're so true.
Yeah, that was the first time that came up. And that was the first time we actually put it out in the universe. And it went crazy. But going back to, shooting fast and pulling the trigger, like, if we didn't just pull the trigger when Corona, Corey tells the story better than I will, but, Corey got on furlough and he said, it's happening to us or for us. Which one is it?
Amen.
Right.
Absolutely.
And we went full throttle the second that happened, to never have to go back to a job and rely on a job.
And that's funny that you say that, because I have heard some version of that kind of story so many times, right? Some version of that this year where people have said, I lost my job, or, I went on furlough, or whatever it was, or I lost one iteration of my business, right? And it was either, I could either sit there and cry amongst the rubble, or I could rummage through the rubble to figure out what I can make of this and move forward, right? And I feel like, you guys rummaged through rubble instead of like sitting around crying about it, and you built the next thing, right? You kind of use that as a launching pad. And so super massive kudos to you for doing that and using that as the fuel that you needed to move forward.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny. I mean, Ron and I spent, a year and a half working on a side hustle, building things, just to really get it off the ground and going through times of not knowing what that looked like. And so, yeah, it happened for us to be able to, because we knew the direction we wanted to go. And we had spent a couple of months just trying to figure out how we can fit it all in with the day job and the side stuff that we're trying to build. So it was perfect. And
it's made space in your calendar. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
That was it. Made a little space, and there you go.
Although I had to become a teacher to my kindergartner, which added a new element of challenge.
Right. Little curveball.
Yeah. Little curveball, and there was a lot of tears during that time. Most of them were mine,
right.
But we figured it out down the road. So,
we get
a similar story from a lot of parents this year.
Tell us about Spain and living there, and how your business might be different. Are you working later because of everybody that's here in the States? Like, tell us how that is going to be.
Yeah. So it's actually been so cool. I did not know this would happen, but I'm having this experience so I'm just an early riser. Like, that's just me. I'm up at like 5:30, 6:30. That's just my normal natural body clock. So it still happens here. I get up 5:30, 6:30. That's just, I'm naturally kind of waking up at that time. And the beautiful thing is I'm like, oh, it's only like midnight, still yesterday in New York. That's so freaking cool. I have like a whole day. So it's incredible because I have this it feels like I have so much more time in my life. It's bizarre. Like my experience of time is completely changed and completely warped. So I have this amazing period where I literally spend all morning. We're like hiking or at the beach or whatever. Like, we just have this whole beautiful morning, and I don't start working till about noon my time, which is still like 6 a.m. New York time. So it's still like I'm getting a head start on everybody else. I'm like, wow, I've had just this incredible day. So by this point, it's 7 p.m. already my time. I'm like, oh, I'm like already ready for bed. It's so funny. But it's cool because my sense of time being awake before the States has really shifted things for me. So I'm prioritizing my health, my happiness, that sort of thing. And I work probably, from noon until maybe 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. It just depends what's going on, what I'm doing, et cetera. And it's good because it gives me a lot of overlap with my team who are in the States. I have some team in the Philippines. So it's like we're kind of all over the place, but we make it work, and it works just fine. And the business that I'm in now, I mean, we're also an agency. So we're doing email copywriting for coaches, course creators, e-com brand owners, that sort of thing. So it's great because we have this fun writing process. I tend to make a joke and describe, I have a copywriter who she'll kind of put the bones to everything. And then I have another one who comes in and fleshes everything out and puts the lipstick, et cetera. And I'm like the guy who comes behind a parade, and I'm like sweeping up the elephant dung at the end. I'm like the editor. So, which is a lot of fun. So we have a good time. And we're writing for some amazing people who, we're very much bought into their missions, and I love supporting them. So it's powerful.
That's couple things that are so cool about that. One, I love that you're supporting other people's missions, because that's how you create a huge impact, right? So that's amazing. But you're living in the past, like every day.
It's so crazy. I know. I'm like in the future and the past. Like, I don't know where I am.
you're in the future, living like 6 hours ago in other people's now time. It's crazy.
I know.
I love
just
time
wild.
travel. It's fun.
It's good. And I'll tell you, Spain is great. The culture has rubbed off on me. Number one, like, it's funny because I'm from Florida, South Florida. So you'll probably notice I have this on. I am freezing.
I was going to ask if it's
cold. I'm freezing. It's so cold here. So it's like in the 30s right now here. And it's like in the 70s at home. So I'm not used to this. That's number one. Number two, the Airbnb that we're in, we didn't know that we had to ask if it had like central heating. So it does not have central heating in this place. I know. So it's like freezing. So we have these little space heaters, in the rooms, and we like move them around and take them with us. It's adorable. It's hysterical. So, but it's cold. So that's why I'm like, I don't want to catch a cold. I'm like running around with my
I would go.
sweaters and it's crazy, but it's fun. It's like, it's so different. And the culture here is so relaxed. And, we live in this little itty bitty town, and it's from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock every single day. All the shops close because it's siesta. And so you can't buy anything from 2 to 5 in the afternoon. So everything's just, the streets go quiet. There's no shops open. It's amazing. It's just a different way of life. It's just a different way of being. And I love it. It's relaxed. So I'm extremely relaxed here.
I'm a little jealous about the morning.
Sorry.
Okay.
Like the morning routine that you can create is amazing. And then 2 to 5 when you're actually working, like the city's quiet, so you can focus with the team here, right? It's a win-win. So,
totally
all right. So I'm going to ask you one more question before we let you go. Ron might have another, but I'm more important, so I'm going to ask first. So,
it took 100 episodes for you to say that. That hurts.
Yeah.
So it finally came out.
It finally did. So in 2021, I proclaimed with Ron this thing yesterday, I think it was. I plan to actually start building and utilizing the email list, where we have been very lax on. And my goal is to, I obviously need to figure out the journey and all that fun stuff to take them on. But my goal is an email a day for anybody on the list moving forward, starting 1/1/21. So for someone like me that is not the best copywriter or is just getting started, what's the advice?
Oh, wow. So number one, kudos to 1 email a day. Like, that's really powerful. It's a great commitment. And it's been shown, like the data shows, the more you email, the more you make, right? And it's not just because it's a numbers game and, you tend to make more offers. That's a part of it. But it's also, you're creating that relationship and you're fostering that relationship. You're nurturing that relationship. They begin to expect you to show up. They worry if you don't show up, right? I've literally missed a day or two, and I've had people reach out and be like, "Are you okay? I didn't get your email today." Right? Like, they're looking for, it's episodic. And so they're looking for it. And so you really want to, and that's how I would have you look at your email list. It's, I'm telling a story. This is, Russell did a great thing when he talked about Seinfeld emails, right? Or those Seinfeld, because it's episodic. It is a journey. It's a story. You're sharing your life with them, right? You're not just sharing your business. You're sharing about your day. You're sharing about your kids. You're sharing about your heart, about things that you struggle with, about wins, about losses, about just all the things, right? I've written about my mother and like just all the gamut of things in my life. And so I would really implore you to see it as not just an opportunity to make money, but to see it as an opportunity to build a friendship, right? When you approach it that way, when you look at your the thousands of people on your list and you go, I'm not writing to the list as a whole, I'm writing to every single one of these people as an individual, and I'm telling them my story and I'm building an actual relationship with them, so that when you go to FHL and some stranger walks up to you and you've never seen them before, but they're like, Corey, Ron, oh my gosh, I listen to you every single day and I read your emails, and I just, and you're going to feel from them that they have built a relationship with you just based on your words, just based on your willingness to share yourself with them. And so be vulnerable. The more vulnerable, the better. In fact, my best piece of advice is tell the stories that terrify you. Tell the ones that scare you to death to tell. Tell those. They will bond you like nothing else to your audience.
So true.
So we'll leave it right there.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So kind of what we're working on. 2021, Alex Elliott. What's it going to be about?
Oh my gosh. You're going to make me spill it. All right. So here,
breaking news.
It's funny because my team and I, we actually are doing all of our planning for 2021, and it's going to look different. It's going to look different than 2020 has looked. It's going to look different than even what we've got going on right now. So, we've been focused on kind of the automated back end, right? And what we sort of lovingly call the automated sales machine on the back end for people. But what has been frustrating for me as somebody who wants to see people get results is I build these amazing back end machines. And then they're like, but I still don't know how to get traffic. And I'm like, like it's great, I can build it, but like nobody's gonna see it. They're not gonna come through. So that has been challenging for us. So we are expanding our services into providing front end traffic as well, because I really want people to have that full experience. I want them to be able to fill that pipeline. So we're going to be doing kind of a focus on the whole machine, as it were, and likely niching down further, right? So right now we've been doing coaches, course creators, e-com. We're going to really tighten up and go after a very specific niche. I'm not going to say the niche right now because we're still deep in research, but we're going to tighten it up, because what that will do for us, and this is another bit of advice for everybody else, when you tighten up your niche, it allows you to systematize everything and go really, really deep. And so that's going to allow us more productivity if we're more systematized and just working in a very specific niche. Yeah. So that's
man. All right, Alex, one final, tell our listeners where they can find you, and then I am very, very thankful that you have graced us with your presence today, as well as episode 34, because you're always amazing. Your energy is amazing. It was an absolute pleasure being one of those people to go find you at FHL and give you a hug and say how much you have affected us, because you are an incredible, incredible person. So thanks again. But yeah, Sharon, where can everybody go find you?
You know what? If you guys want to come on over to the Profit Finders Facebook group, if you just kind of search that in the search bar of Facebook, Profit Finders, you'll see my smiling face, and you can come on in and join. We don't bite. We'd love to have you. And yes, if you see me at FHL, I'm a hugger. Like, just come on up and give me a hug. I'm a big hugger. Even pandemic and all, we'll be masked up. We'll do all the right things, but I'm a lover. So yeah, I loved meeting you guys last FHL. That was great.
All right, Alex, thank you so much for joining us today, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thanks for having me. You guys enjoy your marathon today. I'm so excited. Like, star-studded lineup of guests. I love every one of them.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, Alex. Thank you so much. All right. I don't know if we're going to be able to do this for every guest based on time, but what is your takeaway, Ron? I have one specifically that Alex answered a question just for me. So
now I got a couple. One, pull the trigger. Pull the trigger.
Shoot fast. Yep.
Like I got told I pull the trigger faster than anyone they've ever seen in business, and people hated that. But I'm telling you, pull the trigger. Pull it, because you're going to make progress. And the second one, foster relationships. Foster relationships.
Yep. And that goes true for anything you're doing. And so specifically when Alex was talking to me, is with my goal with emails, right? It's build the relationship in the email, through the email. And so I don't know if you're utilizing your list, folks. Ron and I, we've slacked. We've been slacking in 2020 on our emails. We've been focused on this podcast, right? But 2021, my goal, I'm putting it out there, proclaiming right now, first time, everyone can hear me. We're going to build our list. We're going to email the list. And at every single day in 2021, I plan to send the list to people. And we have a client trying to call me. It's 2 in a row. Sorry, Terry, we can't talk right now. We are live. And but definitely build the relationship through your email, through anything you're doing. And at the end of the day, when you have an offer and you've built a relationship, people just will end up buying it. But they want the relationship, right? So perfect. All right. Hopefully, we won't have time for that for after each guest, but every single chance we get, we'll definitely talk about a couple of takeaways. So, Ron, how are we going? Any screenshots, any downloads coming up yet?
I have not looked. I was so enthralled that I was talking to someone in the future, because you know how I get when it comes to that stuff.
You do love that.
I think that's crazy. Like,
what about this? First person to go give us a screenshot of subscribing, rating, and reviewing, we will give you one of the 3 books of your choice right now. So who's going to be that first one? I'm not sure. Steph, you're still out there. Courtney, or Facebook user. Hey, we're on StreamYard, so Facebook user, we can't see who you are.
Facebook user wins. We have a ton of people watching live, guys. So make sure you're putting where you're from. Hit hashtag live if you're catching the replay, or you're popping in and out throughout the day. We don't expect anyone to listen for 5 hours, except Corey has to.
I do. I have to listen. But Steph, thank you for joining us earlier from Fayetteville, Arkansas. And let's keep them coming. Who's out there? Who's listening? And Ron, hey, I'm out of Facebook, people. I can't get in. Someone hacked me on Thanksgiving. That was not a very nice thing of them to do. And Facebook has such great customer service. I have not heard from them every single day that I've reached out every day, multiple times.
We have someone in the green room.
Uh-oh, breaking news. Hello, Monica.
What's up?
How's it going?
I don't know if I should do the actual introduction because we just had you on like 2 episodes ago. 3 episodes. Episode 97. You joined us. It's still fresh. So, Monica, in the 1 week since it's been that we've talked to you, what has been happening for you?
Oh gosh, what is not happening? I mean, it is December. My husband, love him, just scheduled a trip to Mexico for our whole family this week. We're leaving tomorrow. This is like the last thing that I'm doing, right? But it's like Christmas for moms is like insane. Hello. Like we've got neighbor gifts, we've got holiday cards, we've got presents for the kids. And I am like scrambling to get everything done so that I can take an entire week off and just soak up the sun.
Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to live through you. I have told my wife multiple times that one Christmas, I'm just going to say, we're in Mexico. Whoever wants to come, that's where we are. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, except we're not actually going to be there for Christmas.
Okay.
It's the planning time.
For Christmas. So like I still have to do all of the Christmas things.
Oh. That's
so from the Christmas cards and from all the things, as a dad, and a husband, are we supposed to help with that, or are you supposed to do it all by yourself?
You are supposed to help with that. Actually, so my husband's like, yeah, I'm going to help deliver all the neighbor gifts. And then it's like time to deliver all the neighbor gifts. And he's like, how about I clean the kitchen and you guys go deliver all the neighbor gifts? So that's what happened last night. And I'm like,
It sounds like my house. My wife, she is famously known for her cookies. Like she's a baker. Corey's had the cookies, and she is the type of person that she has to have 20 different styles of cookies, all homemade, they all are soft, none of them are hard, and they all have to be perfect. So she just started doing those yesterday. And normally we take them to work. But since we don't do that anymore, I was like, you could just bring them downstairs. I told Corey he has to drive over to my house to get them.
I will drive 3 hours to go get those cookies from Rachel. So they are that good. All right, Monica. And so first off, thank you for making us the last stop of your week before you relax, and we are very, very thankful for that. But tell us, like you've had this week, a few weeks back, you relaunched your podcast. You've got a lot of things going on the brighter side. For anybody that's listening, like go check out Monica Tanner's podcast. It is awesome. Tell us what's happened.
Alex, who you just interviewed, I just saw was on here. Alex, I just interviewed her yesterday. She's going to be on the podcast coming up really soon. So
nice.
She's fantastic. If you want to hear her and Fernanda talk about their relationship and the things that they've learned building a massively successful business together, and how they built a business in which they could just move to Spain and just live their dream life and run their business just like in their spare time. You'll have to listen to that interview. It's really good.
I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
We need Fernanda on our show. We failed. We did not ask Fernanda.
We did fail.
Yeah. Fernanda, if you see this, sorry. We love you. You're amazing.
It's mostly Corey's fault.
It is probably because I am out of Facebook, and
he's not on Facebook.
Ron had to do all the communicating.
It was crazy. I'm not used to all that stuff. So,
All right, Monica. So going into the holidays, one piece of advice for the couples, the husbands. What's the one thing that we all need to do to make sure our wives stay sane, to make sure that our relationships, I think you call it get out of the roommate zone, right? Like to make sure everything is going well. Like what's the advice?
Oh, foot rubs. No.
That's a good one.
Let me write that down.
I think just like a lot of check-ins, like because even though I'm a pretty low stress person. I mean, literally, we're going to Mexico, and when I get back, like the day after I get back, we're launching a big thing. Like I'm launching something. Like I'm literally, and I do this every single time I launch something. My husband thinks this is like hilarious. Every single time I'm like announcing a big launch, he announces like a vacation right before it. And I'm like, okay. So I launched the podcast, and right before we launched the podcast, we had this little, overnight getaway to McCall. And then I'm launching the vault when we get home, and he announces this, like, we're going to take the family to Mexico for a week. So I'm like, okay, awesome. So I think, I'm pretty low stress. I'm like, nothing is worth stressing over. Like, just, do the best you can and fix it later. Right. But women and moms and wives, they tend to stress around the holidays. It's just stressful. There's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of to-dos. There's a lot of, trying to make everybody's dreams come true. So when you see your wife, if this is for husbands, I'm speaking to the husbands. If you see your wife running around feeling stressed about all the things that go on for the holidays, give her some grace, because she really is just trying to make everybody's dreams come true. Like that's just what your wife is doing. She just wants everybody to, have the Christmas that, or the whatever holiday you're celebrating in December, like it just to be amazing for everybody. Right. So that's like her intentions are good. She's just trying to make everybody's dreams come true. And I think what you can do as a good supportive spouse is to just check in regularly and be like, hey, what can I do to make your life easier? Like, what can I work on? Like, can I research some gifts on Amazon for you? Or can I, run this errand for you or whatever? Just like do anything you can to just help out in any way that you can. So like my husband's really good at cleaning the kitchen. So, I mean, he's like on constant kitchen duty. And we know that there's going to be a lot of quesadillas in the month of December because mom's just busy, right? And so you're not going to get like dinner on the table. It's going to be like a lot of egg sandwiches and quesadillas at my house.
I love that. Okay, so I have two things. One, I is something I just selfishly want to know. The other one is, what does your 2021 look like for Monica? I know you kind of tease the vault, but the selfish one that I want to know, did you actually kiss the broom?
I did. I mean, it's construction paper.
For any of you that don't know what I'm talking about, make sure you follow Monica on Instagram. Like she did this crazy dance that I watched like 8 times with the broom, and then she like kissed the broom. It was hilarious.
Oh, wait till tomorrow. Broom's coming back. Broom's coming back tomorrow. We're going to have an incredible reel for you tomorrow. It's going to be really fun.
Okay. I cannot wait. Okay. 2021, Monica Tanner. What does it look like?
Monica Tanner is going to have a course that's going to help you prioritize your marriage and crush your business goals. So look for that early 2021, just in time for Valentine's Day, actually. It's going to be incredible. Like if you're an entrepreneur and you're married, you definitely want to take this course.
And so around Valentine's Day, is there a waiting list that we all need to get on that, somewhere to help us, or are you just going to go live in your podcast and Instagram and everywhere when it's ready, or how's that looking?
Well, there will certainly be a launch. You will, if you're paying attention in any way, shape, or form, you will know about it. A waiting list sounds like something I'd have to figure out tech-wise. So if there's going to be a waiting list, that's probably going to be you guys helping me set that up. So if there's a waiting list, you'll know about it. But I don't know how to set up a waiting list. So.
Yes,
we're here to help.
Yes, we will. We can set up a waiting list, and then Ron and I will probably be waiting number 1 and number 2 for that. Because yes, 2021. I know our goals are to definitely try to balance the work and the life at home in a much better fashion to spare our spouses from the craziness that is our business. So,
Yeah. Awesome.
all right, Monica. Last question for me, and then definitely thank you so much for joining us again within such a short a period of time. But last question for me is: do you have room in your suitcase to take me with you? I could definitely use some Mexico sun time.
Yeah, the good news about packing for Mexico is like you just need bathing suits, really. My kids are like, "What do we pack, Mom?" I'm like, "Your bathing suit." Like, really, that's it. Like, pick a couple suits you like. That's all we're gonna need. So, I mean, how small can you contort yourself?
I mean, I'm somewhat flexible. I might be over the weight limit
when he gets there, but he could fit in the suitcase just fine. All right, Monica, we appreciate the time and we thank you for coming on. But we did tease the broom, and you did say the broom was coming back. So where can people find you to watch the broom that we're talking about?
If they want to watch the broom, then they'll join me on Instagram. My handle is MoniTanner1. But if you want to find a link to the podcast or the course or any of the other really fun, the vault, really fun things that I'm doing, just go to www.onthebrightersideofmarriage.com and you'll find everything you need to hook up with me there.
So awesome. Thank you so much, Monica. You enjoy your trip to Mexico?
Thank you. I'm going to come back so tan. We'll have to do this again.
I'm going to be jealous.
Yeah.
Well, Rachel and I are on your show I think the 28th.
Yes, for sure. Stay tuned for that. That's going to be amazing.
Cool.
Perfect.
All
All right, Monica. Thank you so much. And have a great vacation.
Thank you. See you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, so fun.
Yes. We've gosh, had such a blessing to have so many people be around our show and want to come on our show and agree to come on our show for whatever reason, especially in the beginning. But yeah, what do you got? What a takeaway do you have today?
You know what? This one is kind of like what I got from her. So she talked about supporting and checking in on people. All right. So our wives support us on this crazy thing we do, especially like today, right? Like we're going live for 5 hours, which is crazy, but
which is zero help for them.
we're not helping them whatsoever today. So
yeah,
at all. Not even sure how we're going to the bathroom, but that's a different conversation. But we need to check in on the people that are supporting you the most. So all the entrepreneurs out there, make sure you're checking in on the people that support you and don't forget about them. And the second takeaway is foot rubs.
Yes, foot rubs. And then for me, it just being around Monica and a few of the folks that are in the space on relationships, it is such a good reminder for us and for me specifically to do that, to as much as we focus on our business, as much as we set goals for our business, we should be doing it at home. And so every time I talk to Monica, it makes me think of, gosh, what are my relationship goals, right? What are my home life, parenting, dad goals, right? So I'm definitely grateful, thankful that Monica is been around us and been there to support us. And then we've in turn been able to support her, and definitely thankful for that.
Yeah, no, it's we've created these really cool relationships where it's I don't want to use the word win-win because I hate when people use win-win, but it's something that we're able to work well together and both parties benefit from it, and the amount of learning that we've got just by connection, invaluable.
Yeah. And
invaluable.
And I mean, that just goes to say, like, anybody, whoever, if you're trying to build a business online, if you're trying to build a business in general, not necessarily online, you've got to surround yourself with people that are doing something similar, right? So Alex Elliott was on. Now she does an agency and has stuff around email and copy and whatnot. And that has nothing to do with what Ron and I do, but she is a person that you can surround yourself with to give you the inspiration to go live that perfect life, to give you that inspiration to build a business profitably and with purpose, right? And so, or surrounding yourself with a Monica who's still out there helping entrepreneurs, just like we're helping entrepreneurs, but she is helping them on such a different way, right? But you need, if you're an entrepreneur, you need people around you doing some kind of business and with the right intentions to get you in the right momentum.
Yeah, I think we lucked out through this whole podcast piece where we had amazing guests come on and we were able to have just candid conversations with them. Right?
Yep. And selfishly, he got some free coaching throughout, So
I can talk to some of our guests about that too, because
I know.
it benefited them too.
So anybody else that's listening, again, Ron and I, we used the show for free coaching, by the way. So just because it was free for us, like it's free for you. You just got to go download a show.
That's right.
Episode 34, go download the show with Alex Elliott, or episode 97, go download that show with Monica Tanner. And so there is some free coaching right there for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Man. There's so many amazing people that we've had on our show that if you listen and you pay attention and you put into practice, not only between their shows, but our daily hack series that we're doing, the daily hacks every day, you should be able to implement actual things into your life and into your business to make progress and get unstuck, which was our whole thing.
Yep. Okay. Before the next guest comes on, Ron, I wanted to ask you about something that's near and dear to us.
Mm-hmm.
Visibility, traffic, and sales.
Huge.
So visibility, we have been able to do a number of things to gain some visibility in our lives and in this platform. And so we just had round 2 of another program launched today that has a lot of stuff to do with visibility. Right. So tell the audience just pick one thing that they can go do today to be able to gain some visibility online.
I will show you. So you go to Facebook and then you go to your profile. This is crazy. It's crazy now. And then when you're at your profile, there's this little button called live and you push it. So now you can be live, but I can't be live and live at the same time. But guys, it's truly that easy. And I know it's scary. To go live, but it's about visibility. And the more you do it, it's about comfortability. You will become more comfortable as you go through the process of just doing it, So yeah, we just had our second program launch. The first round of it was phenomenal. We had someone do their very first live ever on Facebook. And guess what? He survived. And now he's doing multiple lives and he's about to do his workshop, right? And his podcast just hit number 1. Crazy.
Yeah. Dwayne, where you at? Imperfect podcast, number 1 in parenting when he launched November 13th. Awesome job, Dwayne. Listened and followed the steps, went from no show to number 1. Just like that. So.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Huge call out to Dwayne, but guys, just put yourself out there. And I think Alex said, put out the messy stuff too, because it's a story. And people want to understand your story and feel like they're a part of your story. And the more you let them in, the better it is. Right. And it's funny because my wife, I'll go live all the time. like I put the kids dancing live on Facebook, right? And it was a lot of fun. But you know what? The family loves seeing it. And you know what I love the most is a year from now, that's going to pop up. Like we had something pop up from 10 years ago, a memory from 10 years ago. And it's like, holy smokes. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? And it's a great way for you when you go live to look back a year from now, or 2 years from now, or 3 years from now, and have some tangible things that you've seen your growth improve.
Yeah. I mean, I still don't like going live. I'm not comfortable with it, but who cares? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter, right? I don't love ladders. I'm not going to get on a super tall one, but I'll get on the 6-foot ladder. I'll go get what I need out of the 3-foot ladder, right? Like at the end of the day, it's the same thing. Some people are afraid of heights, and right, but if you're afraid of going live, like it's okay. You won't die. Like you could actually injure yourself falling off a ladder, but you will never injure yourself with going live.
No,
right?
No. You might stub your toe or get a hangnail, but that's okay. You know what's crazy? So looking back on the journey, and we didn't have a show, we didn't have this, we didn't do lives, right? Like we've talked on stages and that kind of stuff. But when we started, we weren't used to going live. Right now we do a live show multiple times a week. This will be obviously our longest time being on a live, and we're about to hit the 1 hour mark. So 4 more hours to go, Corey.
Yes, only 2 of the awesome guests have joined us so far. So,
I know, it's crazy, right? So if you think about that first step, like I remember us trying to record something that was 3 lines. And I've told this story multiple times, but it's hilarious. 3 lines. We could not record 3 freaking lines. And we were just laughing so hard. We had this set up in this room. We had a teleprompter. We were good. It was 3 lines. We just couldn't do it. And it was about us. It was the dumbest thing that we couldn't get out. And it's so funny to think back that is how it used to be and where we are now.
And like that specific instance, it wasn't even on video, guys. So listen, we were trying to get 30 seconds of audio. And it took us, what do you think, an hour?
Oh, easy an hour.
Just to get 30 seconds of audio. So at the end of the day, let it go and just move forward, right? Shoot fast, right? Shoot fast. Move forward. All right. So any takers, any screenshots on the comments? Again, I can't see anybody live right now. I want to give away something. So where are you at, people? Let's go. Subscribe, rate, review, download, make a comment. Let us know where you're at, whether you're on Ron's profile or in our group. We definitely want to hear from you. And as we conclude hour number 1 of the show today, I know for everybody that may catch us, as you see, we have, I think, another dozen guests coming on. We have many people like the Alex Elliott's and Monica Tanners that are just incredible, amazing entrepreneurs, and more importantly, people.
Oh gosh, the next half hour is gonna be crazy. The next 2 guests are gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah, but do we have a little gap right now, or
yeah, we got just a little bit. We're doing okay.
Okay, perfect. All right. Next question, then, Ron. Why is it so important for us when we are thinking about our creation of our programs that we include the done for you aspect?
It eliminates excuses for people, and it gets their genius out in the world. I mean, it's really that simple. And it saves them money, right? Because when you're starting a business, it's going to cost you some money. It shouldn't cost. I mean, we have a program that's X amount of money. that same program that someone else has, it's X amount of money plus 3 different add-ons just to do the one thing. Just to do the one thing. So that program that we offer, we've just saved them $2,300. $2,300. And it lets them get their genius out. And at the end of the day, for me, it's about giving back and having them create the impact that they want to create. And the best way to do that is to use our talents, our skills to be able to do that for them. And then when they impact people by proxy, we impact people.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, as a marketer, an OTO, or one-time offer, as they call it, is a really, really powerful thing for your pocketbook.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really, really amazing thing for everything that you can do with your business. But as Ron was talking about, I mean, our goal is let's build the most amazing product and then show you everything. And then why surprise you with something else? Right? Like it's good to actually have an OTO for certain situations. And I definitely believe in the value of those. But as Ron and I have built out a couple of programs, like that's the goal. Like our thought is we want to figure out what's the best price we can offer for whatever we're offering, and then put it all up front. And it is what it is. And not saying that that's the same on everything. I know we have one program that there is an OTO, and we'll inevitably have more that there is an OTO. But our 2 main things that we have, it is all up there on the front. And when you go to buy it, that's all you get. Like there's no surprises. There's no extra thoughts of having to add more to that credit card as well. And then I love what you said about you take the excuse, or we take the excuse away, right? So whether it be you launching a show, launching a funnel, getting your message out there, whatever it is, if you have the done for you aspect stuff, then you have zero excuses to
Breaking news, Corey. Since we were just talking about these, look what Rachel just brought me.
Oh, I gotta know what's the special cookie? I think it was the crack cookies or whatever.
The crack cookies she hasn't made yet, because the crack cookies, like I will want them right away. These are her cranberry white and dark chocolate chip cookie.
Well, the crack cookies, again, are they called crack cookies? Because that's the only thing I can remember is the crack.
That's what they're called. They're called crack cookies.
Yeah, my wife and I were talking about those today, Jackie and I. So it's,
yep.
I don't know why I couldn't remember. She was like, they've got to be something else. I'm like, I don't know. I just remember crack cookies.
That's what they're called. Okay. I mean, there's probably a real name for it, but she calls them crack cookies. So that's, honey, she's right here. Hold on. Is there a real name for crack cookies, or is it just crack cookies?
I think the official name is ricotta cookies with cream cheese frosting.
Ricotta cookies with cream cheese frosting.
No kidding. I would have
We're
never.
gonna stick with the crack cookies.
Is that the first time that Rachel has been heard on our show, Breaking News?
That is the first time Rachel's been heard on our show ever.
Is she gonna get it? Is she gonna have a first time on camera? Like it was?
No. Cookies in the oven. She's leaving.
Uh,
I am so excited.
Yeah. Okay. Number 1 advice for somebody going to look for traffic, because as Alex said, she can provide some of the automation stuff, and then people are stuck not being able to get people to it. So what is one tactic that you would suggest?
Go where your dream customers are and be involved and be visible.
And so I think that's the key.
Yeah.
Everybody talks about going where they're at, but then sometimes they forget, like, okay, I found my dream audience here in this one Facebook group where Tony Robbins is, because that's my dream clientele. But then they forget well, you've got to do more than just be there, right? Like you've got to do things to help get people to notice you.
Yes. Eating a cookie.
You're not allowed. Not allowed. There's no eating on the podcast.
All right. Yeah. So be involved, comment, do fun little posts. I mean, that's something that we did was fun little videos. You know?
Yeah. What if I don't have the skills to make a fun little video?
Go live, talk about things, do a post, give advice, understand their program so well that you're seen as the support person of their program.
That was actually kind of a funny experience.
That was a funny experience.
And so I'll let Ron tell the story, but at the end of the day, we were participants in someone's 7-day free challenge. We were going through and filling out homework as everyone else was that was part of this. We were learning and expanding our knowledge as everyone else was in this challenge. But somehow people started thinking that we worked for the group owner of the challenge.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like somebody actually reached out and said, "Hey, can we hire you guys or do you only work for them?" And I was like, you can hire us. Like, we don't work for them. So we're going through it just like you are. But you know what? It was about separating ourselves from everybody else that was doing the exact same thing in a way that we stood out.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, it led to enough traffic that we basically, not that we're really turning away people, but in that sense, but it was, we were never short of business,
right?
Because of doing that, right? It was literally, we found where our people were. We did some tactics that we teach on how to be visible around those people, and then they came to us.
Right.
And then at the end of that, how did we transform that into a recurring business over and over and over, and referrals and all that?
You know what? We went over and above their expectations. I know that sounds stupid and simple, but that's just what we did. We gave with nothing expected in return. Right? If they came back, fine. You know, if they didn't, they're going to leave super pleased and excited and happy because we over delivered. Period.
And then they send us referrals, right?
Yeah, we have multiple stories over and over again where we helped. I mean, my favorite story is with John. You know, he wanted a lot, you know, he asked us to create a graphic and branding for his podcast. We did that. And he was talking about how he was going to launch on iTunes in 2 days. And I was like, oh, that's cool. When did you get your letter that you've, you know, was approved on iTunes? And he goes, oh, I didn't know I needed to submit my show for approval. I was like, yes, yes, you do. And it was 1 a.m. in the morning. And I just finally asked the guy, just give me all of your credentials so I can submit your show, please. And from him not knowing me, just buying a graphic, just one graphic from us, you know, I logged into all of his stuff, uploaded everything, said, okay, you're good to go. Just wait for your approval letter. And he got it 2 days after, and he launched on the time frame he said. But what was cool about it, you know, I remember watching, you know, my wife was sitting on the couch and I was sitting on the couch, and she goes, what are you doing? I go, I'm just trying to help this guy really quick because he wants to launch this show. He didn't do a couple steps, and if he doesn't do it like right now, he's not going to hit it, but it's easier if I just do it. So I'm just going to do it. And we finished it, we launched, and he's given us how many clients now? A ton of different clients just from that particular example.
From a $200 graphic purchase to way more time than would have been worth the $200 to several different clients. And so whatever your genius is out there, whatever is simple for you, whatever you're offering, like, is there a way that you can add value? Is there a way that you can go and give back to those dream clients of yours? And then guess what? Sometimes they'll turn into your own clients. Sometimes nothing will happen. Other times they'll just start referring you people. Like, you never know. And so figure out, how can you go serve, and just have the mindset of, I am going to help and I'm going to serve in this capacity that I am good at, that you may not be. Right? And then clients will magically appear. The more you give, the more you will receive. Right?
We got some people. So I just found out that it's not letting people post their live little things, just like this, their little reviews and downloads in our StreamYard thing. So just message me. Just message.
Who had the first one then?
Well, I don't know who had the first one, because I have a whole bunch of messages I wasn't paying attention to. So I can't answer that. But I will find out.
You got to go find out who's that first message. I'll keep talking while you're looking. So I see Janet Pitcher is #live, the creator, the founder of Mama's Toffee. Janet she's going to have a big year. I am excited to see she is going to get her toffee out in the world. And at the end of the day, look for big things. She's getting ready to follow some advice from us on visibility. Who knows? Who knows what will happen after that? Huh, Rob?
Her toffee is amazing. Like, go get her toffee. And then Katie's watching live. So I have the first person to prize time. All right, Nate Navis, you get your choice of one of $3.
Yes.
Which one?
So let us know, Nate, what you got. So we got a Traffic Secrets book for you from Russell Brunson. We've got Digital Millionaire Secrets from Dan Henry, and then Attack the Stack from Garrett J. White. A nice 500-page book. I don't know if it's exactly that, but it is one of the biggest books I own. That's for sure. So Nate, thank you so much for subscribing, rating, and reviewing. And hopefully you were able to download a couple episodes, maybe 100. And it's up to you though, how many you can download. But it's much, much appreciated over here. And, it's some exciting times. So, all right. Well, Nate is out there. Who else is sending a review? Who else is getting entered into the drawing? Because Nate, I know you got that book, but everyone is entered into our final grand prize drawing that we will give away on Friday. So we have tons of prizes. We've got tons of guests coming up, and we are just getting started. Ron, stop eating cookies on camera, because I can't. I'm jealous over here. It is not fair. Tell Rachel no more. It is not fair.
Well, what's great is she's cooking cookies all day. And so there's a rule. Every time she makes a couple trays of cookies, she will bring me one to test, because I am the official tester. And I do approve this cookie. It's very good.
Yes. Okay. So in the comments, Ron, you'll have to check it out if there's anything. But what does someone want to hear about? Who's a guest that they think would be awesome for our show that we haven't had on? Or who's a guest that they are hoping we bring back today? Because maybe they're not on the list, but doesn't mean we can't get them on. I know one person I'd like to talk to today. If he comes on and watches, Mr. Jim Beard. Where are you, my friend? We got to bring you on today. I know you're not on the schedule yet, but I think if you have a few minutes, I'd love to say hello. I'd love to check in. I'd love to talk a little bit of a sizzle video. Maybe we can share an example of a sizzle video. What's a sizzle video, Ron?
What's a sizzle video? It is a fun little intro video about you and your brand and your business, right?
Yeah.
So it's about 2 minutes long, and it's a great way for you to explain what you do through a video.
Yeah, so tag Jim Beard. If he's not watching, he better be, because we're plugging his program. And, the sizzle video can be an easy way to stand out, to be visible. Steph, I think you do a lot of stuff with videos and graphics like that as well, creating unique things. So would you rather get a resume that has your past experience, or would you rather get a 2-minute video about somebody that you're talking to or getting ready to talk to about a project? I don't know about you, Ron, but I think I'd probably want the sizzle.
Yeah, I would definitely want the sizzle, because I am a visual person, right? So I like seeing graphics. I like seeing stuff like that, and that's gonna get your message out to people more. And if it's funny and cool, so like we made one video that everyone seemed to love when I was a doctor around LBS and limited belief syndrome and how real it was. We get so many more comments around that video than I ever expected to do. We were just doing it for fun, right? But if you have a chance, you got to hook up with Jim to help you with your sizzle video needs.
Yes, absolutely. And he was on the show. What was it? Episode, I'm going to look back. Episode, McCall, Colton. Oh man, we've had so many amazing people as I look through this list. I don't even know where. Oh yeah, there it is. Episode 64. That's when we talked all things sizzle with Jim Beard, and the founder, creator of X's and O's game show, of which Ron and I have been a guest and expert on many times. We also do another show with him every other week called the Content Chop Shop. So every other Thursday, Jim Beard, Ron Cool, the Biz Bros, and myself, we all get on and we look at content. We look at different ads. We look at different videos on social media, and we kind of go through and talk about, like, did it hit home for us? Was it a good ad? Was it a good piece of content, or did we need to chop it up a little bit at the chop shop? So, right. All right. So a couple of guests. Should we tease? Should we start teasing?
No, I'm actually talking with one. So please.
Oh, please. Okay. All right. Who else is out there? We've got a few people that are starting to turn in their reviews. Thank you so much. Help us out. Go download some shows, rate, review, subscribe. Today with episode 100, there's 100 episodes you can go download on iTunes. 99 of them are technically the real shows. We have one little trailer that you can hear actually how bad we were at episode 0.
Do we want to promote that? Like, that's bad.
Well, it's a download, but it's kind of funny because you could laugh and hear you could probably hear how nervous we were on that.
You could tell
on the trailer.
That's for sure.
Oh yeah, we were 100% reading. Right? And so
I think that's why we don't script anything for our show, because at the end of the day, it's just better. It's just better.
Yeah. But to hear, and I kind of love doing this, to hear how bad we were on that show, and then actually to know, like, again, you might think we're still bad, and we might be, but at least now we're comfortable with it on episode 100. And that whole thing, that whole experience, it was December 23rd when we recorded our trailer, or at least submitted it to iTunes. So it was basically a year ago today that we were recording it. And now we are on episode 100. So I sure hope that you guys get as much from this as we do. I sure hope you get as much value from all the guests that we've had and from our daily hacks, where we're just taking one topic and talking about it for about 10 minutes. So, a few hacks that we've had just the other day was find the win-win, right? Like, that came out on Friday. Find the win-win in the situation. The one couple before that was, who do you want to serve, right? Like, we just had a little conversation about figuring out this as a business owner, as a person, an entrepreneur. Like, you've got to know who you want to serve.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things that knowing your who, and understanding who that person is and what their pain points are, you're able to make an impact in their life, which then helps you run your business.
Yep. So most of our daily hacks, I think we put out 3 of them a week. If you don't know, we go in our group and try to put one out a day. So feel free to jump in there. Facebookgroups.com or facebook.com/groups/now22. But it's a little 10-minute episode and with about 3 a day. And then twice a week, we have an awesome interview. And we had an incredible interview that came on the live iTunes airwaves yesterday for the one and only Miss Marley Jacks.
Yes. No, we Marley's dropped yesterday. She was really bummed that she was not 100. She wanted to be 100, but she was 1 episode short, but we've invited her. So we'll see. She's flying today. We're not sure if she's able to make it, but we'll see. I love her story. Love her. We do have someone in an unexpected person in the waiting room. I know we have someone in 9 minutes. So do we bring this person on now or do we wait till after the next person?
No, let's do it.
All right. Here we go. Oh my gosh. Who is it?
Jim Midbeard.
What's going on, guys?
How's it going, man?
It's going well. Yeah, I'm working on it. Coming
Talk
right
to
on
Beard
it nicely.
is getting there. What is new, Jim? How are things coming along? I know of a little while back, you went through a similar situation as I did, where one day you had a position, a 9 to 5 that you were already trying to get out of. Mm-hmm. And then the next day it was down to just your business. So how's it going?
It's going well. Yeah. So the show has been helping me out a lot with bringing in leads and forming relationships and all that jazz that you need to do when you're an online person. And, just keep plugging away. We have our recurring clients now, which is awesome. Oh, yeah. A little content chop shop background. I like it. And obviously we have Content Chop Shop show with you guys, which is awesome with the Biz Bros. And X's and O's is still rocking. We have the show this week, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. And
I love the new time, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes. And it might even change again because I actually looked at the page insights and it goes 11 a.m. Oh, lots of people. And then 5 p.m. Bye. Right. And then I go live at 7:30. So
yes, let's keep it a day job and go have X's and O's during the day. I'm all for it. That's awesome.
We should go head to head with The Price is Right. That's what
game on. Game on.
Time to start promotion.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So we were just kind of lamenting on your episode number 64, I think I just said. And we were talking about sizzle video and all the things and why people should do it. So yeah, give us your take on that.
Yeah, sizzle videos are really cool because, and especially in the creative space, people always say, well, can you send me some of your work? And what do? You send them to a Google Drive and tell them to go do some work. Just go dig through your stuff and make sure that they can trust you. So instead, why not make a minute video of your best work and just say, okay, well, I just sent you a link. Just mute me for a second and watch this video. Come back on. Okay, trust is set. We're good here. Let's move forward. So instead of having to separate from the call and say, okay, well, you review that and we'll set up another call to finish this off, it's squashed and done, and we're back to just talk numbers. And it does a very, very good job at that.
So good. I love your sizzle video, especially the dumpster part. That's my favorite part. That is my favorite part. Like,
I should have had someone pop out of it.
Edit yourself popping out of it in.
No,
and then you're like Jim watching Jim.
Like I love the video because it was unique and different, and it was so cool that there was just a dumpster chilling out back there. Like, you're like, what's going on? What's going to happen?
Sometimes you just need to walk in a field with the dumpster.
It's perfect. No,
Yeah.
guys, if you need video stuff done, Jim is a master at OBS. If you need a show, Jim is your guy to help you get a show going. We have so much fun with Content Chop Shop. X's and O's is a phenomenal, fun show. So if you've not seen it, make sure you are taking time to at least watch it once. But once you watch it once, you will get hooked and you will want to watch it again. And then maybe you'll want to be a contestant, and the contestants win some crazy stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Almost every show we have the experts asked to be a contestant on that show.
I've wanted to be
They
a
wanted to
contestant
switch.
multiple times.
I've definitely wanted to switch.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's so cool. So
So
cool.
Jim,
I'm so
we've got.
proud of you guys.
Oh,
100th episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Love
kind of
it.
crazy. So I don't know if you've caught any of this, but we've got a couple of prizes we're giving away to some folks between
Love it.
now and Friday, and I'm going to put you on the spot.
Ooh.
All right,
On
get
the
it.
spot.
Spot.
What do you got? I know you've got some amazing things you do for prizes for X's and O's. Any
I'm
prizes to
happy
give away?
Yes. Our content call to where we plan out an entire year of your content
So and
all the
for
way down to the
anybody-
title.
Can you explain that a little more? Because
Yeah.
for anybody that's never done that, Ron and I used to have a question about when we were going to go live, and we were already talking about our daily hacks. When we were going to go live with that, we used to have to come up on the spot with, okay, what's our topic going to be? And then we spent 1 hour with Jim. And Jim walked us through this process that allowed us to come up with a year's worth of content that we can do daily. And it has never let us down. Like Jim, we use that every single time we get ready for a daily hack. We use that. And there's times when things happen in the day and we're like, oh, this is what's on our mind. But that's probably, once a month type thing versus the everyday for the stuff we did with you. So why is it so good? Why does somebody need that 12 month of content?
It helps you to kind of organize where you are, and it helps you to know where you are in your business. So organizing your content also helps you to organize your products, your services. It helps you to plan your campaigns, pressure launches. It helps you to know when you're going to bring in experts and do that in advance so you can actually get them to come on board rather than just being the week before. You can know 6 months in advance that you want someone to come into your group and to teach and help out. So by doing that, you can pretty much guarantee that they're available, which is really, really nice. And then also you can plan out, it ends up being essentially an outline for a high ticket course. It allows you to see opportunities for masterminds, lead magnets, JVs, partnerships. It does a lot more than just tell you what you're creating on a weekly basis. And everyone that's gone through it has been incredibly pleased with the fact that they felt like they had so many more ideas as to where they were hitting roadblocks before. And it's just it's a really fun process, and it allows you to get so much clarity on just what to make on a weekly basis. Because I think we've all been there to where it's like, I know I got to put out content this week, but what do I put out? What is going to speak to my clients and what's going to speak to them in a way to where they want to reach back out to me.
Yep.
Love it, Jim. Very thankful for you on that. I keep stealing Ron's thunder here, but where can everyone go find you? Because I know we're going to run out of time before the next person comes in. But I'm sure many people are thinking, okay, 12 months of content and sizzle. I need to understand this a little bit more. Where do I go find Mr. Beard?
You can look me up as Jim Beard, obviously on Facebook, my profile, Micro Machine Media, X's and O's Game Show, and that's probably about it. I'm very responsive to my Facebook, so unlike some of the big names, I actually do monitor my own Facebook and answer all the messages. So that is me.
Awesome.
So reach out, and I'm happy to help.
All right, Jim. Thanks so much, and we will talk soon. And we have another guest, Corey.
All right. Bye, Jim.
Bye,
Bye, guys.
Jim.
They're so awesome. Hi guys! How are you doing? Yay! How's it going?
Oh, Catherine.
Guys, let's chat about that for a second. It's a big freaking deal. It's amazing.
Oh,
We are so
Catherine.
stoked. And you're the third host. So
Yeah.
we branded it the third host.
Thank you. You know, I'd like to thank my fans, the Academy, everyone.
Oh, Catherine. So, for
How's it
anybody,
going? What I've seen, it looks like it's been an amazing episode.
It's been
yeah, I mean, we're an hour and a half in, and we're having a lot of fun, and it's kind of a crazy, epic thing, and we're asking people to go rate, review, subscribe, download. We've got like 10K in prizes to give away. I mean, it's a party.
crazy stuff.
It's like, what more do people want from us three hosts? You know, what do they want
That's
from
right.
us?
Well, we're so excited to have you back on. And
Thank you.
You are. It's the fourth time you've been on the show.
I feel honored, genuinely honored. You guys are amazing people doing amazing things. So thank you for having me.
Perfect. So, for anybody that doesn't know Catherine Jones, you must be living, somewhere in Siberia and don't have internet, because Catherine is everywhere. Catherine's Design Hackers program is amazing, and we live and breathe all things Catherine. So thank you very much. But tell anybody that's not listening, just say what's going on in your world.
Oh my gosh, just literally so much. But ultimately what we do is we help people start 7-figure movements. So if there is something inside of you that you feel that the world needs, the way to get it out is through design hacking, which is knowing how to present stories that convert. And so we go everything from top down. You guys know anything from messaging to idea, all the way down to how are we presenting it when it comes to color and spacing and imagery. And we kind of do the whole mix in terms of how do you take an idea that genuinely you believe can change the world and actually get it out there in a way that has significant impact. So are you kidding me? It's like I have the best job in the world. You know what I'm saying?
No, we love everything you're doing. We are part of the Insiders, and
A little behind.
we're a little behind. We're a little
That's
behind.
right. You've been doing 100 episodes. You've been doing 100 episodes.
But we're gonna share something with you that
Sure.
we haven't shared with you. So we've been following your course about creating a movement,
Mm-hmm.
and we've kind of gone out of order a little bit, and we created a movement, and we've pitched the movement, and we've sold the movement, and we've capped it at 10, and we've sold 8 spots.
Let's go.
And so we've actually called it the VTS movement.
Oh,
Visibility, traffic, and sales. Because that's what we always talk
let's
about.
freaking go! An 8 out of 10. Yes.
Yes.
So we put it out there, and we don't even have a landing page. We don't even have a landing page yet.
That's what I'm
And-
saying. Okay, can we talk about this though? Why this is so cool? I think so many people get caught up, and I talk about this all the time inside of our Insiders program. Where I'm like, you guys are gonna hate me for what I'm gonna tell you to do. You guys are gonna hate me. You guys are gonna hate me. I always tell you guys this. You guys are gonna hate me because I think everybody always wants to say like, let's build a funnel right now, or I just want to go do something right now. And I think what we forget is that these marketing systems, sequences, content doesn't actually matter if you're not providing something of significant value that has a place in the market. And so the fact that you guys, without a landing page, are selling 8 out of 10 is such reinforcement to the fact that what you're selling, you've done the high work, right? You've done the high work. You could have just gone and made a funnel and who knows, right? But when you have something that actually is of significance and sells, then anything that comes after that, funnel or content, it's just pouring gas on the fire. So this is so exciting for you guys.
Yes, it's funny when we set out. We're like, okay, it's about our goal is at 7,500, but we'll do it for a deal in November, and we just started having conversations with people, and so yeah, it's pretty crazy, and we definitely have you to thank. Honestly, like our podcast has changed our life, and you were a major factor in changing our podcast. Like you were probably one of the first people to say,
Oh my gosh. Well, I think if there's anything that we've learned in 2020 is you never know what's going to quite happen. And I think especially I remember when the pandemic first hit, and I think a lot of people experienced this, where I know for me, we were riding a high, and then the pandemic hit, and it was about the 3rd or 4th week of March, maybe even like the 1st week of April. And I think that people kind of freaked out. They were like, I don't know how to spend my money, and I don't know what's happening. And so literally, like, our ads crashed, and we canceled our event, which we were selling a high ticket on the back end of that. So not only did we lose a ton of money because we canceled or rescheduled 9 days before, right, because of everything. So we lost all this money in deposit. We didn't sell this stuff. People that we were doing joint ventures with were just like, we're freaking out. We're not sure. Our agency clients bailed. And also we had like 5 to 7 different streams of income that just kind of freaked out. And I remember sitting in that moment, and I think that so many people, and having spoken to them, I think everybody has lived an iteration of this, whether even this year or in 2008 or whatever the case is. And I remember having this moment where I was sitting there, and first of all, I was like, oh crap, it's like, it's never what you want. This is nothing what I want. And I just remember saying, okay, what is actually happening here? What is actually going on here? And what is it that I really need to learn? It's like, okay, my Facebook ads aren't working anymore. Do I need to learn Facebook ads? Or my joint venture people are freaking out. Do I need to learn better joint venture stuff? And as I was sitting there looking at the situation, what I learned really is that those that win are the ones that know how to adapt to change. And I think that all this, all the lessons that we have learned in 2020, I think will be the same whether we are in the midst of a pandemic or whether all of a sudden virtual reality becomes the main primary mechanism for selling, or whatever it is, whatever the next big major shift is, whether it's technological or pandemic wise or whatever the case. I think the name of the game is, how can you build something that can adapt and change, and you as a business leader adapt and change. And I think what was so exciting for that is that once I realized that, I mean, really, it was kind of this crazy thing where we went from literally losing money in Facebook ads and then understanding the principles of change. Within literally a week and a half, we were getting a 6x return when we were throwing money away, Yeah. And it all comes back to, do we understand how to build something of significance and something that lasts? And I think that's why I'm like so weirdly passionate about this concept of a movement. I think a movement, it's a group of people that both believe and live a singular story, right? And so when you have this group of people, it's not just you trying to propel to get this thing forward, but you have this mass of people that create this longevity in what it is that you're doing and what you're building. And so I think for those, like, that you going back to your question, like, what is your advice for those going into 2021? Like, what is it actually? And I think the question I would have everybody ask themselves is this, am I building a business? Or am I building a movement? Am I building something that's very transactional based, or am I building something that's transformation based? Because if it's transaction based, you're dead. It's just the reality. You might win for a season, but then you're dead. It's just whether pandemic hits or AR or new software comes in, or all of a sudden there's a whole new big influencer that's 20 years younger than you and has funding from their billionaire dad, right? Like, it doesn't matter what the case is, but it's like something will always be there to try and disrupt. And if you're building a business, which is very transactional, you will just lose eventually. But if you build a movement, a mass of people where you actually are transforming not only their business, but themselves, they will feel an identity and a kinship and a loyalty to you, and they'll continually build and perpetuate what it is that you're doing with them. So I think that would be the question to consider is, am I actually aware of what I'm building? And am I comfortable with where that's going? And if you really are cool to be like, listen, I'm going to be on the scene for X amount of time. It's just a season to make money. I'm drop shipping and I don't care. That's awesome. I believe in that so much. But I think that a lot of people feel this innate need to do and change and build, and don't realize that the whole time they're building a business when they should be building something of more. significance. So 2021, solid gut check is what I'd say.
Ooh,
Nice.
ouch. No, I think what's amazing is you're one of the very few people that I can say she does what she teaches and what she preaches, and your integrity is amazing. But when I remember when you were doing the whole Design Hacking Live, you were ready to go, and all that happened. You were so vulnerable. Like, I still remember that video you put out, and how long ago is that? But what was crazy is not only were you vulnerable, you pivoted so fast. You pulled the trigger and said, I'm going to lean into this. I'm going to give everyone that believed into this movement so much more over these next few months on top of what we were going to give them. No one else did that. No one else did that. Everyone else just said, "Meh, I got to cancel." And that was it. And then they were wondering what to do. You ran with the ball and you practiced this. I mean, you adapted and changed. Exactly what you just said. And your movement adapted and changed with you.
Yeah. And I do think that it's this game of, if you're just building a business and something comes up that cancels something, sometimes it can almost be a relief. It's like, oh, I don't have to do this anymore. Right. But if you have a movement, it's like the world cannot afford to not learn what it is that we're doing here. They can't afford to not be a part of what it is that we're doing here. And so for us, it really wasn't this question. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to cancel it. It was like, when are we going to do this? When are we going to make this happen? Like, the world cannot exist without this information. And I think when there is a sense of urgency and integrity with that, then again, and it's really interesting because people are like, that was the smartest marketing move and blah, blah. And it was awesome. We had no refunds and we sold more tickets in March, which makes no sense, but we sold more tickets. And they're like, tell us about your marketing brain and stuff like that. And I think if my team and I are being honest, like, what drove that decision was less marketing and more, the world needs to know what we're doing. And so it was pretty innate to just say, like, well, why? We're not canceling. Why would we cancel? I don't even understand what are we talking about there? So
yeah.
Love it. All right. So I've got one final question for you. And again, thank you so much for being here today. Episode 14, episode 55, and episode 65. For everybody that's wanting to go listen to Catherine. But so on Thanksgiving, unfortunately, someone hacked my Facebook account and I got locked out. And I'm still locked out because
still locked out.
Facebook doesn't respond. So
yes.
How would you suggest, because I know some people, like, their entire businesses on Facebook.
Yes.
How would you suggest adapting to a situation like that? Because again, if Ron and I weren't business partners, we would have been in a.
It was right before our Black Friday. Like,
it's honestly disrespectful. Number one, let's just acknowledge that. Can the universe respect us?
Yes.
But the question is, how would you adapt and change? Is that
right?
Yeah.
How would you adapt and change from when a major shift, like, again, I'm still locked out of Facebook and all the people that I talk to on a regular basis. I'm like, communication is shut down right now. So, like, how do you get, what's the advice for people to just adapt and change in that situation?
Totally. First of all, I'm sorry. That is terrible. Like, that is just so sad. And I have had friends, and it is a devastating thing. And please hope that never happens to me, but I am just with you on that. That is just terrible. That's number one. The second thing that I would ask you to do is to think about it in terms of principles and applications. So principles is kind of the big picture of what's going on. Applications is like, what does it actually look like? So right now we're trying to answer the question, what do? We just got locked out of Facebook, right? And Facebook is an application, but why is it that was so meaningful and important? Like, what is it that Facebook actually gives us, right? It's like, it gives us a means to communicate, right? That's what you said. Network, it gives you a traffic distribution. It allows you to stay up to date on other people. And so I would start to list these things out. And what's been really interesting is typically when we go from the application to the principal level and we allow ourselves the headspace to, even just for a moment, say, if getting a new Facebook wasn't the answer or wasn't available, what might we do to fulfill these same principles? And some of our best ideas and most innovative ideas have come because of that. And so you might find that these are just a temporary solution. You're like, you know what, Facebook's actually the best. We just want to get back on Facebook. Great, right? And you find some temporary solutions. You might find also with that, it's just like, oh my gosh, we were trying to connect with people via Facebook Messenger, when in reality, we should have been using whatever video software that you can send through email, or we want to do snail mail, or there's an opportunity for us to focus on a hit list of 50 right now, where I don't need Facebook to do that. I can email my friends and they can give me their contact information, and I could actually get on the phone with them, because what was the purpose of Facebook, right? And all to say, I think that there's a lot that innovation-wise, temporary fix-wise, and sometimes even permanent fix-wise that you can find in figuring out what were the things that we loved about Facebook. That being said, if you're like, Facebook is the best, which, let's be real, if you're a business, you want to be on Facebook. I would honestly set a target date where it's like, when do I make a new one? When do I make a new account? And it's like, if I have a solution in the next 2 weeks, we're just buying the bullet and welcome Corey Carter with 2 R's. You know?
Yeah, Friday it's happening if Facebook doesn't return. But missing things like being in the communication with the insiders, right? Like I've had zero access, or even your brother, right? Like I was working on building some stuff through that, and I've just like all of it just got shut down. And so blessing side is a new Facebook. I'll be selective on who I friend quickly, right? And then as you talk about adapting and what are the principles, like I've already said to Ron, email is a 2021 daily goal versus communication through Messenger, right? So there's already things happening from that, but it's painful. And definitely I wanted to get your advice on that for me, because I'm sure I'm not the only one that this happens to.
No, and legit reach out to me via email if you're struggling. I can put you in contact. I can think of 3 people, immediate big names that has happened to, and so you could bond with them as well.
That would be great.
They're rebuilding his Facebook profile-ness.
Awesome.
It's unbelievable. Because this happened to me.
You never know, too. Like all of my friends, they just woke up and it was gone.
Yeah. No, mine got hacked. When was that? 3-4 months ago, for like 3 weeks. And I was like, what happened? How do I get back in? And Corey understands the pain now, because it's crazy. Especially when we're about to launch this Black Friday thing and we're pushing Black Friday, and all of a sudden everything fell onto me, and there was only people Corey was talking to that wanted to purchase that I was not friends with. On top of that, there was people coming onto our show that I was not friends with, but he was. So I was like, how do I get them the link? What's going to happen? And we figured it out, but it was a crazy couple weeks.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, via email, will you keep me posted on the new situation? If there's a new Corey Carter in town, I want to be friends with you on Facebook. So
Thank you.
Keep me in the loop.
All right.
We will.
All right, Catherine, where can everyone find you before you sign off? And again, thanks again. But everybody, I know they want to find you. Where do they go?
Design Hackers Official, my Facebook group. Come hang out with us.
Definitely hang out with Catherine, guys. We owe a lot to her and everything she's doing. And of course, she is the 3rd host.
Yeah, come on. Let's get the gang together. You're amazing. Guys, seriously, congratulations. This is such a big deal. I'm so excited for you.
Thanks, Catherine.
Thanks, Catherine. Thank you so much. Bye.
See you
Bye.
soon.
Talk to you later. Congratulations.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. How much fun was that?
Yes. Catherine is always so much fun, always a wealth of knowledge. And the what you mentioned before the takeaways is she walks the talk. She preaches and does exactly what she preaches. And I think that's why you and I try to follow everything that she is doing, because it is all done from the heart and it is all really, really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, all right. What do you got for a takeaway, my friend?
Oh my gosh. So many. Okay. The big one, adapt and change, right? So I'm going to say, make sure your business is adaptable and can change. That was something that like we're living through, right? So that's one, but we understand the importance of it because of our past jobs. Like we adapt, we change, we evolve, like that's important, but really put that and build that intentionality into your business that it can adapt and change. So that's one. I love the whole principle versus application.
Application principles and applications. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. The other piece I'm going to talk about is the vulnerability piece. So maybe three takeaways. The vulnerability.
But for 2021, guys, like I assume many people like us are thinking about their next steps next year, new beginnings, new things, and solid gut check time, right?
Yep.
Like Catherine mentioned that solid gut check. Take stock. Are you transactional based or are you transformational based?
Yep.
Right? Because if you're focused on the transformation, then you're going to have significance and you're going to last. Your company's going to last. But if you're focused on the transaction, then a pandemic can stop you and put you in a tailspin.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I know you and we are focused on the transformation. And that goes back to our including everything in the done for you side of all of our coaching, because we want more than just the transaction, right? We want more than just to tell you what is good and give you the advice. We want to actually have you get the advice and then go execute it. Right.
Right. That's exactly it. And we had a shout out because Miss Angie Norris could not make it. She was not scheduled, but she was going to be a special guest today. But she wanted to give a shout out for hitting the 100th episode. She is a little bit under the weather today, or she would have definitely come on.
All right. Well, thank you, Angie. You are amazing. And our dear friend Ron is going to be learning some stuff from you and the Ascenders. I think it's Group of Ascenders coming up soon. So, all right. So anybody, we didn't get to talk about it, but Jim offered a prize, 12 months of content, a 1-hour call with you. And what's the one way that they can get that prize, Ron?
The one way is go to iTunes, subscribe, rate, and review Hindsight Hackers. Take a screenshot and message me that screenshot, and you will be entered into not only that prize, but we've got some really cool prizes to give away. Here is a screenshot of them. That is all.
All right. So next guest should be on any moment, I assume. And for anybody, let us know. Are you having fun today? Are you getting any value from this? More importantly, let us know if there's something you want us to chat about. Let us know. Like we'll do a on-the-spot training in between guests on something you want to hear. Well, if it's a 2-minute question, if it's a 10-minute question, it doesn't matter. We're here for you today. We are here for you today. So speak up in the comments. Ron, I think I can see the comments from our Facebook group, or is it from your live? I'm not really sure.
From the live.
I know, but from your profile or from the Facebook group?
Facebook group.
Okay, so on your profile, maybe there's other comments I don't see. So if there's something out there that we should talk about or answer a question on, let us know. Let me know.
I will definitely. I'm checking in on one person, so 1 second.
One person? Okay, thank you. Hold, please. All right, everyone out there, who has been your favorite guest so far? What's your takeaway? All right, we have been talking about our takeaways from Catherine Jones, from Alex Elliott, Monica Tanner, Jim Beard. It's been fun already. Any takeaways? Anybody gotten any big ahas? Anybody, thinking about their business a little differently as you go into 21? Like, what do you got? I know the solid gut check. I was unintentionally put in a position where I had to think about, what am I using Facebook for? And can I be different in 2021? And that's when that thus came. I am going to really work on email marketing for our brand, for our business. 2021 will include 365 emails from Hindsight Hacking Media. And, will I write every one of them? I don't know. Maybe Ron will. Assist on that. Maybe
grammar be hard.
But but it's definitely, it's for our business. It's for both of us. But it's going to happen. Hindsight Hacking Media will be sending out emails in 2021. Is our list big right now? No, it's not, because we've been doing nothing with it, right? I was listening to George Bryant the other day, and he was like, one of the faux pas any marketer could do is to collect a bunch of emails and do nothing with them. Right? I give you my email. I'm excited. When I give you my email, I'm ready for you to send me something. So why would I give it to you and then you never send me? And I think Ron and I have been guilty of just that. We've been collecting emails and we have not done anything with them. So I vow, Hindsight Hacking Media, Ron and I, we will change that in 2021. Just like this time last year, what were we vowing to do?
We were vowing to have a podcast go live every Monday without missing.
And with no question, we surpassed that.
Yep.
Inevitably, we hit Mondays every single week for 52 weeks. As soon as we end this year, it will be 52 weeks, but they're already scheduled. So it's not like we're gonna hit it because the shows on the rest of the Mondays of the year is already scheduled. And we've increased it to 5 days a week. But everyone out there, yeah, Ron and I are a little crazy. We're shooting for 7 days. Not quite there yet, but as soon as we can, as soon as we have it so we will not miss it, we will have 7 shows every single week. One of them, we want to do a recast. So what's a recast, you asked? It is anytime Ron and I go on to other shows, and we kept going on multiple shows, we want to grab that audio and actually put it on our show, right?
Yeah.
So we're a guest. I know you are going to be a guest on Monica Tanner's on the 28th, you said?
Yes.
On her podcast. So we're going to get the audio from that, and we're going to put it onto our show, and Sunday is going to be our recast day, right? So a little plan and a little insight into the plan of Ron and Corey and Hindsight Hacking Podcast and Hindsight Hacking Media is the emails and our ever increasing podcast presence.
Yes. It's one of those things that I hope everyone could tell we're having fun. Like, we are having fun doing this, and we're enjoying just having fun, right? So hopefully you guys are having fun paying attention and being along for the ride.
Yes. All right. Any teasers of who we got coming up?
Nope, no teaser yet. No teaser. I'm not gonna spoil. I'm not gonna spoil it.
So
go ahead.
I've got one. I know one of our guests that's coming up soon.
Okay.
He actually was on the show immediately following Catherine's first show.
Right.
So that's kind of funny.
Right.
But I'm not sure if he's next or if he is.
He is next.
He is next. Okay. So, all right. I see Janet Pitcher is still watching us. Takeaways: need to create content calendar. Yes. Also need to nurture that email list and keep working on transformational rather than transactional relationships. Yes, and yes. I love it. Janet, did you subscribe? Did you review? Did you rate? Did you send a screenshot to Ron if it doesn't let you do the screenshot here? Because we would love to give you a little prize. I know that the 12 months of content, even if you don't get it this week, I promise you, you have that in your future anyway. So it's pretty exciting.
Yes. It's one of those things that is crazy. Some of the cool gifts that we're giving away. We do have someone in the waiting room.
What is going on?
Wizard, I'm so excited to talk to you again, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
JB.
I'm to see you guys. I like that intro music. That was serious just now. I got a little taste of it. You know what I mean?
What
That's
is
great.
going on? The last time we talked was early February, and man, has the world changed since then, huh?
Yeah. It's only gotten better, I think. No.
I think so.
So some of my, a lot of the people that I work with, they, I don't know if it's introvert or whatever, but it's a lot of it just getting, my focus is just mental clarity and alignment, right? And so some of them are like, where's COVID been my whole life, right? Because they're finally able to stop worrying about everything out there and just focus up on the inside. So it feels a bit like that on that side of things.
Yes.
Corey,
What?
we're excited. It's my turn.
I know. It is different. Go.
I have to share because this was our first interview. Our first interview that Corey and I were actually on one camera. The only time that's ever happened was our interview with you.
What?
Yeah, that's the only time ever.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, so it's kind
Yeah,
of
we don't get in the same room too often.
Right. No, makes sense. I hear that.
No, we were
Yeah.
so excited, and we really thought about who do we want to invite back, and we're like, JB the Wizard has to come back. I loved that episode. Corey, what episode number was that?
It was episode 15.
Yes.
And for anybody that doesn't know, JB, he is a actor, but he helps people with that mental clarity. Something that we put before, like you help get things that are floating around in your head out into the universe. And no, JB did not nickname himself. His people do, because he is a wizard. So that's kind of why I was interrupting you, Ron, because I didn't actually introduce you, JB. So thanks again for having us. Ron, you can now ask your question.
No, I'm not. That was my question.
So yeah, tell us. Like, I know so many things have happened. The amount of time that we all had to slow down, and I think hopefully many people took advantage of that and actually gained some clarity. But then there's others, like, a lot of parents are now full-time homeschool teachers and all these different aspects. I'm home all the time now, but so is the rest of my family. So there's not as much, there's a lot of isolation, but there's no alone time, so to speak. Right. So like, what's been your thought and your experience with this so far this year?
Sure. I mean, I think from the stats I hear, some people are getting more stressed out or depression, if you like. But, for me, I've got 5 kids, and they're homeschooled already, and we've got another one on the way. You know what I mean? And I'm at home, right? So it's like I love it. That's my life. But I've seen some people say, like, when are these kids gonna get out of here, type of thing, And I guess what I would say, some of this falls under parenting, some of it falls under family type stuff, and when it comes to taking care of yourself or getting that alone time, you could structure it. And one of the things that I love children. I love my own a lot. I think they're cool and they're great. And I'm just very clear, and I talk to them and say, hey guys, I'm getting ready to go on an interview. No, don't do any kung fu body slams while I'm on the interview, please.
Nice.
No one get hurt while I'm on the interview.
If you do get hurt, you guys know what to do. The
Right.
crack head's over there. The ace bandage tape is over here. And if it's broken, just stop running for a little while.
It's only a 10-minute interview. It'll be fine.
Exactly. But so what's going on is like this. So to be clear again, with what I do is that the real focus is I do work with CEOs and celebrities, and they tend to either feel alone or they tend to be highly successful, but it still doesn't feel like enough. So a big focus is for me right now is if you're selling 10 or 20 million, let's say, for your company, but you still are struggling with depression, or you're still struggling with anxiety, or you still feel you're still not quite satisfied. They tend to feel like everybody else thinks they're successful and doing well, but maybe they're either not, or they don't feel like they're doing well. So this brings in what's going on with let's say, the people who are feeling overwhelmed right now, or trapped because they can't travel, or overwhelmed because their schedule is different, or so to your point, Corey, these are all things that are popping up. So one of the things I said early on is really, early on, it was very helpful because the whole world was slowing down. So that was really a big opportunity. It was like getting a stock when it's priced extremely low. That was the beginning of COVID, where typically the whole world doesn't stop. Only maybe you go on vacation or something, but everything else is still breezing past you. But now I would say like the world is catching up again. So I would say to the work or the financial aspect of things is look for your opportunities still. You've got to get creative. If your work is a physical location, just you have to think a little bit differently. But the main thing is the opportunities are phenomenal, and I'm not even trying to be optimistic, positive guy, but it tends to be that when people are like, oh no, the sky is falling, the guy who's not saying that is just banking. Okay. So what we want to look for is look for the opportunities. And then for the practical aspect of the schedule changing. So let's say you're typically able to go to the gym. You're typically maybe able to go out to eat, but now you're stuck at home and that's maybe not what you like to do. You don't want to be there. And then maybe you're not used to your kids being around all the time. And it's like, hey, what's going on? The biggest thing I would say there is let's go ahead and try to bring some of the structure that we had to this current reality. Because if we are waiting for something, the anxiety is going to go through the roof. So if you're waiting on the president or some other political anybody to say, hey, you can go to the restaurant again, that wait is called death, anxiety, depression, stress. So you cannot wait. That's a poison. What we want to do is figure out, what did I like before? Okay, you know what? At 6 o'clock in the morning, I had that alone time where things were quiet. Now my kids wake up at 6:03. So what we might want to do is maybe we want to wake up at 5. The main thing is we have to solve the problem, because waiting isn't going to do it. So let's go ahead and see how things were before that. We're like, well, you know what? At noon, I was able to go out to lunch with some mates. Okay, maybe you can get on a phone call at noon. You see what I mean? What I want to do is just figure out, how can we recreate what did give you some relief, if you like, into this current situation. That's the best way that we can not just adapt, but that'll help us think again. Because the reason I focus on alignment and clarity is because when we can free up that space, that's where the money is, that's where the ideas are. And once we can get rid of any money problems or any anxiety around that or any stress, now you're living and you're not just surviving. So I always want to get you to that living zone.
Gosh, this is exactly why I love having JB on the show. I was so excited last time we talked to him, and Corey and I talked about your show for like 4 weeks after that show.
Whoa, that's
and
awesome.
Then like the world collapsed, and I was like, I got to get back with JB. So
Sure.
that was one of those.
Yeah,
things, like,
yeah.
The first person I thought of, I was like, JB's got to be on the show for sure.
Oh my gosh, thank you. That's huge. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I know we probably should have scheduled you for an hour, because everybody is probably hearing you preach right now. That and we're super thankful that you spared any time. But where's everybody going to go find you? I think Instagram is a good place, but where else? And what are we looking for?
Sure. So futurewiththewizard.com is where you could find out more about what I do and how to connect with me. If you are somebody who is in the executive space maybe, and you're selling $10-20 million or more, but you still feel anxiety or stressed or not fulfilled, there you want to go to futuringwiththewizard.com. And there's a webinar and a way to connect with my team on that. So that's specific for that type of person. Anybody else, go to futurewiththewizard.com. And any of those renditions, you'll find me. And then The Wizard is Real on Instagram. It's a good spot.
And so true. The Wizard is a real. JB, you move us in 10 minutes. I don't know how you did that, but 10 minutes. That's all it took.
Whoa, thank you. Thank you guys so much for having me on the show. You guys are great. I love you guys' energy, and I really appreciate the invite. So thanks a ton.
Definitely. Thanks, JB. We will
You're
talk
welcome.
soon, man.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Corey, we're going right into it. We have another person in the green room.
All right. Can't wait.
I can't wait for this one either. I have a surprise to talk about on this one.
Hello, listen.
What is going on, guys? How are you today?
Oh my gosh,
my gosh.
we're so excited to have you.
Doing amazing.
I'm so excited too. I am so sorry that I was late to the party, late but not last, right? So
Yeah, you're all good. I'm so glad you made it, because if you saw the graphic there, I don't know if you remember, but you were the one that broke our cherry. You were our very first interview, episode number 4. For anybody who wants to go check it out, but we had no clue what we were doing. And,
First interview
thanks to
ever.
You got us going.
That's awesome. I remember that interview, and you guys were just still trying to figure out who you wanted to be in this world, and you guys have come so far. It's amazing to think about that conversation and just how your business has evolved. It's very exciting.
Oh, thank you so much. We had to have you on 100 since you were our first interview. Of course, Lizanne Murphy has to be on the show. So we are so excited. And I'm a huge branding person. So one, I have to compliment all the new branding for you. Like it's
thank you so much.
Phenomenal. And I love all of it. It's amazing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, well, I have to give a huge credit to my podcast manager, Valerie, who coordinates all the content. And then the Biz Bros, Luis and Fonzie Cameo, they are the ones that do all of the video editing and design.
Yeah, they're going to be on the show later on today.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I saw that on the graphic for social. So I had to for sure give them a shout out because it's only possible because of them.
And honestly, so we have since engaged in their services, and it really started us looking at them because of what they do for you. Like we love everything that they do for you. And so, all right. So for anybody that doesn't know you, the Facebook ads queen, the savant around Facebook, tell us. And by the way, I hate Facebook right now, but that's a whole nother story.
He's not on it right now. He got booted.
Someone hacked me on Thanksgiving, and I've yet to been able to get back in. And so it's been challenging. Anyway,
That's not Facebook's fault.
It's Facebook's fault. It's Facebook's fault because they haven't responded to my 35 different requests over the last 2 weeks.
Right.
Yes, they can be slow.
Yes. So, all right. Yeah. Give the advice. What should we all be looking for in Facebook right now?
Yeah, so it's actually a really, really awesome time of the year to advertise. It's very, very exciting. So as Corey mentioned, I am the savant of Facebook ads. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or anything like that, but I love everything Facebook paid advertising. And so I have the great opportunity to work with tons of clients in my agency, helping lots in the mastermind, which I still think you guys should be a part of, by the way, not dropping that opportunity, and give tons of free content through my podcast, which that's how we met. Is we both came out of Podcast Profit Lab. So shout out to Jamie Atkinson for everything he does for these communities. By the way, I have to say I love everything you guys have done with your show. I feel like you guys are revolutionary in how you're approaching podcasting, and so everything you're doing is just absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you.
But with that said, it is the holiday season. So I actually did a live about this on my profile just a couple days ago. So I'll repeat a couple of points that I was giving. But
new information for me because I have not been able to see.
That's okay. So everyone is always really angsty about ads around the holidays because ad costs tend to rise. So the first thing, it's helpful to understand why that happens. Ad costs rise because there is a flood of advertisers to the market. And so it's simply a shift in supply and demand. Because the supply of ads increases and the demand increases as well, which I'll talk about in just a second, but the supply really increases. And Facebook works on a bidding system. It's an auction. You literally are putting your ads into an auction to bid for people's attention. And so when there's lots of people bidding, obviously the price of the product, which is people's attention on Facebook, that increases. So that's why the ads are rising. The ad costs are rising, but there's things that you can do to combat that. So the biggest thing to recognize is that even though supply increases, so does demand. And something interesting happens with the demand. The people that are on Facebook, they have a psychological shift to buy, right? I don't know about you guys, but like when Black Friday, Cyber Monday happened, did you not look through your emails just for the subject lines that said Black Friday deal to see what was going on from people you'd subscribe to?
I had nothing to buy, but I wanted to buy something.
Exactly. So whether Corey's nodding his head saying, yes, I opened up more emails on that weekend than I normally do. And Ron's saying, give me something to buy. I'm looking for it. Someone just needs to put the right thing in front of me. And I'm walking around with my credit card in my hand, literally. that is the same psychology that happens around Christmas time, right? Because people are buying gifts for each other. They're also starting to prepare for their goals for the new year. And so they're wanting to get all of their ducks in a row for what is going on in their business or in their life. So December is a huge buying time. So really the offers that suffer with ads around Christmas are those that are evergreen and they don't make the adjustment to the psychological shift that happens in the market. So, and I fell victim to this even just this past Black Friday. So I have a small offer that I gave last Black Friday. It was just some tools that I share with my private clients. And last Black Friday came around and I was like, oh man, why haven't I offered anything? So I decided to do a Small Business Saturday offer. So I sent out an email last Small Business Saturday, and it brought in a few $100. Like it wasn't anything major, but I was just like, dude, this is amazing. Like the funnel wasn't new. I literally just changed my messaging to fit the Small Business Saturday. And so this year when it came around, I was like, I'm going to do the same thing. Like if it ain't fixed, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right. Mm-hmm. So I copied the exact same email from last year, sent it to my list this year. Last year, my email list was about 10 times smaller than it was this year. And my open rate was 30%. This year, my email list is way bigger. So I was like thinking like, ooh, I'm going to be rolling in it. I'm going to take a vacation with what comes in on this, with this one email. And my open rate was 6% and I got one sale. And I was like, what the heck? I was like, this is the exact same email. Like what happened? I go in and I look at the comparison of the emails. What I didn't keep the same was the subject line. So the subject line in last year, it said Small Business Saturday Special, get a head start on your ads for 2020. This year, all I did is I kept the headline that was in the email and I said, get a head start on your ads in 2021. And the subtraction of those four words, Small Business Saturday Special, literally caused my open rate in that email to drop by 24%. And I was like, holy moly. So I was like, all right, well, luckily, Capitalism America keeps making Black Friday longer and longer. So I'm going to jump on the Cyber Monday train. And so I resent the exact same email and I put Cyber Monday Special, get a head start on your Facebook ads. And then it was the very next day, boom, cash just started rolling in. That is literally the only change that I made. And to me, it was a huge evidence that you have to understand the consumer psychology that is happening in the market at the time. You have to. And those that do still win in times when ads are more expensive. It's the evergreen offers that struggle during Christmas. But if you have a Christmas special, a Christmas offer, like I see like your holiday editing, I'm not sure what that is. I'm going to have to go check it out. But you're appealing to a psychological shift that's going on in the market. So yeah, anyway, that's the kind of stuff that I geek out on with Facebook ads, is like understanding what's going on psychologically in the market. How do we understand what consumer behavior is? How do we create ads that work? And so, yeah, I got a slap in the face with my own medicine just a couple of weeks ago in understanding how to be successful with ads during this holiday season.
So good. So I actually am one of the 6%, I think, that opened your email and read it. So, but I didn't buy. I failed. I wasn't the only purchase that got that. As my bad.
It wasn't. Don't worry. I would have told you if you were the only one.
But no, it's. I love that you geek out on that stuff because it's so many people miss it, right? Like our funnel right there. It's the holiday editing is for our podcast editing for the agency, and the funnel's not even ready. It's live. People can go see it, but it's missing the graphics. Like it's not pretty yet. But it's like, hey, we're ready. It's like we're promoting it from now until Christmas or the end of the year. But at the end of the day, like it's a holiday season, and so let's all as marketers go enjoy it. And let's do a few little things. And Ron and I, we did our first Black Friday deal. And outside of me getting booted out of Facebook, it's, a lot of good things happened from that it turned out okay. Like it was fine. It could have been awesome if I was in, but so thank you for being one of the few people around that really pay attention to all those things, because like I know, you know, you're probably the reason that Catherine was 6xing her, you know, ad spend from when she had to pivot and adapt. And so, you know, I'm sure every one of your clients are that same way. So.
That was actually a crazy story. That was a crazy story. If you guys want to hear it, I'll share it with you, but it was quite exciting.
Sure.
We heard her side of it today already. So that's the only reason that number was in my head. So yeah, sure.
That's awesome. Yeah. So when the pandemic hit, so all of Catherine's ads, we've purposefully oriented them to be to help consumers run towards pleasure, right? You can either have them run towards pleasure or run away from pain, right? But those are kind of like the two main angles. So Catherine's ads were running towards pleasure. You know, it was like, reach your dreams, like get a side hustle that's going to change your life. Screw your 9 to 5, you know, like that is like the kind of feeling and sentiment around her ads. Obviously it's like way more better crafted, worded than that, but that's the sentiment. So when COVID hit, everyone freaked out, as we know. We all did. It was a tumultuous time. We didn't know if this was, you know, the zombie apocalypse or like what was happening and what would happen to our business. I lost 80% of my book of business the second week in March. And so, I mean, it had huge impacts for a lot of people. And so like the last thing that people were wanting to do was invest in Facebook ads. And the last thing people were wanting to do is like, if there's an expense that can be cut out, it's coaching, right? Like you got to keep the lights on, you got to keep yourself fed, you got to keep the heat going on in your house. But like you can cut coaching, you can cut going to the gym, different things like that. And so, and the majority of my industry is coaching. And so all of my clients just suffered quite a bit. So Catherine decided to take a different approach. She was talking to Russell, and Russell said, you need to shift your messaging to be away from pain, because that's the state that people were in, is they were nervous, they were scared, they were insecure. And so switching it to be away from pain. So I worked to create I think it was 17 different ads. I think it was a bunch, but like different angles of like how we could approach Catherine's products to help people run away from pain. So it was more focused on like, don't let the circumstances of the world dictate your circumstances, regain back your security, have a job that will pay you no matter what's going on in the world, different things like that. Like the sentiment was just very, very different. And Catherine and her team, because Catherine's just so flipping creative, they were the ones that like made it come to life by, I don't know if you guys saw her, because toilet paper was like such a crazy commodity. She actually wrote one of her ads on a roll of toilet paper and rolled it down the screen. And man, she got a lot of heat for that. She got a ton of heat for that. People were like,
wasted toilet paper.
Yeah. Yeah. They're like, there are people starving in China and you're wasting toilet paper. Like, I mean, it was just like the comments were very, very combative and crazy. And she had a lot of different ones. Like and all of them, you know, had like very somber music, you know, like to match just the emotional tone. And what was crazy is her ads for CF Design School actually did better post-pandemic than before.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is awesome.
That is
and
so crazy.
It was because we shifted. Now, granted, the first week of the pandemic when they were regular, the costs went up. But as soon as we shifted the angle, they were actually cheaper than before the pandemic hit.
So amazing. But again, you shifted, you were agile, and you were adaptable. Right. And that's so amazing. And you paid attention. So that I love about you and your business. And I know there's people out there like, I need me some Lizanne. So where can they find you?
Yeah, well, the best place to find me if you want to listen to a lot of the marketing stuff that I talk about is on my own podcast, The Marketing Matrix. If you're into this, then Hindsight Hacking, you will for sure be into The Marketing Matrix. And so you can capture that on all major channels, or you can go to themarketingmatrixpodcast.com. You can also, I have tons of free trainings on Facebook and get really involved with my community in my Facebook group. So you can go to that group. So that name is like really long and attractive, but I'll say it anyway. But it's Facebook ads for coaches, course creators, and lifestyle e-com brands. I know that's incredibly unsexy, but it plays with Facebook's SEO capabilities for
Very
groups.
well.
So
Right. You
Very
use
well.
every character you can use in that
No
name.
kidding. Holy
Exactly.
smokes.
exactly, yeah. I even turned the and lifestyle econ brands the and into an ampersand to give me 2 more characters.
So awesome.
So, but yeah, come join the conversation on marketing. Come listen. You can always hit me up in my DMs. I'm not in there a whole ton. I have like some VAs and stuff that do that, but they give me the messages there that I need to see. So
Perfect.
hit me up. I'd love to have a conversation with you and yeah, just learn all about marketing. So
And Lisanne is correct. If you like our show at all, you will love hers. She brings on amazing guests. She has a lot of solo amazing training. Or go in the group and find her. And she mentioned a mastermind, so maybe next year we'll start hearing more about that. So.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we haven't opened the doors for our January, not our January, but our 2021 mastermind. We haven't done it yet, so I'll keep you guys posted when I do.
Yeah, so find Lisanne on Facebook, and then maybe you'll hear about that soon.
Yeah.
So, all right, Lisanne, thank you so much for jumping in, and we appreciate you. We thank you for saying yes, because you, again, were the very first, and you helped set us on this journey. So from the bottom of our hearts, we truly appreciate you.
Always. Well, it's a mutual looking up to you guys too. So thanks for the innovation that you're bringing to the podcast space, and always a pleasure talking to you guys. And you guys are rock stars. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, Lisanne.
Thank you.
Bye. Oh my goodness, it's getting crazy.
Getting hot in here.
It is so fun. All I have to say is words matter. Words matter. She just told you how words matter. And you know what else? There's someone else in the green room.
I know we're way behind on our takeaways. I don't know if we can keep up, but all right, Molly. Ooh, we have a new background. Oh my goodness. What is this?
I actually, so what's funny, in the green room, I can see you, right? And I actually thought that was a still shot because you were just sitting there and then you moved. I was like, well, that was weird. Is that? And I was getting distracted talking to Lisanne because I was like, is that a background? That's pretty cool. I love it.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
I was going to say, what I do seems to work, except for the mic.
Right.
How's it going?
It's going fantastic. I brought cookies for you guys.
Oh,
happy!
Yay.
I made orange meringue for you guys. I'll make sure to send them your way.
All right, please do. Please do.
So orange is my favorite. Orange anything. So feel free. I love it.
Oh, perfect. Mine are a lot less healthy than that.
So, for anybody that didn't catch Molly on her episode 78, the Visibility Queen, visibilityhacking.com. So we speak the same language, but we come at it differently. And hopefully, we haven't been able to connect, but hopefully we might have a show someday in the future with the three of us. But Molly, I think you had one of the most regarded episodes that we had in a long, long time. Everybody loved your energy, your message, and everything about you. So thanks for jumping on today.
Oh, I am so excited to be here. I have another gift for you guys.
Okay.
I'm just full of gifts. So
we love gifts.
Happy 100th. I made you a card.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
So in my Visibility Hackers group, we do a lot of live streams. We love live streams. And so I just want to celebrate the fact that you guys have been doing this on the regular, because the way that you guys are serving your audience and your hindsight hackers are able to get so much value out of you guys because you show up on a regular basis. And I gotta say, I love the fact that you have those very first episodes. I totally went and listened to the trailer earlier today.
Oh my God,
and it's amazing to see how much you've grown and that you've taken your audience on that journey with you. Because I totally went and looked at my own old content, and it's fantastic to be here.
Yeah, isn't it great? Isn't it great? Well, what's crazy is we've been live now for 2.5 hours.
Yep.
2.5 hours. It's crazy.
Yep.
We're having fun now.
Yes. All right. So, well, thank you. And so for anybody that's listening, go listen to that trailer, go download, go rate, subscribe, review. we have prizes. So just send a screenshot. We've got over $10,000 worth of prizes. But you got to rate, review, subscribe to get that. You don't have to download all 100 episodes, but it wouldn't hurt. Feel free. Go ahead and download all 100 episodes. Listen to the craziness that we were on episode 0 to where we are now. And Molly, hopefully she can speak that things have improved.
Oh, definitely. And to sweeten the pot, you guys listening, if you haven't already, I'm going to throw in an extra prize for you guys.
Ooh.
Actually, I'm going to throw in 2 extra prizes. I'll tell you one right now. So for anyone who follows their directions and downloads and reviews and sends a review and all of that fun stuff, I'm going to throw in the possibility of working one-on-one with me with a live stream coaching call, a live stream strategy call. Just you and me. We'll go over everything and figure out how to make you visible and attention grabbing. So yes, that is my gift to you guys. So happy 100th.
Oh my gosh, so amazing!
Molly,
I cannot
full
wait.
gifts.
So,
Oh yeah.
so can I win? I can't win?
We'll talk. We'll talk.
All right.
Because I might have another way to win too.
Ooh.
Just saying. Just saying.
She's full of surprises, cookies, cards, gifts.
I'm the life of the party. I bring the party.
We bring the party. That's why we had to invite you back to bring the
Right.
party.
That's right.
So I was kicked off of Facebook. Well, somebody hacked me a few weeks ago. And so I've been missing you and missing the visibility community. So what have I missed? What's going on? What's
Oh man.
what have you been teaching and training, and what's winning for you?
Oh, December has been all about sprinkling in what's happening for 2021. So we're completely changing our content. We're completely changing our content strategy. And if you're interested in learning about that one, I know you guys definitely want to hear this. So in the group very, very soon, I'll be going over that whole training, like what I've been doing that's been working to convert people from just watching your lives. They're just scrolling to actually engaging with you, to learning, and to ascending so much faster than the already fast funnel strategy. Like, how do you make that even faster? How do you grab people's attention even better? So yeah, so I've been talking a lot about that. We're changing up what all of the podcasts are, which okay, you've kind of alluded to some of the surprises. Thanks to your hacker, I haven't been able to get in touch with you. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Just saying.
Yes.
And we're also diving into a lot more live stream. We're getting really, really focused on that right now because that's where everyone's lacking. Since COVID happened and everyone went home, everyone's been doing live streams. Everyone. That strategy is so red ocean now. I'm kind of bored with it. I will now purposely I find myself purposely scrolling past people who they're just sitting there with their phones. Like, I don't care how awesome and valuable your content is. If you can't grab my attention in that first split second and you can't hold my attention with engagement tricks, then I'm sorry, but I have the attention span of a goldfish sometimes. So, yeah. So we're working as visibility hackers to help speakers and coaches and other visionary leaders take their message to the world, grab people's attention, keep that attention, increase their influence, their authority, but bottom line, their income. And it's fantastic. There's so many secrets coming. Like, I'm full of surprises now. Just you wait. Do you want another prize?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yes.
because I love your podcast so much, like, it was so fun to be on your show. I want to invite you guys listening now to come on over and become a visibility hacker. So go over to visibilityhacking.com, come hang out, become a visibility hacker, join us in the Facebook group there. And if you post your favorite takeaway from this 100th episode or any of the 100 episodes before it, and you tag the Hindsight Hikers in my group, I will enter you for another chance to win a one-on-one with me. Why? Because I need my other visibility hackers who haven't gotten on the Hindsight Hacking boat yet to come on over, and I need you guys to help me sway them over. So that's my other prize for you guys today.
Oh my gosh. So much value, guys. Like, understand the amount of value. And I've seen some of the sneak peeks that she's putting together for 2021. You don't want to miss that. Like, that's all I got to say. Like, you don't want to miss it.
Yes. Okay, Molly. So your number one advice for anybody that, maybe they're trying to plan out 2021, maybe they're just trying to get their head above water because of the craziness that's been this year. Maybe they are ready to scale. Like, what's the advice? What do you got going on?
Listen. Seriously, we were born with 2 ears and 1 mouth, and I really think we should be listening so much more than we are. And that means, listening to your heart and listening to your intuition. Yeah, sure. But like literally listen to your people. Ask your people a question and listen to those answers. And then sometimes sit in your group or sit in the other groups where your people are congregating and just listen. Because if you are an entrepreneur who's literally going to change the world, you're going to do it because you're solving people's problems. You need to understand those problems. So that means you need to listen. Look for opportunities in order to engage with those people. But ultimately, I'm all about live streaming. I'm all about grabbing people's visual attention and keeping them on track. But in order to do that in an effective way, you need to listen to your people. You need to mold and create your vision of your movement along the lines of what your people are asking for. Serve them at that highest possible level, and that can only happen when we close our mouths and we shut up for a minute and we open our ears and we listen to what our people need. So that's my advice for 2021.
All right, we're gonna play a spot game. Are you guys ready for this? I just made this up. I'm going to hop off the camera. I'm going to put on earphones. I'm not going to listen. You're going to ask Corey questions. Then I'm going to come back and I'm going to see how many I can get right out of 5. So you're going to ask 5 questions. I'm not going to listen.
Oh, man. Okay.
And then
you got to come up with 5 questions.
Okay,
I can come up with 5 questions.
Yeah, that I should know about Corey.
Let's go 3 and then I'll remember them.
I should know about Corey. 3 questions I should know about Corey. So I'm going to remove myself.
Okay.
Here I go. And then we'll flip it. All right. So here we go. I'll be back.
All right. I am known for my questions. So here we go, Corey. If you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be?
I'm not sure Ron would know this one because we've never talked about being a tree.
You should. That is essential to team building. Essential question.
I am all for anywhere around the beach. I'm all for any kind of palm tree.
Okay.
Because they're almost like a simple yet elegant tree, in my opinion. Right? Like they've got the right amount of just complexity, in my opinion, that I can resonate with those.
I like that one. I would definitely be an Eastern white pine because it sounds super complicated. It's really just a pretty white pine. And honestly, it's a beautiful tree because it bends to the whims of the winds. So it's kind of strong but soft. I don't know. Okay. So nice. Now, if you were a kitchen appliance, what kitchen appliance would you be? Serious questions here. This is important. Yeah, I'm writing your answers down.
Important here. Okay. I am going to be the griddle.
Griddle? Okay. Yeah. Tell me why.
Because you can have breakfast at any point in any day, and I can cook pancakes, bacon, whatever it is on a griddle. I can make quesadillas, right? Like it can all go. I can make a burger. Not that you really want a burger on a griddle, but I can do it all.
And you can do it all at the same time. Very good answer.
Yeah.
Efficient. Okay. Question number 3. I'll ask you 4 questions just to be fun. Okay. Question number 3. If you were a childhood game, what childhood game would you be and why?
Well, I don't know if I was one, but I recently was talking to my family about my favorite game growing up called Stratego.
Oh yeah.
Because it's all about the strategy, right? But it's got this, like, if you remember, anybody remembers Risk, like that was such a big strategy game, or chess is a big strategy. You got to be thinking way ahead. And Stratego was more of the middle ground, where it was an element of fun and Monopoly and chance, but it also had the strategy in it. That was more my speed. So I just, I resonate with that. I want to have some strategy. I want to have some kind of ease in things. So yeah, there we go.
Strategic fun. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, last question. Hold on, Ron. Go away for one more question.
What?
A
One more
bonus
question. This one's important. Okay, because you're a podcaster, I want to know who you are. Tell us who you are in a sound. Just one sound. Like, are you a splat kind of person, or are you a shmush kind of person, or what kind of sound effect best represents who Corey is?
Oh my gosh, I have no idea how to even think of that answer. I take phone a friend on that.
Okay, how about this? We will come back to this question as the first question in our show together.
Oh my gosh, that sounds perfect. I will
Okay.
have to think about that one.
All right, come back, Ron.
All right, I'm back. Okay,
Okay, so the very first question. Let's see if you can answer this.
see if I know Corey.
Yep. If Corey was a tree, what kind of tree would he be?
I don't know, maybe an aspen.
Very nice answer, but that's incorrect. That's all right. Okay,
Okay.
if he was a kitchen appliance, what kitchen appliance would he be?
Oh my god. Well, he juices a lot. So maybe a juicer or something.
Another fantastic answer that complements Corey's actual answer of a griddle.
So close.
So
Yeah,
close, very close, just a little bit off to the side from where the griddle sits. Very
All right.
good.
All right.
Okay, and the final question is, what childhood game best represents Corey?
Well, Corey likes like thinking games or thinking stuff and strategy and stuff. So I'm gonna say, what other kind of games are there? Risk, something like that.
Very close again,
Close.
just out of reach. It was Strategic.
Yes.
What is that?
Stratego.
I don't even know that game.
It's the fun version of Risk.
Oh,
It is. It totally is.
okay.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
funny.
Okay, now
So-
3 completely unrelated questions for Ron. Is that what you want now?
Yes. Yeah.
Let's do it.
All right,
All right.
let's do it.
Are you pulling me off then? Is that
I'm
what's going
pulling
on?
you off. I'm pulling
Okay.
you off.
Okay.
Go.
All right, Ron, if you were a sound effect, what sound effect would you be? Ooh, I like that one.
Yep.
I like that one. Very good. Okay. If you were stranded on a desert island, what 3 items would you have on in your backpack?
Oh my gosh. One more time.
If you were stranded on a desert island, what 3 items would you have in your backpack?
3 items. Well, I'm gonna say my phone until
Okay.
it dies. Like a bottle of water,
Okay, that's a good one.
right? And Snickers bar. Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
very nice. Very
Yeah.
nice. And third and final question. What drink, like what warm drinks, cold drinks, what type of drink best represents you in the morning?
Coffee.
Fabulous.
Like if Corey doesn't get coffee, I'm gonna probably need to get a new host. So I'm just gonna say that.
Uh-oh. Stakes are high, but I'm totally happy to help out on the show. I mean, if Catherine's too busy, I can be 4th host gladly.
She is the 3rd host. What are you gonna do? You can be up there. Yeah,
But
so
she's
Corey-
busy taking over the world.
Right. She is. So, on a side note, Corey will be back in just a second.
Don't
We
tell me he
actually
got
had
hacked
to try to
again.
figure out a way during this 5-hour marathon that we were going to take a break. So I invented this game like super quickly because I had to take a break. And so Corey's running back. He should be back shortly, but he is not back yet. But our next guest is in the green room. Oh my gosh, it's a crazy, crazy time.
Oh my
Here-
goodness.
Here he
This would
comes.
be
Here he comes.
Oh. Hey, Corey.
Oh,
Hey, look, I'm on top
oh.
now.
Moving around.
Play the game.
Okay. All right, let's do this.
Don't get dizzy.
All right. First question. Ron as a sound effect.
I don't know. I don't know the sound
You're
effect.
close. Okay, Ron, what was it?
Oh man, I just needed to be a little bit louder.
I totally forget what my second question was.
I don't remember.
Okay, but the third question.
The third one, I basically said, if you don't get this right, I'm getting a new co-host.
Yeah, this is the important one to pay attention to. So, Ron, what drink best represents Ron in the mornings specifically?
Well, I mean, you could actually use this as an all-day coffee.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will happy to keep my resume. Call me if you ever have another opening. I'll come
Perfect.
back and audition.
All right, Molly. Well,
For
we
the-
appreciate you coming, and we appreciate you giving us a little bit of a break. So we appreciate that.
No problem. So I hope you guys
little-
enjoy my gifts. Make sure you
Yes.
guys enjoy them to the max, to the fullest.
We will. You're
I'll
amazing,
enjoy
Molly, and I can't wait till we share the stage a little bit more coming up. So thank you so much.
Well, I got ideas. Just make sure you get access to your account, and then we'll talk.
Thanks,
Perfect.
Molly.
Perfect. All right.
Bye,
bye.
everyone.
Bye. All right, we are going to go right back into the green room, Corey. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Do it again. What is going on? Cody Jefferson is in the house. How we doing?
Listen, I'm just watching you guys answer a bunch of questions in the green room. Is this green room or are we live?
No, we're live now.
now.
This is live. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Rock and roll. I don't have any questions for you.
No, there's
If you're
no
on a
need.
desert island, you're just gonna have to make do with what you got in your backpack.
That's right.
There
That
we
was the
go.
question.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
is
the
that the
question you got.
That's
Oh,
so
my
funny.
goodness.
So yeah, we've been on live for getting close to 3 hours by the time
Yeah,
we're
I
done
see
with
that.
you.
How y'all
Here.
feeling?
It was good, but we had to take a little breather for a minute there. So Molly played co-host for a second.
Listen, 3 hours with me sucking down coffee all day long. I've got to have at least like a 2-3 minute break in between each call. If you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's been a crazy time. And Cody,
Yeah.
I know we just had you on not too long ago.
Yeah.
And we definitely we felt so blessed that you were willing to come right back
Let's go.
onto the 100th episode.
Congrats.
And but you are actually the only episode that I dialed in by mistake over a phone line instead of just using internet.
Mhm.
And so it sounded like I called into the show. It was hilarious.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, I think it still worked.
It worked. Yeah.
It did.
It worked. It worked. And we have something to share. Like as soon as we're done today, we have a bunch of fun stuff to share with you regarding episode 94 that you were just on. So, some videos, some shareables, some teasers, some quote cards,
Dope.
a bunch of fun stuff. So
Love it.
it got ready last night. So yeah, we'll share it with you here shortly. But we want to know, what's your 2021 plan? Like what's the big rocks that you're trying to knock over next year? I know family is such almost like the number one thing, if not the number one thing for you. Like what's really the 2021 goals for you, Cody?
Yeah. So obviously within what I do, we have 4 pillars of life, right? So we have head, heart, health, and habits, how we treat our mind, how we treat our body, how we treat our relationships, and how we treat our time. And so for me, the word, right? So when I was in ministry, we always had a word every year, right? Like you always had your vision word. And so for me, it's margin.
Margin.
Margin. I ran hard this year and been able to do some really, really amazing things and be able to grow in a way that has facilitated growth for not only me, but for those around me. It's been really beautiful. And if I'm being really genuine with myself, and if I'm not only being honest with myself, but if I'm also telling the truth about where I'm at with what I've accomplished up to this point, it's been beautiful, amazing, grateful, and I'm looking to step into more quantifiable impact on on a scale for people around me, on a scale for my community, for my church. If this year has taught me anything, which I mean, it's obviously taught me a lot, taught you guys a lot, taught everybody a lot,
Right.
is that for as much as we can go big and we can go global and we can talk audience and size and scope, I've recognized the sheer number of people who are hurting in my community. And so creating margin to be able to serve locally and to be able to create the capacity and the margin within my business, within the team growth, within, tracking, all the things that we do, the KPIs and all of our, all the ways in which we're expanding our team so that I can have more margin with my kids, so I can have more margin with my church, so I can get more involved, more margin with giving, helping to quantifiably just change more lives. So it's not like the super sexy, oh, we want to hit this metric. It's for me, man, I'm blessed.
Yeah. No,
I'll get emotional.
I can feel it. I can feel it. Literally, you are an amazing human person. And I love talking to you. This is we've talked multiple times, and I will tell you the amount of value you pour in just to us talking on a podcast and your community. So powerful.
Thanks,
and
man.
you're so genuine, and you're just you're coming from such a good place that your tribe of people, they know that, they feel it. They feel it. I was sitting here and I was just as I was listening, I was just oh, I feel it.
Yeah. Yeah. Money, all the big goals, they're cool. We still keep them. We still track them. We have rev goals. We have team goals. We have group goals, right? We have all those goals, but if we got to boil it down to what matters the most to me, it's that I stay true to the man that I say that I'm called to be, regardless of how hard that is, regardless of the decisions that I have to make, regardless of what might change in my life as a result of that, so that my kids can say at the end of the day that I am the man that I claim to be, right? Not that everybody online can, right?
Well, I mean, we haven't been asking everybody that question, and I truly, genuinely wanted to know your answer because I knew it wasn't going to be anything to do with money. I knew it wasn't going to be anything to do with anything. I 100% expected it to be all about impact, and so obviously you brought even more into it than I expected, and I love it. And the way you serve and the way you talk and the way you give, you had mentioned a project coming out for your own way to deliver that message coming soon. I don't know when it is, but I can't wait to listen. Mm-hmm. I can't wait to, hear every time you, give any kind of information out there. Cause you speak to both Ron and I.
You talking about the podcast?
Yeah.
You guys are going to be producing it. You guys, hey, if you're listening to this and you need a podcast produced, you needed the front end, shell, and everything created, these are your guys. These are literally your guys. They're my guys.
Well, I think your show, we're going to fight over who's editing. I'm telling you right now, we'll take turns or something.
I don't need any bomb sound effects or anything. That's been done. I don't need any of those cool things.
Yeah. So
maybe just a steady 20-second clip of YouTube behind me, just Streets intro. I just need that all
there we go.
But I'm talking.
There you go. I got you.
But so when's the goal? When's the goal to get going with that? And selfishly, not necessarily to produce it, but to truly hear your message.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would love to have that out. The goal isn't January 1. I've got too many things that are currently demanding of my time to be able to give it the attention that it deserves. Not that I think it would be hard. It's more of just a conversation of my own consistency with it. And I don't ever want to start anything that I can't create a real strong amount of consistency with. But I will say Q1 definitely will be out.
Yeah, I cannot wait. But that's going to be one of those on the favorites that I'm going to be waiting to hear. I know there's going to be so many people, if they haven't already connected with you, that you're going to be able to impact in such a huge way through that platform because you'll have them for one-on-one time.
Sure.
No one else around. You're in their head, and you're going to be able to help impact and change lives. Just from our past couple calls, they were so powerful and impactful for Corey and I that there's not a lot of guests that we can say, holy smokes. Like we had some aha moments after, and we're like, how do we create impact like that? How do we go do that? How do we become that type of individual? How do we be that kind of leader?
Yeah.
And you helped kind of craft those things just by talking with us, but we listened to what you were saying, and it was impactful. So I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. I received that. It's
All
an
right,
honor,
Cody.
gentlemen. It really is. It's a privilege to walk alongside you guys, to watch your growth, to watch what you're doing, to celebrate 100 episodes with you. You know, we'll do this for 200, we'll do it for 300, we'll do it for 400, we'll do it for 500. As often as you want me to come be a part of what you're doing, I'm always going to be your biggest fan, biggest supporter of what it is that you do and what you stand for. So I appreciate you both.
Appreciate it.
Make me cry over here, which I guess that's par for the course. You normally do every time I get listening to you.
Right.
I get a little emotional as well. All right, Cody. So I know it's a quick day today.
Yeah.
So anybody that doesn't know you, where do they go find you? And I know you have your Facebook group and the website and all that. But yeah, tell everybody, what do they got to do to go find you?
I mean, you can do all that. You can go to a lot of websites and click a lot of things, or you can just look up Cody Jefferson on Facebook or Instagram, and you'll find me. I'm relatively easy to find. I'm a really approachable guy. I'm in the business of telling stories, and I believe that we're all on a life's journey of telling a better story. I help people do that for a living, which is really extraordinary, but that starts with hearing yours. So shoot me a message. Give me like 4 1-minute clips of your story. Let me know who you are, what you love, what you're passionate about, what you're overcoming right now, where you self, and I'd love to engage with you.
So awesome.
Yeah.
Cody, we thank you so much for coming back and just celebrating with us, and we appreciate you coming along the journey with us as well and hitting us on some really cool parts.
Yeah, absolutely, guys.
All
right. And I can't wait to share with what we have later today. So, whether it's tonight or tomorrow, take a look, and hopefully you like it.
Let's go.
All
right. Bye, Cody. Thanks so much. All right. So apparently I've got some neighbors' dogs out being crazy. So give me 1 second.
It is all good. So you know what? We have someone else in the green room, Corey. So I'm going to introduce this person while you're going to go yell at your neighbor's dogs. All right? Because it's going to be good. Here we go.
Okay.
You ready? You ready?
Uh-oh, where's she? Oh, there she is.
How's it going?
You're killing it.
What is going on?
We're almost at the 3-hour mark.
How are you doing?
Well, we had to invent a game to take a break, but we're doing good.
Have you guys gone to the bathroom yet today? Like, what's?
Yes.
You're okay? Yeah. Do you have people like slowly handing you snacks from under tables and stuff?
Yes.
Well, I came prepared, and I've got a pitcher of water, and I had some sandwiches, and yeah, I mean, we're good.
My wife brought me a lunchbox with a whole bunch of snacks.
Little juice
But
box.
It's hard to eat like on camera. It's like
Just mute your
You're
mic
like,
for a second so you're not chomping in their ear. I just love that. Why
Yes.
is it so cool to be here?
Well, McCall, you know what? We are very blessed that you have joined us today. I tried to convince Ron to go pink, but we didn't go pink again for you. So I apologize.
That's okay because I have some news for Charisma Hacking.
Oh yeah?
This is great news for you guys.
Are you cheating? Pink?
Charisma Hacking is no longer female specific. But so we're deciding what to do with all of this. But yeah, because we're launching big stuff in the next little bit. There will still be female and male specific aspects to it. But yeah, guys, female or charisma hacking in general, no longer female specific. And then different coaching programs will be separated based on energy types. And one of those is like male and female. But get excited because you guys don't have to be pink anymore. So
I'm excited.
Well, I don't know, but pink is you. Like I resonate every time I see pink. I resonate with you. So I don't think you need to change. You need to change that. So
Hey, real men wear pink.
This is just me.
yes,
Hasn't repelled anybody so far. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm really excited. There's things happening. So it's really fun.
perfect. All right, so you've got big things coming on. You're actually going to help Ron and I because we were very upset at you last time.
Yeah.
And I think you may have something with the juniors sometime soon as well.
Yeah. We got a lot of things coming. So I right now am in the middle of. So I've been doing all this daily, everyday charisma stuff, which has been really fun and has gotten different people's attention.
You got called out by Russell Brunson on his podcast. Come on.
Yes, isn't that cool? Oh my gosh, yeah. All these people are being so nice. They're being so nice. And I've been getting a lot of different advice from people, and like different people are mentoring me, and it's, oh my gosh, so kind. But I'm in the middle of doing my course right now. So there will be a big old launch of the Charisma Hacking like official course, or the first course, I guess. Soon. We've done a rebrand, which is really exciting, and yeah, there's a lot of things happening right now. So we just switched. It's not necessarily really the only thing that was female specific before was my branding, because everything else people are like, well, charisma hacking works for everybody. Like, why the heck won't you give it to us? And I was like, listen, don't be offended by this. And now, yeah, we've really narrowed down the type of entrepreneur that we work with, but male and female both welcome, which is really exciting. So yeah, there's a lot of things happening. And then yeah, Charisma Hacking Juniors will be coming after that because I just love kids and I love working with kids. So yeah, we're busy. What's very fun.
Is the vault open? Is it?
Yes.
The vault is beautiful. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, the vault is free. So the vault, so we have an Everyday Charisma vault. It's charismavault.com, and it's every episode that I've done of Everyday Charisma. So what Everyday Charisma is, for all of y'all that have no idea what the heck we're talking about.
Then you've been living under a rock.
It's what? Yeah, you learn how to rock.
Been living under a rock. Where are they at?
Oh yeah, guys, come on. I'm pretty loud on the internet about it. But every week I pick a new person to charisma hack for the whole week. All that means is I break down what makes them engaging, what makes them good on video, and what makes people aggressively devoted to them. So the whole tangible result of charisma hacking is not just having customers. And I know we kind of talked about like the fans aspect last time, but we've really, especially with like doing all this work for the charisma hacking course, we've really nailed down the specific tangible result of charisma hacking, and that's aggressive devotion. And it really is a whole new level than just the customers, just the fans. But it's if you think of like the person in business that when they tell you to read something, you read it. When they tell you to follow someone, you follow them. When they tell you to do anything in your business, you do that thing. That is aggressive devotion. And if anybody were to badmouth them anywhere on the internet, you come to their defense in a big way. And fortunately, I've been able to do that with charisma hacking, been able to do that with a bunch of my clients, and really break down the things that make, Russell Brunson have all of these aggressively devoted fans. It's not just customers that like his solution. It's not just people who buy his products, but they're people who are addicted to his content, which is really cool. So every week I break down a new person and I tell you what makes them aggressive, or what gives them that kind of aggressively devoted fan base, which is really cool. And then they nominate each other, which has been a really fun thing. So I picked Russell, and he was like, "Man, you got to do Garrett J. White." And I was like, "Okay." And like Dave said, "Oh, you got to do Steve J. Larson." And I was like, oh, "Okay, cool." And then Alex Sharpen was like, "You got to do George Bryant," who I'm doing this week. And I'm like, "Oh, okay, cool." So they're all nominating each other, which is really fun. And then there's a vault, which is what we were talking about originally, of all of the episodes of Everyday Charisma. So you can break down different people that you're interested in and learn from different people about what makes them charismatic. So all the episodes are there that we've done. A new episode is added every single day, which is really fun. So yeah, there are so many things happening right now.
Love it. I love it. And I'm insanely jealous because on Thanksgiving, I got hacked. I'm not in Facebook right now. And so I'm missing every day.
No.
Yeah.
You can still see them in the vault.
I can. I also need to get in touch with your husband because I'm missing some other stuff from him because of that. So FYI, someday I'll get in touch with him.
You got hacked and not in the good way.
No.
Yes.
No, and it was right before our Black Friday stuff. So like all the contacts that he had kind of been prepping, I didn't have access to. And so everything was like lit. I was like, okay, let's figure it out.
But now I know for anybody like me that is not able to see it live, I can just go to charismavault.com and check it out.
Yes. I know they're really fun to be there live, but if you're not there live, I mean, you watch the replay and it's great.
Well, and we've been having fun with the Shark Tank. Unfortunately, I've missed the last couple Saturdays, and I think Corey and I are on a summit this Saturday. So we're going to see if I can make it this Saturday.
Ooh.
But I've enjoyed those tremendously.
I'll need the Zoom link outside of Facebook though.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you give me your email, I'll send it to your email if you want. Just like, my email. Okay, everybody, guys, this is my email, so don't spam me. But McCall at charismahacking.com. Just send me an email, and I will send you all the stuff your way. Yeah, Shark Tank Saturday. So what Ron's talking about too here, we just have to explain all the things. So every Saturday we do a Shark Tank pitch breakdown. And instead of doing it live on Facebook, so the reason why, because I was going to just do Shark Tank, I think I even started it as like Shark Tank Sunday or whatever. And I was going to do a Shark Tank pitch just live on Facebook because I was sitting there with my husband one day and our Wi-Fi wouldn't connect to our TV, which is where we watch all of our shows. So we had to turn on the regular TV and Shark Tank was there and he knows my nerdy heart, you guys, how much do we love him for this? He was like, he gets really giddy and he turns to me and he's like, do you want to charisma hack some Shark Tank pitches? And my response was, yes. So I sat there and we just watched Shark Tank and I couldn't pause it, which was like the most annoying thing ever. Because you guys know how deep I go with the geeking out. So I'd be like, okay, you see what he just did there? Oh, God, okay, you could have done this. And it was this wild adventure. And I was like, you know what? This is a cool thing. Like, it would be really cool to charisma hack these Shark Tank pitches in front of other people. And then I mentioned it online in like one of my live videos. And then one of my awesome charisma hackers was like, you know that we'll get taken down because of copyright. You can't use those clips. And I was like, good point. So instead of doing it live on Facebook, we do it live on Zoom. And then they do one to the vault too, but it also gives me a chance to like see your guys' eyeballs and like answer questions. So we do like a big Q&A at the end and we go through emotional mapping with everybody. I'm like, okay, how do we feel about this? Let's talk about the different things. It's really fun.
It's a blast. It is a blast.
It's pretty cool. So yeah, so we
in
do
the
that
vault to see it for sure.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. One question for me.
Okay.
You have a ton of going on. But what if I'm new? What if I'm just trying to figure things out? How do I truly get my message out there utilizing some of the tips and tricks that you would give somebody? Because I know someone like me would never pay attention to all the things that you pay attention to without you pointing it out. So people like me need you.
Thank you.
What's your tip? What's your tips?
Okay. So if you guys are brand new, meaning you are not to a place where you are publishing on video yet, right? Everybody knows that they should be publishing on video right now. Yeah, at least you should. If you don't know, guys, you should be publishing on video right now. But I know it's a really scary thing for people. So a lot of times people won't publish on video. They'll go to copy or something because of kind of that fear. What I would say, the place to start, so you do not have to be able to charisma hack somebody the geeky way that I do in order to be successful at this. I understand how much of a nerd I am. I really do. And you are excused from doing that. But the number one thing that is important with charisma hacking is our whole motto, which is ask yourself why. So with every single thing, the reason why I started doing this charisma hacking process, so before I ever knew what a framework was, I made checklists. And I called them checklists until I started charisma hacking, when I had the language that Russell Brunson provided. And I was like, oh, this is a framework. This is crazy. But I literally would break down things into checklists of like, oh, how do I create repeatable success? And the first thing in order to start to create repeatable success is to start to pay attention to other people's repeatable success, right? So the reason why on Everyday Charisma, why we charisma hack other people, and where you can start before you're even publishing, is pull up one person that you binge watch, right? If there's a YouTube channel that you love, if there's a podcast that you love listening to, hindsight hacking, right? If there's all these different people that you are already addicted to their content, meaning when you watch one of their videos, you look for another one to watch, or you constantly make it past that 1 minute mark on whatever medium that is. Start to ask yourself why. And that can be in a couple different ways, right? So you can say, okay, I like watching this person, so you can watch it on mute and be like, okay, if I watch this on mute, would I still be drawn to this content? We call those nonverbal cues, right? So if they're like moving in a funny way and you're like, oh yeah, that makes me feel like I relate to them. I like the way that they move, or I think it's funny, right? Would it still be engaging that way? Start to write down different things you're drawn to. If it's a podcast or a purely audio medium, then you just say, okay, what about their voice and the way they're delivering their content makes me want to listen to it and makes me not tune it out? Everybody's going to have different tastes, and that's the point. But just by being observant about like, okay, hindsight hacking has all these amazing listeners. These guys are clearly doing something right, and they are able to book guests that are fantastic on their shows. Okay, now, how could we break down what they're doing that we could also repeat? First, we say, what are they doing that's repeatable? Oh, they're always asking these specific questions. I love getting the answers to those specific questions. So if you're starting a podcast, you start to think, oh, what are the questions that I would love to hear the answers to? And you write those down. Then you say, oh, okay, the way that Ron does this one thing with his voice, where he like leans into the camera and then leans in or leans out, and like you can tell that there's a depth there, and you can tell when he's serious about things. Oh, I love listening to that, so I'm going to make sure that I write that down. That's something I could use in my own podcast, right? Or like the way that Ron has all this energy, so we make sure that it's back here, and like he does like a higher part of his voice, right? So it's really fun and it sounds bright and it sounds friendly. I love hearing that, right? I feel like Corey is totally my friend when he does that. I'm going to make sure that I do that in my own podcast or in my own videos, right? So the very first thing, you just have to be observant. Be observant of what you like. Be observant of why you like it, right? And at first, it can just be they make me feel these emotions, and I want to make sure that I can also make people feel those emotions. And then you just break it down as nerdy as you can stand to be into smaller and smaller and smaller checklists. The other thing I would say, so first, be observant, and second, just start. I guess just start. I have like this whole formula on like charisma hacking yourself and like being, I call it an emotionally accurate version of yourself. But the place that people have to get in order to use charisma hacking is actually using charisma hacking, right? They actually have to have some sort of publishing platform that they can start on. Because like, even though I can do copy, that's not what charisma hacking is about, right? It's performance mediums. If you don't already have a podcast, or you like have bought the URL, or you have the name of it, right? If you don't plan on publishing in these different platforms, right? On stage, on a podcast, on video, you're going to be able to use charisma hacking, right? So just start, and then you can always work your way through it.
Oh, I love that so much. I appreciate you taking the time today. And yes, mic drop. It's over now. No, we are so excited that you took the time to come back, help us celebrate the 100th episode. And we enjoy just working with you and being a part of your world. It's been amazing. And I know other people want to get some of that value. Where can they connect with you?
Oh, thank you so much. It's so fun. I heard Cody's ending last time and I was like, whoa, what a freaking cool dude.
It's so cool.
Yeah, chills up and down your arm, right? He's so freaking cool. I also, guys, you totally connect with me on Facebook. I do Everyday Charisma live on my profile every single day. And I love connecting with people. People are my favorite. Guys, be my friend. That's what I tell everybody. I'm like, I would love to be friends. I would love to just connect with you. You also, like we have talked about this whole time, you can go to charismavault.com. The fun thing that comes with when you sign up for charismavault.com, the first email that you get is literally a link to my schedule so that I can
be my
schedule
friend.
a bonding call with you.
Be my
Just
friend.
Literally, and the email
I didn't
literally
schedule
said-
my Be My Friend call because I was hoping we were friends still.
Yeah. So I'm like,
I-
okay, yeah.
I might
So-
schedule my call. That's what I need to schedule. that. So,
Please do.
all right, McCall, I think I want to thank you first for joining today.
you.
And it's very special for us. But next time, because there will be a next time, I think we need to get you to sing live on the show. I don't know.
And
Yes. How come we didn't do that last time?
Because we failed. But next time.
guys, I seriously thank you so much for even asking. This is so cool. I am hacking the crap out of what you guys are doing today. I'm like, this is so cool. You guys are amazing. Congratulations on 100 episodes.
I appreciate it. Well, it's funny. We thought of this crazy idea like 30 shows ago. And I was like, what if we did like a celebration? And this was my plan. I was like, how about we have this fake assistant like reach out to everybody and say, let's throw them a surprise. And I was like, that's dumb. We don't have any. Like, I'll just ask people. Corey, you ask people. And then ta-da. Like, then we were like all excited. And then all of a sudden, my wife's like, you're going to be live for 5 hours. I was like, yes.
Off drops.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But we appreciate you, McCall. We'll talk soon.
Yes.
Thank you so
Perfect.
much.
Thank you for having me. Goodbye.
Oh,
Bye.
McCall, thank you.
Oh my goodness, Corey. It's
Yes.
nonstop. It is nonstop. You would not believe who is in the green room right now. ready?
You're right. I would
You
not
ready?
believe. I'm ready.
We've been waiting to talk to this person. We've been waiting. Here we go.
What is going on? Brad, how are you?
So good.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy as I am. You're gonna talk for 5 straight hours is insane.
Yeah, we are on 3 hours and 15 minutes right now.
That is only maybe slightly crazier that I talked to people for 6 hours about taxes one day.
Now, we were so excited to have you and Ryan coming back on, but I'm going to let Corey kind of do the little intro thing, and then we'll get to it.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Brad, thank you for being here. Anybody that's listening, watching episodes 27 through 31, Ron and I went through a free challenge that Cashflow Tactics gives. So find them in the Facebook group, Cashflow Tactics. Brad and his partners, they have a 5-day free challenge that basically will help you figure out what you need to change in your life to get yourself free. And Brad, it truly did change our lives. Now, at that time, when we took that challenge, I had $28,000 in credit card debt, and I had a 9-to-5 job, and it took Ron and I to figure out a strike number, and there's 0 credit card debt now, and there's no more 9-to-5 job. And it started because of you guys.
Yeah, it gets better. It gets better, Brad. So think about this. So we both had 6-figure jobs. We don't have anymore because of the strike number. Okay. Corey has no debt because of the strike number and the trainings. And you know what's crazy? I upgraded to two new cars, no payments, no debt, no job. Like, your stuff was mind blowing. And we were like, we purposely didn't even tell you until this show. We're going to get his reaction live on the show.
Oh, you guys did it. That was so awesome. I was wondering, we're talking about Ryan when we saw this pop back up on our schedule. I was like, I wonder what those guys are up to. They were like in and active and they disappeared. Like, oh, did we let them down? No, you guys were keeping it a secret from me.
Yes.
That is so awesome.
It was
that is so awesome.
Yes. And so Brad, for anybody that doesn't know you, obviously we've been blessed to get to know what you've been doing, but feel free to share a little bit, how did you get to a point where you can now help people basically become financially free in 10 years or less?
Oh man. So obviously big question about keep it quick. So, I mean, our whole point was based in what you guys just talked about. Like, we wanted to be free. We wanted to own and control what at the time I thought I needed to make a lot of money, or I needed a lot of assets, or I needed all these investments, or I needed a big 401k, or I need my debt paid off. And it turned out that as I went through this process, and by the way, like I'm not a novice at this. Like I have 4 different degrees. I worked on Wall Street. Like I tried to figure this out the traditional way. And every time I kept running roadblock after roadblock, like it wasn't there. It wasn't getting me where, because I kept that focus of, I want to be free. And I kept having to redefine it and find a different path and find a different mentor and go down. And ultimately we came to this conclusion that, and I say we, because Ryan and I were actually together in a mastermind when the tumblers finally fell into place on this. I was like, wait a minute. The only purpose of having money for anything is to be free. And freedom isn't, again, how much money I have or the stuff that I have. It's how much of my time I own. And you guys are now to where like you own immense amounts more of your time, because we started to understand and put very specific things in place that lead toward owning more time, not more assets, or not paying off debt, or not these other objectives that we're told are good, but then often get sacrificed for this concept of freedom. And so it was continuing to push through to say, just make me more free or less free, more free, less free, more free, less free. And then when we got there, we sort of like, kind of like when you climb up a mountain, you look back down, you're like, holy crap, like I can see the whole path. I can see it all. I know exactly how to do it. And that's when we said, all right, now we're going to teach others how to join us and climb to the same summit of financial freedom. And the cool part about it is it doesn't take 30 years and it doesn't take 4 degrees, and it's not mystical or mythical or magical or anything. It's frameworks and formulas and understanding what to do. So that's what we do.
Yeah, it was funny because we were pretty vulnerable on this 5-day challenge and doing it live, and you guys were gracious enough to like, yeah, let's do it. And so it was 5 live episodes every single day. So cool. Did that. And then we just executed what we said we were going to do. And there was a couple of times we're like, oh, we should go tell them. And then we had this crazy idea of this show, and we're like, no. We're just going to tell them when they're on the show. So if you didn't come on the show, you would have never known. We would have told
you. Thank you for doing on the show because I had to move it, but I'm glad that it worked.
No. I was happy. I got that, and I was like, yeah, we'll move things around. It'll be fine at the last minute. We've been live for 3.5 hours. It's fine.
So our next step is you've said you've been focused on taxes before, right? Like, I mean, that's the next thing. I think, for Ron and I, that's the next thing to learn from you, and is taxes for our business that is now providing enough for both of us to have left those jobs, right? Like, so yeah, that's you're going to be our guide for that for sure.
That is definitely the next piece, because that becomes the number one stumbling block and roadblock to a life of financial freedom, whether it's as an entrepreneur stepping out of the 9-to-5, or even as just stepping out of the regular investment path. If you know Robert Kiyosaki's ESBI quadrants, as we move, our goal is to move you to the other side of those quadrants, to be an entrepreneur and to be an investor. And there's a completely different set of rules to follow. They're not the same that your normal advisor would ever talk to you about, because that applies to employees or those that are sort of owning a job. So yes, that's what gets to open up. It's going to be exciting, you guys.
Yeah, no, we can't wait. We are so excited to share with you guys, and we've been purposely silent.
That is so cool.
It was funny because my mom, she was talking to me about investing in some things, and there was something that I couldn't remember exactly what you said, but it was about how all the presidents and all the rich people use this life insurance thing. And I go, ask your investor about this. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, aha, see, Mom, that guy is not trying to help you. He's just trying to get your money. I was like,
or he just doesn't know because he's not financially free himself, and he can't lead something he's never done for himself. Like first question to ask your advisor is, are you rich? And then ask yourself, do I want to be where that guy is? Because if not, he or she cannot lead you on that path.
Right.
Well, I know we're quick and short today. So if you wouldn't mind, share with the audience the 4 core pillars, what is it? 4 pillars, 4 core?
4 pillars.
And then maybe one tax tip as we close out 2020.
Sweet. Okay, cool. We'll go fast. So the core 4 pillars, the concept behind this is we've even on this episode thrown out a term that is not very well defined and not very well understood. The word is investing, right? And you're told now that you can invest in just about anything, but that's not actually true. And the definitions of words matter. And what most people call investing, the reality is they're either speculating or gambling. And they're not truly investing. So the core 4 pillar helps us to understand this true definition of investing. And it's what the wealthy do and have done. Anyone that's ever built any amassed amount of wealth has followed these principles. And so that's what we teach and talk about. So the core 4 is if we're going to go out and do something with our money, we have to answer these. It has to pass these first 4 checklist items. Okay. First off, it has to make enough money to be worth it, right? I don't get out of bed unless I get an outcome, right? Or money shouldn't get out of bed unless it's working hard enough to make us financially free. Making money is not enough. Just the fact that it is good is not enough. It has to get us free in 10 years. If it doesn't, we pass. Second thing is, so we got to increase our returns. The second is, though, most people would say, oh, but Brad, if I'm going to get these good returns, I have to be willing to take what? More risk, right? That's where we depart from traditional. That's speculating. That's gambling. Okay. But in investing, the investors, the good investors of the world know that to get those returns, they focus on increasing not their risk, but increasing their control over the investment or their influence on the investment. And by doing that, we systematically reduce and eliminate risk. Let me ask you guys about your business. Do you now, I mean, there were times, I'm sure it was scary, but do you now wake up every morning being like, oh my gosh, I don't have a job. I don't know where money's going to come from. I'm just going to try to do a bunch of stuff to make money. No. You guys are getting paid in proportion to the amount of risk you eliminate inside of your day-to-day business. Investing is the same way. We don't get paid based on how much risk we take on. It's by how much we reduce and eliminate. Same concept with investing. So increase returns, increase control, decrease risk. And then my favorite is we have to decrease and or eliminate taxes. So if I'm looking at investment and I can't articulate the return, how much control I have, how much risk I am forced to take on, and what I'm going to pay in tax, I pass. It doesn't work. We just stop there. I don't need the whole pitch. I don't need the whole investor prospectus. I can decide now that this is not investing, it's speculating, and speculating does not make me free. So I'm done. So that's lens number 1. You will eliminate 97% of opportunities brought to you just by running it through those 4 things. Okay. Second piece, 4 pillars. Okay. Brad, what crazy world do you live in that you can take control of your investments and decrease your risk at the same time? Like, I've never seen that before. You guys even almost said that word for word, right? What fantasy land do you live in? Well, that's what the 4 pillars helps us to do, because inside of every investment, there are 4 ways that you can get paid. Think about this for a second. If you're listening, how many ways does your 401k pay you? Generally just 1, right? The things you have in there are worth more tomorrow than they are today. That's the idea. Okay. Let's only get paid 1 way. How fun are games that we can only win 1 way? Like, not at all, right? I would never play a game that I only get 1 way of winning, right? But that's what everybody signs up for. But there's actually 4. And the question to ask yourself, if there's 4 ways to get paid in every investment and I'm only making 1, who's making the other 3, right? That's like the behind the scenes stuff that I saw on Wall Street. I was like, wait a minute, this is not the game I'm going to play. So quickly, we can make money through appreciation. The things we own go up in value. And that's great. But if I'm only doing that, I by default fail the core 4 because I don't have any control, right? So I have to add to that the 3 other ways that I can make money. So we have to pursue, if we want to be free in 10 years, the only way to do is pursue investments that, yes, they go up in value, but they while having them, owning them and them going up in value, they also put money in my pocket, cash flow. Okay. I can also use leverage. Okay. Whether that be financial leverage, other people's money is a great way to do it, or whether it's leverage in a system or a process as well. It's not just financial leverage, but we need to be able to utilize leverage. And then last, again, taxes are the biggest destroyer of wealth. So we have to be able to not pay taxes, because if you and I make the same amount of money, but you have to pay taxes and I don't, me not paying taxes is the same as generating a return, right? So we look at that. Any investment that makes money in all 4 ways is what gives us more control and what decreases risk. Because if one of those doesn't work out, I still have the other 3, right? Whereas if appreciation doesn't work out, I'm knocked out of the game. I can't play anymore. Okay. So that's core four pillars. If you run your investments through that lens, 97% of everything anyone brings you, whether it's stocks, bonds, mutual funds, index funds, or even, Bitcoin is all the rage again right now. But again, you run it through there, it doesn't pass.
Right.
The core four pillars. So you can't build a system to accomplish your outcomes by speculating in Bitcoin. And I love it. Like we work really hard to update our language with our community. When someone comes to me and says, "Hey, my advisor said I should invest in this in my 401k," I'm like, "Whoa, wait. You mean he said you should speculate in this thing in your 401k?" Just changing the word changes how you feel about it, right? When someone says, "I think I should invest in Bitcoin," I'm like, "Whoa, you mean you should speculate in Bitcoin?" Does that still sound like a good idea? Right. And then all of a sudden, all the promised returns are like, oh, because when I invest, I feel like smart, right? I feel like I can do things.
Invested.
But
Right.
speculating is like, oh, yeah, that's not what I really want.
No.
Okay, tax tip. It is December 8th. So unfortunately, there's not a lot we can do. But here's one of the best things I can do for you in taxes is point out a reality that you can't currently see. And around taxes, the reality would be if you're just now calling your CPA and saying, "How can I save taxes?" You have the wrong CPA and you have the wrong plan. Taxes are not saved in December. That is when we try to do that at the end of the year, we're chasing loopholes. Okay. You cannot consistently reduce and eliminate taxes. I've shared this publicly, so I'll do it here. I shared a tax return on a presentation day before of my own where I paid 6.13% in taxes. You cannot do that by chasing loopholes at the end of the year. You pay taxes by setting up the right structures in May, right? When your CPA is not busy and not under the wire and not just trying to get things out the door, you actually sit down and you have a strategy session with him or her that says, here's where I am at. Here are the steps that I want to take to be at this level of taxation. And if you have that conversation, if you ask your CPA, Brad, this weird dude on the internet from Utah with a pyramid in his logo, I don't know. He said like bring 3 friends to his house. It's not that kind of pyramid, you guys. But this guy said I could pay 20% in taxes because that's the threshold. If you're paying more than 20% in taxes, you're paying too much. Okay. Yep. And if you go to say, what are the 5 steps I need to take to lower my taxes from where I am to 20%? If they look at you with a blank stare, you've got the wrong CPA. Right. But if they respond and say, yes, this is exactly what to do. Let's onboard you. Let's put you through our process. What we do now, you're in the right conversation. So taxes is not prepare and fill out my forms. It's lead me on a path to systematically reducing my taxes over time. So unfortunately, December, there's not like, hey, do this one thing because taxes is so specific. But I'd say if you don't have a plan, you are paying too much in tax for sure.
All right. 2021, we'll have to get a plan.
We are going to.
No, exactly. We'll be talking again. I know that for a fact very soon.
Yes.
Brad, we thank you for everything that you've poured into us and so many others. And for the people that haven't taken advantage of what you guys are offering over at Cashflow, where can they find you?
So you can go to the Facebooks and go to Cashflow Tactics. You just search Cashflow Tactics. We got a free group there. Or if you want to take this challenge that Ron and Corey have been talking about that was so amazing, you go to cashflowtactics.com/challenge and you get signed up and we'll guide you through the 5 days, the same way we did them. And who knows, 6 months from now, your life will be totally different.
Yep. And don't tell Ryan because he's coming on.
Oh, no, I won't.
So it's got to be a surprise for him too.
Yeah. I want to see his response too. But I want to say thank you guys back to you guys because you guys give a voice to awesome stuff like what we do and all the other people you've had on here. And I still look at your hindsight hacking. Like it's so brilliant to bring on people that have been successful and look back at their formulas, their frameworks of how they've done it. So appreciate you guys having us and all these other guests on to get all this amazing information out to the world. It's definitely, I say things like the Facebooks. And so I clearly don't have this skill set. So I'm glad you guys can make noise and get people to listen to it. It's awesome.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Brad. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. It's good to see you again, and we'll talk soon.
Awesome. See you guys.
Thanks.
Bye, Brad. Whoo! What a day.
Get him on a roll.
I feel like a party's coming.
Another party? We got more party.
There's a party. What up? Party!
The Biz Bros.
second there, I thought we messed up the time completely, and I was like, "It's okay. We just got a mastermind level,
presentation, my brother. Yeah,
so-
that was amazing. Run for a
was all
second.
good.
I thought you were gonna play the German house music, the techno.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, hold on. Where's that? That one or this one? That one.
There we go.
Wow,
That one is so much
that's it.
fun.
Yeah, party time. Let's go.
Well, for anybody that's not paying attention right now, today we have the Biz Bros, Louis and Luis, or Fonzie, if you like. Someone that's more like me. As you can see, he's got the right hat on. And, if you didn't hear episode 68, go and check back because they gave lots of fire on that day. So what's going on, guys? What's new? What's happening in your world?
Well, what's happening in your world? I mean, freaking congrats. 100 episodes?
Yes, congrats.
Woo!
That's so amazing.
Trying to catch up to you guys. Thank you, though.
It's not a competition.
It's
We all
not
know
a-
it's not a competition here. We're all helping each other out. So, dude, again, congrats. It's amazing. And what you guys are doing for your episode 100 is pretty epic.
I know. How's are you guys okay? Food, drinks, coffee? I know this
Yeah,
is like a marathon of
Well,
live stream.
I see Ron munching in there. So,
Yes.
My wife came down and she's baking cookies, so she brought me some cookies and she gave me all these snacks, which is great. Except I can't eat on camera, so they're just sitting here like, taunting me.
It's okay. We'll have a conversation with Corey. That's fine.
Hey, Ron,
Yeah.
nobody
I know.
ever done it before.
I started out a pitcher of water and sandwiches. Like, we're
Yeah,
good.
then we had to take a break, and we didn't really plan a break or how we were going to do that because we're live for 5 hours. So
Yeah.
I invented a game that Molly was so generous to. I hopped off and she asked Corey some questions. I had to answer the questions. Then Corey hopped off. It was the only way we were able to do it. Very discreet.
Love it,
That's
man.
awesome.
Love it. I love it.
Yeah, you guys are amazing, man.
Well, thank you, and we super enjoy everything that we are doing with you because obviously we come at content at different ways, but there's so many things that we do that's similar in how we want to treat guests and family, and then we've completely stole hashtag frictionless ever since we met you. So. So tell us, like, tell us the frictionless story. Tell the audience, like, what you guys think as you build your, content machine, just with the frictionless in mind.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The fast version, we encountered a ton of friction when trying to produce content, right? Like we tried this, like Fonzie said, that like for 3 years trying to publish something, like not even consistently, like something, right? And we started as a social media marketing agency, and we were preaching content. We were preaching that, but we couldn't operate and we couldn't do it ourselves, or we told that to ourselves. That was the story that we kept telling ourselves. So we decided one day, I remember it was like the OFA challenge, and we're like, hey, this is the perfect time to start a podcast. Let's go do it, right? And so we had this idea of the perfect show, which, it was going to be recorded in Fonzie's room. So he had the bed, and we had this big light, 2 cameras, right? So Fonzie's girlfriend would walk in, and it's like, what are you guys doing? This looks so weird. And we're like, I promise you, it's not what you think. It's a podcast. He's like, so weird.
Yeah, a very weird podcast.
And then we'll sit down and start recording, and then the cameras had 20-minute timers. So, Fonzie had to talk, and then I will get up and run and like hit record again and then come back. And then, after the full episode, like in the episode, we will say something and then we'll make a mistake, and we're like, no, we got to restart the whole thing. So we restarted each episode like 3 times. Man, okay. And then after that, we now have the footage. Now Fonzie had to edit it. So another friction point there, because he's like, I'm not going to edit this. So we started to identify all this stuff. The setup alone was like an hour. Well, we recorded 5 of these. How many got out? 0. Like they're still there in the vault,
And
right?
they will never be
and they would
edited.
never be edited. Like I've dropped a beer like on my computer. Like we might release them as a bonus somewhere at some point. But
I'll edit them for you.
You can edit them.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys can enjoy that for sure. You'll be like, yes, this is gold. And then fast forward a year, we're still not publishing, right? Like it's just sitting there, right? And we got to a meeting, and these guys were like, it's wonderful what you guys do with the clients and the content and the way that you approach it, but where's your stuff? Like, where is your content? Like, and then trust level just like dropped to the floor, got punched to both of us, and then we came back here and we're like, we need to do something about this. We need to publish consistently. Like, people are not seeing the message. People don't know who we are. So we started identifying all those friction points. And we're like, okay, what is our frictionless content to publish, to hit like the publish button, right? So we identify editing was one of it. The other one was like, I don't like writing. So writing was not going to be an option. The 2 cameras. So at the end of the day, we came up with a minimal viable content. And that was for us, Facebook Live, because we just like grab the phone, share a story related to our business, boom, publish, right? And then we decided to do it every single day for 45 days straight.
And that led to what we call now the frictionless sale, right? Which is people started seeing your content and getting not only educated, but now they trust you. And they're like, wow, look, I see these guys pretty often in my feed. Oh. And when you talk to them, you just build this rapport, or you already have this rapport built. Or if they don't know you, they're going to go and figure out who you are. So they're going to go in your profile. But at the time they see all this content you've been posting there, immediately, like their rapport just goes up, and they're like, they know what they're talking about. Look for how long they've been doing it. Look how consistent they are, right? And that leads to way less friction at the time of making a sale as well.
Yeah, well, and just everything that we're doing with you guys, we got the content chop shop. That's always fun. We have a lot of fun with you guys. How you approach the amount of content and how you package it is unseen. That I mean, and I'm all about that, but I love how you package it back and you help people really understand how they can use their content differently, right? So you're able to break that up. You could say, here's this piece for this, here's this for that, here's this for this. And you're able to get them to understand that not only can you help them, but they can do it.
Yeah,
yeah. Thank you for that. That was great feedback. Appreciate
thank you. My heart is like all warm and tender now.
Yeah. For us, I mean, on that stage, right? Like we lived it. Like we were the 2 like freelancers trying to create the content for ourselves, and we're like, we'll record like this 10-minute video, and then okay, what do we do with this 10-minute video? How can we be efficient with time, not only on creating but publishing, right? Like, so if I'm investing 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour creating this piece that I feel very proud of, right? How can I actually make my message multiply and go out there?
Yeah. How can I maximize my efforts, right?
So with the Facebook Live, with the second season of 45 Live, we actually started experimenting on how to repurpose this type of content. We're like, okay, how long does it take me to record the video, grab it, download it, put it on LinkedIn, create this thumbnail, put it on IGTV, right? And we timed it, and we're like, okay, from the second I start recording to when I publish the whole thing is 30 minutes. I'm like, okay, that is my capacity according to my resources. We talked about this on the publishing pyramid. So we're like, can I sustain this over time? Can I do this every single day? So at first, that's how it started, right? So we're like, okay, now if I understand where my pieces are going to go, and if I understand ahead of time how I'm actually going to create that conversation, how I'm going to create this piece of content, then I can, deploy the content later very quickly, because I don't have to think where it goes, right? It's not that I get 300 pieces and then I'm like, where do I put this? No. You already created and you already produced with your output in mind, right? So what happens, a lot of people think they have the resources or they have the capacity where they're like, give me as much content as possible, right? That was us. We're like, we want to be Gary Vee. We want to be like Grant Cardone, like all this stuff. But then as we started executing, like a lot of us do when we're first starting up, because we don't have the resources or we don't have the team, right? Then we get overwhelmed, and because it's frustrating, then we stop, which sucks.
Yeah.
So
we always use the New Year's analogy, right? That everybody at the beginning of the year, they're like, you know what? In 3 weeks, I'm going to get ripped. It's going to be the best year ever. I'm going to be, the healthiest. And they put these goals and it's like, I'm going to go work out 5 times a week, every single day from January 1st. And 3 weeks in, and this is actually an actual statistic, like halfway through February, 80% of those people already quit their New Year resolutions.
Yeah.
And it's because the goal is so overwhelming and the task, like maybe not the goal, right? But the smaller steps, they still make them so overwhelming that they cannot perform consistently, right?
Yeah.
It's a muscle at the end of the day that you got to train, right? You cannot start just working out 3 hours every single day. But what if we start, working out 10 minutes and then progressively we, add more time? And it's the same with content.
Yeah.
What is your capacity right now? And start with that. And progressively, you're going to get more resources so you can build up on that and build a better and bigger machine.
Yeah, and after that, right, like with our clients or the partners that we work with, it's like we've been there. Like it sucks getting a folder full of stuff, and then I don't know where to find it. I don't know how to reach that content, right? So people keep losing their stuff, and they're investing resources and time into this, right? How can we make that system very clearly? We've been able to develop a language in the back end of the machine that allows you to find every single piece that we produce for our team or for anybody else. So I think it comes from us trying to figure out ourselves at the very beginning. Obviously, it has evolved massively over the course of this year, and it will continue to evolve, right, to make it better. But just this morning we were on a call with this team, and they're like, man, like I work with a lot of creatives and designers and stuff, and the way that they organize they don't organize it, right? They just send it, and then it's like, oh man, I've been in that place. I'm like, I want to optimize my time, not only on creating but also on distributing. And the fact that those systems are replaced allows for this to distribute, let's say 55 different pieces in 20 minutes, right? Sweet. Now that I don't have the time limitation, I can actually multiply my message as much as I can, right? So now it allows you to express your message, be in front of other audiences, develop new relationships, right? Because that problem is already solved.
Well, everything you guys do, the fact that you went through it and figured out how can you do it yourselves to be that example for those people like Ron and I as we start looking, right? Like who do we want to model? Like we're not going to go hire somebody that we can't model, right? Like that's what attracted us to utilizing your services, because we had your content to model, right? Like we saw it. And so we would have been the same people in the boardroom going, hey, I see you say you want to do this, but where is it, right? We would have been those people. So we definitely love it. And you guys deliver on the service and the quality. And so hats off. And I know you guys have pretty much exploded in your business this year. And so what is kind of the big rocks, the big goals for the upcoming year? I mean, you trying to scale, you trying to do new things, you got new offers, what's going on?
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. And thank you so much for the compliment. They definitely mean a lot. We obviously love working with you guys. And, for 2021, I personally don't think we actually have sat down and talked through this. But so far, our goal is, grow this service, because one of the biggest things that we noticed in this year is that we finally focused in one offer, right? And that's when we experienced the growth. And before we were trying to do many things, nothing happened. When we finally focused, it started growing. So now I think it's about organizing the pieces surrounding that offer and just make it scalable, right? So for example, because of how we operate, we cannot be onboarding 5 people at the same time right now in our business, right? So we're working right now in a sales system so we can have onboardings every other week, right? So kind of like schedule them. And so that'll be one of the first goals, right? So it's kind of like a predictable scaling, if that makes sense. I don't know if my brother has another one over there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you would have asked this question a year ago. I would have been like, I want to make, $3 million and, have this massive team, right? And and that was probably my answer last year too, because I would shift the camera a little bit over there. We have like this yearly calendar, right? And it's written right there, $3 million, right? We're not close to that, but we're very proud of what we built, right? Like we've been able to go from a freelancing gig of doing 30,000 different things to really focus, enjoying really the process, really enjoying producing the show. Like the show was the thing that saved us through COVID, right? And then building a team, we have about 8 people now. So it's like, it's incredible. Like just being able to share this passion with other people. So that's why my answer will be different. And I'm not going to put a monetary number on there. I'm going to be like, look, I want to continue to grow steadily. Like Fonzie said, that's why the focus is on this. Like it got to a point in the last 2 months where we had an influx of business, right? And we were onboarding people very close to each other, and it broke the system, like on the back end. So we had to reassess, and we're like, okay, what is the operation? Like, what is it going to look like? And it took us to go outside and actually ask for help, right? Huge shout out to Sean Malone and Chris Baden, where they were actually guests on the show, and we're like, guys, and we knew they were sales and prospecting, and we're like, this is our issue, right? And they're like, what about you guys schedule people out, right?
It was the model of the guys that do the ads. Oh, that they're super famous.
Yeah, the Squatty Potty or Squatty.
Yeah. Do you remember their name?
No.
Well, they sell $1 million ads. And they're booked out for the next year. So they're like, would you guys like to be booked out for the rest of your year? I'm like, absolutely. Like there's no stress. Like the fact that I don't need to worry about somebody calling me, be like, guys, like we're actually going to stop, the service because XYZ, right? In the past, that was such a big issue because like, and we're like, oh man, what are we going to do now? Right. But the fact that we can now, and that's a new perspective. So
that's a predictable scaling that we've been kind of talking about.
So on the service side, so we're able to also, train accordingly, new staff coming in to fill in those spaces and make sure that capacity can reach out and fulfill to the best of the ability. For the show, recently we've been presented with a few opportunities, which is awesome. So we've been invited to be a part of one of the biggest business podcast network in the world. So we have that meeting Friday. So we're very excited to see what happens. But we see everything as opportunities, right? And that's one of some things that we can mention. But there's definitely different things that the show itself has opened a lot of doors, right? So yeah, those are a few things. Predictable growth. I feel like that will be like the main topic right now. Predictable growth.
Yep. No, I think it's amazing how your resolutions change. I mean, because I think even last year, it was funny. There was a meme that I shared last year that I'm not going to ask anything from Santa because I'm going to be a millionaire. Like that popped up on my Facebook from last year. Yeah. And I we didn't start this for money. We started this to just get some time freedom back. Right. Yes. And our whole business is around how can we impact people and get time back with our families. That was we don't sit and say, we want to make X amount. The money. Yeah, we have to make money to do the other stuff, but that's not the focus. It's how can we impact? How can we do that? And I think that's why we resonate with you guys, because you guys are very impact driven and you guys want to help people get unstuck in their content, if you will.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. And something that I feel it has been a big lesson this year has been, and that this has come through publishing, right? Is once we started speaking and just putting our thoughts out there into the world, something happened, right? Something changes and you start seeing the benefits in you, and it makes you want other people to have those benefits as well, right? So and I'm not like embarrassed of saying this, but the reason why we actually started 3 years ago was because we needed money. We were needy. We're like, we fell for the Lambo marketing, the bro marketing, and we're like, I want a Lambo too and a mansion. Let's go, right? But guess what? The path, it doesn't take you straight to a Lambo. It's a little bit crazier than that. And we've learned so much, right? But in those 3-4 years, we never published. We never put our thoughts into words. So I feel like that's when you actually learn. It's crazy. When you finally share what you're learning, that's when actual learning happens. And through this process of having a show, creating, like I did a little Spanglish in there, but, having your own podcast and having conversations with incredible people like you guys, your whole perspective in a lot of things start changing and you start learning so many things about your business, about yourself. And now that I see that, now I'm impact driven. Now I'm like, wow, I want other people to see that as well. How exciting would that be, right? And my brother can testify for this, but we had a bunch of services that we used to offer. And one day when we knew we had to focus, we put them down on the whiteboard and we said, what are we going to do? And I was against content. I was like, I don't want to do content. No, first, because I was the one editing at that point, but it didn't really resonate with me. I didn't believe in it as much. But as soon as I started publishing, right, telling my story, sharing with my brothers the show, my perspective totally changed. And now I'm like, publish. Every single time someone comes and is like, what should I do? What do you think it should be my first step? Publish, right? Like that's
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. And they're like, dude, are you a scratch disc? I'm like, publish.
And I'm behind like, yes, the plan works. Finally, we got it.
So good. So, I definitely want to thank you both for jumping on today. And, I cherish our relationship, and I know 2021, there's going to be some big things, and I'm putting it out there. Ron and I have a fun idea for a summit we're going to run, but it includes you guys as being part of special guests. So I'm going to ask you right now if you're going to be on when we're ready for it.
Absolutely. Yes. Count on us for everything, dude. Thank you so much. Hashtag table face.
Can we?
Let's go. Yes.
Oh my gosh, so much fun.
Dude,
so
thank
much
you so much. We're honored. We're honored.
We actually just created a new hashtag. Is so juicy, so tasty.
So juicy, so juicy, so good, guys. Don't pay attention to
you have to explain this, okay? Because I've been seeing you guys put this on Facebook. Corey has been kicked out of Facebook and locked out. He's not allowed back on. He's trying to get back on, so he hasn't seen anything that you're just saying. So it's hilarious. But can you explain that a little bit to Corey?
Yeah. So a little bit of context. I mean, Corey knows, but maybe some people in here don't know that we kind of invent hashtags now, apparently. So throughout the shows, like we've launched, like something happens in the episode and we get super excited and we talk in hashtag mode. So, one of them was hashtag table face, which Corey, you just executed one perfectly. You were like, man, go out and table face is a Venezuelan saying.
That was a 10 out of 10 right there.
That was a 10 out of 10. Right. It's a Venezuelan saying that means that, go get what you want without the shame of, like, if people say no, whatever, you go to the next one, right? So that's how we connected with Marley for like the third time, and we ended up at her event just because we asked, right? So we encourage people, go ask for what you want respectfully. So hashtag table face was one. Yesterday, actually on the live show, we're interviewing Lexi Ruffel. And as soon as she comes on, her topic was marketing choreography. So Fonzie announced the title, and I'm like, "Ooh, so juicy, so good!" Hashtag so juicy, so good, because like I want to know about marketing choreography. What does that mean, right? And Fonzie, like afterwards, he's like, no, it doesn't sound good. It has to be hashtag so juicy, so tasty. And I'm like, no, that doesn't sound good.
Wait. It wasn't like that throughout the intro. I was like, so juicy, so tasty. Yeah. And then we ask or guess, right? We asked Lexi, which one do you prefer? And guess what? She said, so juicy, so tasty.
She was under pressure.
But my brother, since he's a salty loser, he's like, let's take that to social media. So we posted, that's why we posted the question on Facebook. Which one do you prefer? I must admit, in my Instagram, people voted for so juicy, so good. But in my brother's Instagram, people voted for so juicy, so tasty. So we're still debating.
I'm going to put out so juicy, so tasty. Just because I think it's funny if you put that with the visual of when you guys first started podcasting.
Yeah. Thank you, Ron. Thank you.
Man. All right.
Let's go.
Ron, I thought we were friends. We don't have the ClickFunnels hats.
Yeah, you guys just Fonzie and I together. Someday I'll get back on Facebook and I'll come watch all this fun again. But for anybody that is there on Facebook, where do they need to go? Where do they need to find you? Because they need it. And I think you have a freebie that you give away to people if they go find you somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. So if they want to find out a little bit more about the minimum viable content and the principles behind it, like this is legit how we started. No content machine whatsoever at that point. It was the habit of consistency through publishing. You can go to contentisprofit.com. There's going to be your free downloadable. You can get there's the principles. And again, after that, feel free to reach out to us on social media at BizBrosGo. You can go to a Facebook page. You can see all the behind the scenes shows in there. You can send us a quick message, slide into those DMs. And then obviously the podcast. The podcast, we're in your ears. We're there. We're your family, your Hispanic brothers, hermanos. Let's go. And so Content is Profit everywhere.
And I'll say tune into Content Chop Shop too, right?
Woo,
right?
Baby. Every Thursday. I think apparently we're moving it every week, right? Is that the news?
Thursday, I thought.
Yeah, pretty soon. I'm not sure if it was right now or after Christmas, but soon to be every Thursday.
I'm ready.
I'm gonna have to have one day of research so I can pack up a bunch of videos, right. For the next quarter.
Yeah, and guys, that's one of the beautiful things. That opportunity, right, came with you guys and Jim, and content can be fun. Before, we went through every single one, Frank Kern, Grant Cardone, Pen June, everybody, all the ways to create content. There's infinite ways, right? The content calendars, they suck, by the way. But anyways, we will sit down in the whiteboard. And that was not fun. It was what do you want to talk about? And there's a bunch of topics that, yes, it could be helpful. But first off, we didn't really know them. And then I have to research them and then talk about it. So that doesn't sound fun for me. The second we started doing this, opportunities presented, like the ones of doing shows with you guys and having a blast while talking marketing, while talking content and creating amazing relationships. So I just want to give you guys a huge shout out for that. I appreciate you guys bringing us into that journey.
All right. We appreciate you as well. And we thank you for taking the short period of time today to be on the show.
Yes. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much. We'll talk soon for sure.
Bye guys. Happy 100.
Thank you. Woo.
Fire.
I'm going to have 900 takeaways, but guess what? The fun is not over. Are you ready? We're on hour 4. Hour 4.
But just as a quick reminder, we have tons of different prizes: Apple Watch, a couple of mics, some books, and we'll talk more about this in a little bit. But our one entry into our VTS coaching program, and all you got to do is subscribe, rate, review, and download as many shows as you possibly can today, because there's some good stuff for you.
I cannot wait for this person. Are you ready?
I'm ready. All right, Mr. Ryan D. Lee, what's going on, my friend? The other partner of Cashflow Tactics joins us today. How are you today, Ryan?
Hey, what is going on, guys? It's such a pleasure, such an honor to be back on the mic with you guys today. I'm stoked.
So you have to be honest. Did Brad talk to you?
I haven't talked to Brad yet today since our huddle this morning. Did Brad blow the roof off?
No. He did. Yes. But we shared something with him that we've purposely kept hidden from you guys, just to share on this show with you guys live.
I love surprises, man.
All right.
So I guess we'll tell the story again, because it's fun getting the surprise twice. Yeah. All right. So I think it was February, episodes 27 through 31, or March, I don't know exactly, we went through your challenge, your 5-day free challenge. And we did it live with you guys through the week. And
that was freaking awesome, by the way. You guys going through it live, sharing your takeaways, man, that was awesome.
Well, it's so impactful for us. And at the time when we took that challenge, I had $28,000 in credit card debt. And I had a 6-figure job. And I can honestly tell you now, there is this much in credit card debt.
Yeah.
And Ron and I no longer have our 6-figure jobs.
Yes.
Hit the strike number, baby.
I'm so proud of you guys. That is amazing, guys. That's the power of intention. I freaking love that.
Yeah, we were so excited. We're like, we should go live in the group. And we're like, no, not yet, not yet. We're gonna wait for this moment, and we're gonna tell you guys live because we kind of went radio silent for a little bit because we were so excited. Like literally, not only did we both leave our 6-figure jobs, but we're good. The company took off. I got 2 new cars, no payments, and there's no debt. There's no debt, Ryan.
Man, I tell you what, isn't that like liberating? I mean, just the shift that 1 year can make when you're clear about how money works and what kind of tool it is and what it represents. I mean, I think that's really all that it takes. It takes clarity, and then it takes a commitment to using money as a tool to get the outcomes that you want. You know, I think too oftentimes people float through life. They're just not clear about where they're going, which means it doesn't really matter which path they take. And you know, at the end of the path, people pile up debt, they pile up, you know, lost opportunities, lost, you know, experiences, and then they live a life of regret. And you guys have always lived with intention, but now that you're empowered with money, I mean, the sky, dude, it's just, I can't wait to see what 2021 brings for you guys.
Well, I mean, we had the intention to start, but we didn't have the direction. And so thank you to you and Jimmy and Brad to helping give us that direction. So now, I mean, we were hinting at this with Brad a little bit, but you know, now we have a business that we have to worry about taxes. Like now we're going to need that Matrix Neo, mind more than ever.
Heck yeah.
And then, you know, we got to get involved and understand the vault and understand, everything about what's after the first part, right?
Yeah.
Like we achieved part 1. Now 2021, it's going to be part 2 with cash flow tactics.
That's awesome. I tell you what, here's the fun part about that, right? I mean, cash flow tactics is about principles and taking those principles and tactically applying them to you, to your life, to your goals, and to your resources. And your game plan will evolve as you evolve, right? And going from W-2 to starting a business, there's different principles that need to tactically be applied to keep the money that you're making. Once you've got that built, then it's turning the money that you've kept into cash flow. And it's this constant game of, you know, I think one of the biggest fallacies of financial planning is one day, right? Retirement is this nebulous idea that happens sometime in the future. Cash or financial freedom is a lifestyle, right? It's a lifestyle that you're committed to living, powered by principles that are tactically, you know, deployed inside of your life.
Oh, absolutely. We learned so much from those 5 days. And like I shared with Brad, it was scary being vulnerable in those pieces, right? But we're like, it was the first time we did a challenge live on the podcast. So that was a first. And we're like, okay, we're going to do it. And then when we were done, we're like, how do we implement this stuff? And we just started systematically implementing this stuff, even so much so. And I shared this with Brad. My mom was trying to figure out a way to invest some money. And I was like, you got to look into this life term thing.
Yeah.
Like ask your advisor about that. And like you and Brad said, they're not going to know. And guess what? They didn't know, you know, but she's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. It must not be real. I was like, yeah, you're right, Mom. It's not real.
It's not real. I don't know what you're talking about. There's people over there that are financially free, but they must be doing something pretend.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So tell us, Ryan, what's 2020 been for you and cash flow? And obviously so many people made shifts. We all shifted and because of everything that happened, but I'm sure you guys thrived throughout this, as I fully expect when you tell us the story. Like, what's 2020 held for you guys?
Yeah, man, I tell you what, 2020 has been a year of just renewed dedication and commitment to the mission, to the community, and to really the movement that we're building inside of Cash Flow Tactics. We know we're not for everyone, because what we tell you is your freedom requires stewardship. Your freedom requires you to be actively involved in building it. And, a lot of people today, they want the quick, easy lifestyle. They want to be able to go to Costco and buy financial freedom in a box. It's not the way it works, right? It's just not the way it works. But 2020 has been an amazing year for us. I think this year we did a live events and in the middle of COVID, right? I mean, when we're supposed to be staying social distance, we invited people to come to Sundance, Utah, up in the cabins, up in the mountains. And we recognized the achievements, the accomplishments, the freedom that our community has built in their individual lives, and hearing marriages that have been transformed, lives that have been transformed, fathers and mothers that are more actively engaged inside of their family, that are like the two of you, empowered with money to eliminate debt and build cash flow. this year has been phenomenal. It's been the best year that I've ever had, and I'm grateful for it. Right? I mean, life doesn't always, it really depends on your perception, right? I think life happens for me, right? And so whether it's COVID or a presidency or social turmoil, what lessons can I extract to make me a better individual so I can show up as a better individual in the community and the circles that I run in? And so I've been really focused about taking lessons out of 2020. But man, 2020 has been awesome for our community.
Oh yeah, I've been watching you guys. Corey's in Facebook jail right now, so he got hacked, so he can't play on Facebook right now, and he can't get back in. He got hacked in a bad way, but I've been watching, and so often we wanted to just tell you guys what you guys did for us, and how the strike number was a real thing, something we talked about, and this, even when we started really getting the business ramping up, I had to explain like your 5-day challenge to my wife, who was not involved in the 5-day challenge, and maybe listened to the show. But I was like, there's a thing called a strike number. And she goes, I don't understand. I go, you just tell me how much money you want me to bring home every month, and that's what we'll bring home. And that's what we did. Right.
Yeah.
And Corey had a very similar conversation as well, but it was life-changing for us, and we are excited to see what's kind of next in the cash flow process for us as well. And I think we might be as vulnerable on the next step for people as well.
Dude, I can't wait. I mean, because that's really the fun part. When we're building on a foundation, then it's really a matter of building cash flow. It's about keeping the money. Like the tax code is written, it's written to incentivize the two of you. It's written to incentivize business owners and investors. And the IRS uses the tax code intentionally to stimulate the economy. And so most people don't know that, right? They don't know that. And so they're trapped and they're scared of the tax code. But man, if you can open it up, it literally is a playbook to tell you how to not pay taxes legally and effectively, because you're following the playbook that the IRS has outlined. And then once you can not pay taxes, then the vault comes in, and that way you can eliminate taxes forever, keep the money that you have. And then if we can turn that money that you've kept into cash flow, that way you guys are in a position where you always own your time. And, here's the crazy part. Business is so fun, right? It's so fun, but it's also like a grind and a kick in the face and a punch to the gut most of the time, right? And business requires more out of us, but it develops us. It's the refiner's fire. But if you can show up in your business, not because you have to be there, but because you want to be there, that's a subtle little shift, but it makes all the difference. And I've seen that in the business owners that we've worked with over the years. Once they make that shift, their business takes off, right? Because they're there out of abundance versus scarcity. They're there. Yes, they want to make a difference. Yes, they want to be profitable, but they're there to truly take their unique God-given gifts, talents, and abilities and put them in the service of other people. And that's when the business really, really becomes a fulfilling opportunity and endeavor.
All right. I've got one more question for you, Ryan. Was it mindset, skill set, tool set? No, what was your
best investments, mindset first and foremost, having a mindset that's rock solid, then translating that mindset into a skill set that's transactable in the world, and then a network of people that are also living a life of purpose and proactivity.
So with that in mind, what's your 2021 kind of plan to improve your skill set, improve your mindset, build your network, and then share that with the people in your community?
Yeah, man, I love that. That's a great question. So a couple of things. First and foremost, the mindset is a daily investment for me. We just did a podcast with Randy Garn, and we talked about this idea of journaling, of taking, having very clear goals, but having goals that scare you. By yourself, you are unable to accomplish that goal, but being able to journal that goal out and know that that goal is a mission bigger than you, and being able to access a higher power to be part of that opportunity and that path with you. So building my mindset by continually investing in coaches, mentors, guides, books, podcasts, opportunities that help me see the world in a bigger, advanced way. That's number one. And number two, the skill set we're taking. So we've done, Cash Flow Tactics is kind of funny. Brad and I began Cash Flow Tactics almost 7 years ago. It wasn't called Cash Flow Tactics back then, but we began it in the basement of a public library on a Saturday morning in the midst of a bunch of homeless people with the intention of writing a book. That book is literally in Dropbox, and it's now evolved into what is the Cashflow Tactics message today. And it's been refined through the refiner's fire. But this year, we're literally going to put out a book. It's been a long time coming, so we're really, really excited about that. And the other skill set is we're now, Ron, you mentioned talking to your wife. I think one of the biggest things that I've seen accelerate and propel people in their financial plan is when two spouses are actively engaged in that plan together. So we're releasing Marriage and Money, which means that's a whole different skill set. My wife is coming in, and we're going to be training on that together, which is going to be exciting.
When does that start?
February, baby. It's for Valentine's Day.
Make sure we're in that one, man.
Yeah, so Marriage and Money, new book, and then the network. Man, I tell you what, we hired a mentor that is way, way, way outside of our league right now, and he is pushing us harder than I've ever been pushed in my entire life. But man, on the flip side of that, he's helping me see the. It's funny, man. I thought I play life full speed, but man, hanging out with this dude, he shows me he says I was playing college ball. Now it's time to play pro. So
oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so it's been fun to have this mentor. He's been on as Randy Garn. You'll see him in some of our podcasts, but we bring him in to help us have a bigger vision. He's built multi-million-dollar companies. He's helped Russell build his company. He helps Dean Graziosi, Brendan Bouchard, and he's now our personal mentor inside of Cashflow Tactics, which has been fun.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So amazing. Holy smokes.
So lots of stuff going on, man. So I'm gonna be taking off to Mexico for 2 weeks to get my breath, catch up. I leave next week, and then I come back with the world on fire, man. We're gonna come back and take 2021 by storm.
Nice. I cannot wait. I know there's people out there like, what are those guys talking about? Like, how did they do that? Like, where can they get involved in your ecosystem, man?
Yeah, man, I would say the same way you guys got involved. I mean, what the very first belief for our ecosystem to work for you is to understand that money is a tool that you can use with the right principles to become financially free in 10 years or less. And the first thing you have to understand is you guys learned in that challenge is 97% of what you think you know about money is dangerous, misleading, or outright wrong. And that's a tough pill for people to swallow. The easiest way to swallow that is going through our 5-day challenge. So find us on Facebook, search Cashflow Tactics. That's the easiest way to get in our game. Take the 5-day challenge. Do like the two of you guys did. I mean, man, share it. Be actively engaged in the community, because at the end of the day, man, I think the thing that I love the most about Cashflow Tactics is we all want the same thing. Like the people inside of our community, they're driven by purpose. They're driven by passion. And it's not that they want to be financially free so they can go sit on a beach and sip pina coladas. That might be part of it. But they want to be financially free because they know they're meant for so much more in life. And money is the thing that's holding them back. So just like you guys did, Ron and Corey, come into the game, take the challenge, get your mindset right, then get a game plan. Then like you guys did, take massive action, because the only thing that's standing in the way of what you want and where you're at today, it's not investments. Investments are just tools. It's you. It's you. The faster you can become the person capable of pulling that possibility, pulling that dream into the present, the faster your life changes. And you guys are living proof of that.
Yes, testimonies right here. You have two of them. Thank you for everything that you did for us, honestly, and helping us see the way that we needed to go. Like your message resonated with us so much, so true. So thank you, and thanks for giving a little time today and coming back on the show.
And kudos on 100 episodes, man. You guys are ballers, man. I love the way you guys, you have a vision, and rather than keeping it in your mind, man, you take massive action. You guys are awesome.
Thanks, man. It was funny. We shared this a little while ago, but like we had this crazy idea to have this party on, like 30 episodes ago. And so we're like, oh, we'll see who joins. Then like everyone was like, yeah, I'll do it. And we're like, oh, cool. So then we started putting the time down. And I told my wife like 2 weeks ago, I go, hey, I'm going to be live for like 5 hours.
For like
she goes, okay. And then she was like, what? Like 5? She goes, are you going to go somewhere? I go, no, I'm just going to go in the office and I'll be live for 5 hours. She goes, I can't keep the kids quiet for 5 hours. I go, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Well, that's what freedom is. Freedom is you shouldn't have to keep your kids quiet for 5 hours. You guys get to choose what you do with your time, whether you work in an office downtown or you're working you're in Colorado, right, Ron?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, so man, love it. Yeah, you guys do what you do, man. I love how intentional and how motivated you guys are to building and living a life that matters.
Thanks, Ryan.
All right, Ryan, thanks so much. And we will talk soon. All right.
See you guys.
See you later.
All right. That was a whirlwind. If I got to say so myself, I hope everyone watching enjoyed all the amazing guests. And I think that's all we have on our schedule, but you never know. Someone may pop in the next little bit.
You never know.
You never know.
Get some feelers out. We'll see. Let me check.
Okay. So as a reminder, we have all these prizes. I have an Apple Watch, a couple of mics, some books, some coaching, some fun things. Cody Jefferson has a coaching call. Molly offered a live strategy call on visibility. And if you go and post you sharing this, doing the review for the group, she'll enter you for another one. Jim Beard offered the 12 months of content call. So there's lots of fun stuff, but the only way to do it is to go subscribe to the show, rate, review, and then download.
Yeah.
Finally, send that to Ron, send that to the group, snap, put us in the comments. However you want to go and get that to us, because we want to call your name. I'd love to give away a few books now if we've got. I think Nate got one earlier. He had.
Prize time!
All right. Who do we got? Who do we got on the docket in there?
All right. Let's see. I'm just going to scroll through all the people that have rated, reviewed, and subscribed during our 5-hour marathon. Okay, just tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Vamsy.
No kidding.
Yep.
All right. Vamsy. Awesome. Thank you so much, Vamsy. So, are we choosing the prize for him, or is he choosing?
He gets to pick one of the 3 books. So I will text him right now.
Perfect. So Nate gets one, Vamsy gets one, and guess what, guys? You have to send us your address, give us your address, and we'll ship it on out. Let's pick another book.
Another book. All right, hold on. All right, go.
Stop.
Katie Keene.
Oh, nice. Katie. Thank you so much, Katie. Pick a book.
Katie gets to pick a book.
Oh my God.
Because you won a book doesn't mean you're not going to win something else.
Yep. Everybody's entered for the other prizes. But Katie, I think Traffic Secrets, if you don't already have that one, I would recommend that one for you. I think that's going to be a good one. All right. What do you think? One more book?
Yeah, we can do one more book. Go ahead.
Are you scrolling? I can't tell.
Yep.
Yes. Stop.
You ready?
Ready.
Jackie Duchette.
Oh,
here we go.
Awesome.
She just sent me this just like 2 seconds ago. So it was crazy. You said stop right there. So she wins the book.
Jackie, pick a book. I bet you want Attack with the Stack. No, probably not.
Here's your options. Those are your options.
All right. So Nate, Katie, Vamsy, and Jackie, you all have a book coming to you. Just pick which one you want, and we'll get it out. Everybody else, are we going to do a drawing today for the Apple Watch, or what do you want to do?
I say we put everybody that's commented live and put a review. So make sure I see all the comments that we have live, but make sure you've gone to rate, review, subscribe, and download the show. Send a screenshot to me because Corey's not on Facebook right now. And we will put your name in the drawing for the Apple Watch, VTS, and the PWP.
And the mics.
And the mics.
And 2 mics. So lots of winners. And so we've got till Thursday to get this done for anybody watching a replay. But then Friday we will on our daily hack go announce. So sometime around our 3:00 time, I'm not sure, 3:00 Mountain-ish time, we'll go in and announce some winners. And again, our VTS program, $7,500 program, done for you, private one-on-one coaching, group coaching. You're not going to find this anywhere else. Everyone else, you'll find the coaching for a high ticket coaching or whatever, but nobody's building it for you for that price. So I guarantee nobody is doing that.
No, and that's frankly why we do it. Right?
Yeah.
It's frankly exactly why we do it.
All right. So
a crazy day, Corey.
It has. We got lost on the takeaways. Do you want to give any takeaways right now?
I've been taking notes. So
no, I don't even know which notes are for who at this point.
Well, I started writing names because I started around JB. I was like, I better write JB. All right, so I will have to say the circle of people that you surround yourself matters.
I mean, that's from our own personal experience right there.
Yep.
Right. I mean, we had intentionality with the people that we started surrounding ourselves with. And part of it was who is farther along and that we can learn from, who has the similar integrity and values that we resonate with, right? Who are those people around us that are trying to get to the same destination of freedom and family versus just money, right? Like the Biz Bros were talking, they might have started out just looking for money, but it becomes more about the impact. I mean, Cody, right? It's more about impact for everything. And you can't do that if you're not surrounded with the right people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and I think it's not only the circle of people and the positivity and the intent of what we set out to do. I know 1000% a year ago, if you said we'd be sitting on a Zoom or whatever this is called, StreamYard, for 4.5 hours live on Facebook, on YouTube, on my profile, in the group, I would have said, you're crazy. We don't have a Facebook group. I mean, that's what I would have said. I also would have said, I don't have a YouTube channel, Corey. And why would I be on a camera for 4 hours talking? Right. So there's so much that has changed over the last year, because it was a year ago that we started this journey.
Yeah. I mean, not for the business, but for the online, the podcasting. I mean, podcasting helped us get the right people around us to propel everything that we were trying to do. It helped us figure out the message that we wanted and believed in. And we rebranded the company from that, right? Like it's crazy. The advice given today was publish.
Yeah. It's one of those things. I didn't understand we weren't publishing. You know what I mean? Like until we started publishing, and then I was like, gosh, yeah, that changes things. That is a very interesting change that you can control in your life. Just go publish.
Right. But something that never made sense to me before, and because in 2019 we had the conversations of publish, we had the conversations of go live, do interviews, right? We had people telling us these things. And at the end of the day, it didn't resonate because we didn't have the actual show, right? We didn't have the actual direction. And that's why I'm so keen on, I want to help people. I don't care if you're not doing a podcast. If you need to get visible to sell your product, you need some kind of show, right? And so you need some kind of consistent direction and message to take a customer on. And so if you can't just go do Facebook Lives, it's great. It helps you get out of the comfort zone and get to the point that you need. But you have to, if you have a direction and a message to share, then you can find a way to have fun with it and be consistent with it, right? And your audience will start to hear that message and they'll start to resonate.
Right. And as you get more consistent, you become more comfortable in just doing it.
Yeah. Okay. How about let's I don't know, what do you got from JB? Because I have something from him that I specifically wanted to mention.
Don't wait. Seize the opportunity that are presented for you and don't wait.
Yep. Find your opportunity. But the other piece that he mentioned was everything has changed for many people, whether it's temporary or permanent, but bring some of the same structure that you wanted or that you loved, right? Like, so if you normally went to lunch with the guys on every Monday, like make that a Zoom lunch, right? If you can't go see them. But, or if you normally went to the gym at 8 a.m., we'll make that a time to just go work out somehow in your house, right? Like find a way to get that exact same structure. And so that resonated with me a lot. And I've been trying to like truly work on my morning routine and that structure.
Right.
And so that's when JB said that, I'm like, oh yeah, yes, need that.
What if I told you I had a guest in the green room?
I would be shocked because we don't have any more guests on the docket.
Oh my goodness. What does that mean? Corey? Does that mean
What's up?
Yeah.
I'm a party crasher.
This is amazing. I love party crashers.
I've actually never. Have you ever like crashed a wedding?
We haven't. No.
Me neither, but I'm putting it on my bucket list right now, actually.
Yeah.
Excuse me 1 second.
Perfect.
Crash wedding. Okay.
Awesome.
So I just
What's
wanted to
going
pop in here, and say hi because I was with you when you first started this podcast.
Yes.
And you have blown up. Like we knew you were going to blow up, but like you really blew up.
Aww.
And we're so proud. And I listen to it all the time, your show, and it's so good. It's so good. I'm so proud.
Oh, thanks. It's crazy that we've been going. We're 4 hours and 30 minutes and 21 seconds into our live.
Are you tired? Did you stop to eat? No.
We've been snacking.
I love it. I just checked, and I had a review. Obviously, I reviewed it when you launched, and it was like literally a year ago. December 2nd, was it?
No, we launched 1/1/20.
1/1/20. Oh, January 2nd. That's when my review was. That makes sense. Okay, that checks out. Yeah, it said January 2nd, 2020. And I was like, this year? But it was, wow, 100 episodes.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes. So we couldn't have done it without you and Jamie and PPL for sure. I just remember we had the crazy hair to do this. And then we got in on Black Friday.
The only reason I got in because you were crawling around on the ground.
Yes.
Oh my God. Was that the pitch?
That was the only reason.
Okay, so if everyone's watching this and they're like, what are you talking about? Jamie was presenting on the whiteboard. Everyone knows my ex Jamie, right? Okay. Okay, so he was presenting, he was like drawing out the offer stack, and like one of the easel legs was like falling over. So I like crawled on the ground and tried to fix it, but I actually body slammed it and everything came crashing to the floor. And he was like so mad.
I loved
it. We're still talking about it to this day. So
I mean,
it made it real
so much. I just love Gina.
Be authentic forever.
Yep.
Yes, it made it real, and we had fun with it, and we knew right then, like, okay, this is the right fit. And yeah, then we had all the challenges through December that if it wasn't two of us, there's no way we would have launched, right? If it was just me or just Ron, like there's no way we would have launched. And so we were blessed to have both of us, and we launched on 1/1. We hit the charts, followed the directions, hit the charts, and we vowed to never miss a Monday for our show. And so that would have gotten us to 52, but obviously we're way beyond that now.
You guys went through a lot, like, and plus the holidays in general. Like, we hear this all the time, like, oh, I'm too busy, I don't have enough time. But like, imperfect action, doing the minimum, and really just doing it, just getting to work, and not like, there's gonna be excuses for everything. And you guys, you didn't like fall into that trap. You just did it, and I'm so proud.
Well, Gina, we didn't actually do a real introduction for you because you crashed the party. So for anybody watching that doesn't know Gina, like, let's hear the Gina elevator pitch.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, quick new origin story. Let's go. My name is Gina Suzanne. I used to be an engineer, and then one day I met a charming English guy, fell in love, and we built a business together. And as of a few days ago, I've been broken up with, and I lost my dream house, my dream job running our podcasting company. I used to be the COO. And what I did for him was like systems and processes, and really like built the business and scaled it with him. So now I'm out on my own, and I'm not crying, you're crying. It's fine. So yeah, that's me. So we're building it from scratch, baby. Let's go.
I will tell anyone out there listening that if you need systems, you need stuff going. Like, I've worked with Gina for every day for months.
Literally
months, right? Because I remember going through trying to launch. I was like, I'm going to be a coach. And you're like, well, we'll see. I was like, no, I'm going to be a coach. Let's go. And watching your systems, watching how you improved it, and I knew what you touched and what you didn't, because Corey and I are in operations, so we can see systems. And anyone that can get Gina to help them with systems, like, connect with her. She will improve your business tenfold, period. I promise.
Plug. Thank you very much. I geek out on it. I love automation, systems, processes. It's my thing.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
All right. So plus, you know what else? I don't know. Do you know McCall Jones very well?
Love her.
You are two peas in a pod. I think you both would. I would love to see an interview between the two of you.
It would just have me screaming back and forth.
I would be tired watching that. Carl.
It would be fun. So she was on there earlier today, and so just how you are just reminded me how fun you both would be. But
okay, gonna have to get on the phone with her because it's been a minute since I chatted with her.
All right. So what's the number one goal for you now that you're starting this new little endeavor? What's your goal for 2021?
Ooh, hot take, because my whole life just got flipped upside down. Goal would be like maybe finding my own house. I don't know. No, I really want to build the business of my dreams based on my visions and help people get to their goals faster. So my goal is to help other people get to their goals faster, because I think some people just don't have like the eye for like what they're missing. Because when you're in the business, you're too deep in it, you can't see. And I have that outside perspective. Yeah, I think that's my goal, helping other people get to their goals. Is that cheesy?
No, because I've seen you do it. So like, I know you can accomplish that. I know you're very good at it, and I know the impact you're going to have because of it.
Well, thank you.
And honestly, Gina, if for Ron and I mean, everything that we do as well, and so many people we try to surround ourselves with, like if our values align in the sense of, if you're out to help people achieve different things, then you're on the right path, right? And so everything Ron and I are doing, with whether it's visibility or traffic or whatever, it's got that same mentality. Like, I want to help you get to a certain point that you can achieve new heights that you never thought you could, right? And so if money is the secondary piece to that, right? That it just happens because you're out serving. And so I think every single person that's been on today, like they're out to serve. And so thank you for being part of that group of having a goal of helping serve.
Yeah, you have to do it from the heart, or not. It comes off fake, and I think people can see a lot through that. Yeah, and you're just, who wants to be a faker? You know, it gotta be realistic and authentic and all that jazz.
No, absolutely, and you know, you and I have talked offline, but the genuine piece, and I know Corey, he's big on genuine, and the integrity piece like that. We surround ourselves with people that are good people. Like my biggest takeaway from today is the circle of people that were willing to come on this show.
Mine too.
And it's the people that came on the show. They're all very good human beings.
And you want to be friends with them. And I read something today, and it said, would you want to be friends with you if you met you? And I was like, ooh, yeah, I'm pretty funny. Yeah, I do. But like deeper than that, I think I would. But being that person every day is harder. So I agree. Like the people you spend your time with and yourself. Because I'm spending a lot of time alone right now. But it's fine. It's fine.
Are you in Philly?
I'm in New Jersey, actually, quarantining. But I got the dog with me, so like not really alone.
Right.
Well, maybe someday you'll make it to Denver, or we'll make it out east, and we'll connect.
No, I'll come to you.
And yes, the genuine piece. Like I have a Japanese kanji symbol that says genuine on my back because like genuine people, it's what it's all about. And that's why sometimes I never mean to be mean or a jerk or whatever, but I might be blunt when things happen, right? Like I'm just going to tell you how it is without the emotion, without the bias or judgment. But at the end of the day, if being genuine is how we can all be good people at the end of the day. And so I love people that are around me that way. And so, yeah, nice to see you here, Gina. It's awesome.
Thanks for having me, popping in. Sorry for crashing the party.
No, not a problem. We appreciate you coming on, and we appreciate you.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
All right. Bye, Gina. Well, that was fun. Nice little surprise.
Yeah. I might have a couple other things up my sleeve. You never know.
Oh, all right. Now, what time have they got? Do they have? How much time are we going on?
I don't know. Well, we got to hit at least 5 hours so we can say we actually did it. Like,
yeah.
Just
I mean,
I'm surprised Facebook hasn't said, "Okay, enough's enough." Like 5 hours. Come on.
No, they want us to be on their platform for as long as they can.
Well, we are.
Yeah, we're doing it. Okay, a couple other takeaways. We just talked about JB. One thing that Cody said.
Margin. I mean, dude, Cody is such just a good guy, man. Like, he makes you want to be a better person. Like, seriously, he makes you want to be a better person. But
the world needs his podcast.
Wow, dude. Like, I want to listen to his show.
Like today, I wish he wasn't waiting till Q1, which is a month from now. I get it. But like the world needs his show.
Yeah, absolutely needs his show. And just his platform is already big. Like he doesn't need to do it to get more people in his group. He just needs to do it to help the world become a better place. And that's why he's doing it.
Yeah.
That's why he's doing it.
And that's what I heard from him, right? Like he is looking for more impact on every level, right? And it's, for the people around him, if he can better impact them, and that, goes back to Gina, right? Like everyone, the right people are looking to impact others and help others. And then part of it is, we get to help our family and impact our family as well, right? So his whole conversation on impacting people on a scale around, like I was just blown away from that one.
Yeah, he's just a good guy, man.
Yeah. All right. How about Lisanne? What was the takeaway there?
So much. I wrote down words matter.
Yep.
Words matter for her to understand. Well, for everyone to take a really good look at their marketing or their email copy and to understand 3 words cost her probably a lot of money. 3 words.
Yeah. So I mean, just with that said, don't be so quick to change that offer, right? Don't be so quick to say something failed and completely go away from it. Like stop and look. And so whether it be Facebook ads just needs a copy tweak or a song change, right? Like this, she was talking about some of Catherine's ads were more of a somber song choice and music and melody, right? Like think about all those little details to actually get your message across. And sometimes it's just a minor tweak, right? Sometimes it's just a little bit to get you over that hump. And so, yes, words matter, but I love Lisanne because she is paying attention, right? She is geeking out on that stuff. So, but yeah, definitely words matter. All right. So JB, Michelle, Lisanne, how about McCall?
Oh my gosh, dude. McCall? There's so much. Like, if you're not in her free vault, like 1, not smart. 2, go do it. Just go do it. She is, I guarantee you by next year, she's going to be so much more impactful this time next year. Like we should book that interview now because she's gonna get too big for us and not want to be on.
Right.
But I have a surprise person.
Another one?
Uh-oh.
Hey.
What is up, Dwayne? How you doing, my friend?
Oh, good.
Here's Dwayne Moffitt from the #1 podcast, Imperfect Parent. What is going on, Dwayne?
Oh, well, I've been listening to you all day.
Oh no.
Uh-oh, what happened?
We lost you. Dwayne, come back.
Come back. He I know what he's gonna say because he's been texting me. He's been listening all day at work. Here he is. All right, go ahead.
You froze.
So
you've been listening.
Yeah. Had you in my earphones all day. Just been chilling at work, listening to you all day.
That's so cool. Like we've had so much fun with this. We're like, gosh, you should get a prize for listening all day. I've been watching the counter. The counter's been going crazy, but there's been a good double digits all day, which is kind of
how are you guys doing? You got 15 minutes left here.
Yeah, good. I mean, my pitcher of water is starting to get a little low. So
I'm out. I am out of water. I've got stuff to do. But no, man, how is your world after hitting #1, man?
Oh, it's been incredible. Like just the momentum after that has it still gives me chills actually thinking about it. It's been awesome. And you know, with like I came into your program with no audience, no plan, no podcast. And now I'm like doing interviews, I'm going live. It's just, and that all happened in like 30 days.
So cool. Yeah, because you never did a Facebook Live, right?
No, I'd never been.
And look, you're live now on our show. It's kind of cool.
Yes.
It is kind of really cool.
Yes. You know, for you, Dwayne, we need to get you on the show and do a full interview and kind of talk about, you know, the position that led you to the Imperfect Parent and to the future plans. And so I think that's you know, if not December, January type timeframe that we get to deep dive what's going on for you. But yeah, I know the Imperfect Parent. I mean, after I'm off of this, I know the next thing I'm doing is editing your show for tomorrow. So talking Kate and Tanner and you know, it's just such a good message and stuff. And so maybe share one quick tip, like why the Imperfect Parent, why that space for you, and what's your ultimate goal from that?
Well, this year was absolute chaos for us, for me and my wife. And then we started shifting gears and starting to grow and communicate and like intentionally working on it. And once we brought that around, things just started to change at home with us, with our kids. And then the podcast idea came along and I was like, yes, I got to get this out to more people. So future goals, I got some big plans coming up in 2021. I'm not going to kid, like no messing around anymore. We're going all in.
So excited to watch that,
yeah,
man. So excited. We are so excited to be a part of it, man. We feel blessed and we're so happy that, you're part of the family for sure.
Perfect.
Yes.
And,
all right.
And now I got to go back to this 9-to-5 thing.
I know. But at least it's your 9-to-5 thing.
Right.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So that's different, right? Like at least it's yours. I know you're hiring people to free you up for some other stuff, but
yes.
But at least you're not to someone else's, dream. You're actually using your own business and your own skills.
Just need to shift that a little bit now.
Yep, exactly. All right, Dwayne, thank you so much. It's been
guys.
getting to know you. And I can't wait for 2021 with you.
Congratulations on the day. It was a good one.
Thanks,
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
That was fun. All right.
So much crazy stuff.
I know. Do I keep asking, or you got someone else for me?
I might have somebody else, but keep going.
Okay. All right. So, how do I create repeatable success?
One more time.
How do I create repeatable success? Who was that?
You be consistent. This is
No. But who said it? Who said it?
I erased Lizette's notes already.
It's either Molly. I think it's Molly.
Molly, I had listen.
Yes.
I had listen for Molly. That was my big takeaway from Molly was listen.
Yeah, Molly is so fun. She was a little co-host for a minute. That
she was. That was fun. I had to
today.
figure out a way that we could take a little break that didn't seem weird. Like, oh, hold on, I'll be right back. Right.
Well, it's kind of weird that we're talking about it, but anyway. So yeah, I've been off the grid, so I haven't been able to get in touch.
What?
Hey, I was literally getting some Costa Vida when you guys gave me that message to come on, but I just couldn't miss this amazing opportunity. How the heck have you guys been? This is such an amazing project. But see what you guys do today. 5 hours. You guys are killing it.
It's a little crazy, but Parker, thanks so much for joining us, man. How's it going?
Of course, going fantastic today. Been thinking so much of all of that whole interview we had lately. And it's just like one of those awesome things. You just literally think about the fact of just like, what are you doing with your content, with your episodes? Are you allowing yourself to celebrate this amazing when you guys are at 100 episodes? And as well, just the amount of love and passion you guys have for your audience. Honestly, guys, so amazing, so awesome.
No, thanks, Parker. We had to have you on. I know you were just recently on the show, so if you guys missed it, make sure you hit Parker's episode because it was amazing.
So Parker's episode is they can go find the live in Facebook, but it's not on iTunes yet. So
that's right.
That's like a week away. So what's the tip?
Awesome,
What's the tip you got for everybody today?
The tip that I got for everybody today?
Yeah.
Man.
What's the tip you're giving? What's the magic?
Man, the biggest magic I can give to people was I got off a call recently with somebody and we were relaunching her podcast. She's taking a break for a little bit. We're getting ready to revamp. It's going to be super amazing. We got 3-month campaign all set up for her. So it's going to be super cool to be able to get it out for everybody. On top of what we were talking about, though, is the fact and the pain that comes from relaunching stuff. It goes into, you have a goal, you meet it, you get it, you crush it sometimes. That's awesome. And then you get to that next spot and you're like, where am I going next? To the point where it's almost crushing. You're literally just like, oh my gosh, what do I do next? Is it going to be worth it? Do I even start? Do I just give up now? So I think that'd be a huge tip is identify after you complete this step, where are you going next?
Awesome. Well, you made me jealous because I saw a Starbucks there. I haven't had a Starbucks in a long time. I need some coffee.
There's been a hot minute since I've had a Starbucks too. I'm not sure I think I've had it like a couple times in the past. Man, their hot chocolate is top of the line.
Parker's still young. He's not addicted to coffee. I don't think like
I've
us.
only had one cup today of
Hey,
Sterling.
I'm proud of you, man. Seriously, only one cup. I know a lot of people who, by now, they're at like cup 6 or 7. That's just to calm them down.
Oh my gosh, yeah. No. You know what? We had a great interview. We enjoyed chatting with you. And we had to have you on for this for sure. So
perfect.
All right.
Parker.
Fantastic.
Thanks so much, man. Thanks for jumping on. We'll talk to you soon.
Day.
Talk soon.
Bye.
All right. You threw me off there. I was
I
like,
know. I didn't even give you a warning. It was like, bam.
okay. Yes. Listen. But to more of what Molly was talking about, grab attention, right? Like, how can you grab attention the right way? So a Facebook Live is that we're doing, right? Like, you could just grab your phone and get on a Facebook Live, but what if you actually had intention about what message you're going to deliver, right? Like our podcast, and then you go and brand it so people can look at our ugly mugs all day or however long, but they also can see hindsight hacking. They can see that. Feel free to go to gethhm.com to learn a little bit more about our business, right? Like they can see that stuff. So why not figure out a way to grab attention of the people that you need as your clients or want as your clients?
Right. It's and then just be true to them. Like, listen, overproduce, do things because it's the right thing to do, and you will be rewarded.
Yeah.
You will be rewarded.
Yeah. And so, all right. So another thing, again, I know we touched on it, but yeah, like we've got the show at the Biz Bros and Jim Beard.
Right.
That's the Content Chop Shop. That's, as we've gotten it launched, we've been going every other week. We're getting ready to push that to once a week. Right. And then, we're having conversations with Molly because, hey, we both believe in visibility. Yep. We both believe in helping people find their way to get visible online, but we both do it completely differently, or I guess between the three of us. Right. And so what a better way, like the Biz Bros and Jim and us, we all play in the content world. Molly as well. Like we have the same passion, but completely different ideas. And obviously Molly is just a blast and fun to be around. So who wouldn't want to do a show with someone like that?
Right.
So,
I mean, her energy is crazy good.
I know we'll have to up our game, honestly.
I know. I'm already.
We probably wouldn't be able to keep up for 5 hours with Molly on the show.
No. That would be painful.
So painful in a good way, Molly, because you're too amazing. And Ron and I, we wouldn't be able to keep up. So, no. All right. Something else that Ryan mentioned that I would love to talk about, because of what happened in 2020 and the whole cash flow tactics mission, like it amplified that everybody needs what CFT offers.
Right.
And so Ryan's comment on their renewed mission, like that spoke to me, and it got me excited. I don't know about you.
I was stoked to just hear about the family one.
Yeah.
It's the husband wife, because I think that would be important. I think that will help so many other people out there in the entrepreneurial world. Just because I know, like, Rachel doesn't, she supports it and she's excited about it and she's happy that I'm happy. But there's something to be said that she's nervous, right? Nervous because she doesn't understand all of it. Right? Yeah.
And at the end of the day, the best marriages are those ones with high communication and those ones that they do really, at the end of the day, financial things together. And I know, in my house, that any fights we've had or things we've faced, challenges we've faced, I mean, those were most likely decisions made unilaterally on that affected the financial aspect, right?
Right.
And so, what a better way to really secure the absolute best possible outcome with an entrepreneur, and that's to have both the spouses there, both of them.
Yeah. Well, it's bringing in your spouse or your significant other into your world where they should be and making them a part of it. They don't have to love it. They don't have to like be as passionate about it, but they have to be aware of it and support it in that way as well. So they have a full understanding of what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So as a reminder, this replay is 5 hours. We don't expect you to watch the whole thing. Take some bite-sized chunks. There's lots of amazing guests. We are going to turn this into 5 podcast episodes, so don't worry. You'll be able to find it there. But what you won't be able to find are the prizes, right? So for anybody that's out there, if you didn't catch the beginning and you're now catching the end, if you today or tomorrow, but today, go subscribe, go rate, go review, and go download the podcast, Hindsight Hacking. We would be very appreciative. There's 100 episodes. If you subscribe, it downloads one. So come on, do us a favor and subscribe to as many as you're willing to subscribe. And when you do, leave us a screenshot of that review. Send it to Ron's DM. Put it in the comments here. I think when we're done being live, it'll actually allow you to put screenshots in. I don't know. But either way, we've got 48 hours because we have some amazing prizes that on Friday we are going to give away. Ron, I think you've got a little slide that shows them what we got for them.
Yeah, let's see what it is.
All right, so we have 4 lucky winners so far today. So there's going to be multiple more books. We've got the 2 mics. Jim Beard gave us the 12 months of content call. Molly Doris gave us a visibility strategy call. And Cody Jefferson gave you a 30-minute call. What else we got? What am I missing? Is that it?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Plus all of our stuff, right?
Right, of course. And more importantly, our $75 to $100 program, the Visibility, Traffic, and Sales system, it's going to be there as a grand prize for one lucky winner. And I am so pumped about this program that I can't wait till we draw that winner because I can't wait to help that person.
Right. It's one of those things that we know the impact because we've been on that journey. And we're going to take out every excuse. We're going to take out every skill set because we're going to do all of those pieces for you. We're just going to help you get your message out and impact the world. That's it.
Yep, that's it. All right, Ron, we have made it to a 5-hour live.
5 hours.
5-hour craziness.
Yeah, we got to go 30 more minutes, I think.
Why?
Because I've been saying 30 minutes.
You've been saying 30 more minutes?
Mm-hmm.
All right, what do you want to talk about for the next 30 minutes? We got to start over here.
No, I think if you think back at everything that we've been able to accomplish through all these amazing people that just came on, I think we're living proof anybody could do it if they just put their mind to it.
Yeah.
And then surround yourself with the right people. And I want to talk a little bit about your Facebook feeds. I think we talked about this. I don't remember what show, but you and I pretty much followed the exact same people. You had you had more friends than I did on Facebook. However, we were in the same business, doing the same thing, talking to the same people. But I was seeing different things in my Facebook feed than you were seeing. And I remember a conversation you and I had where it was like super stressful because it was just bugging me. And you're like, I don't even see that. I was like, what do you mean you don't even see that? aren't you friends with them anymore? And you're like, yeah, I'm friends with them, but I see X, Y, and Z because this is where you were participating in the things that you wanted to be surrounded with. So you have to be intentional in what you're participating in as well on social media, because social media will then it's like a mini universe, right? So you put good things out to the universe, it conspires to give you good things back. Social media, you start looking at certain things, that's what it thinks you want to watch and thinks you want to see. And guess what? That's what you will start seeing.
Yeah, 100% agree. And that it was kind of a crazy realization when we talked about that. Right. And so Facebook specifically, or any social media, like it can be as good as you want it to be.
Right.
Right. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, when there's an election, you can't get away from political stuff, but you can probably get away from most of the stuff on the political side you don't want to see. Right. Like you have that choice to be part of the negative aspect of something or to go on the positive stuff where you actually are excited about. Right. And so it is at the end of the day, we can all get sucked into any kind of social media aspect. And so it's a neat thing to actually align yourself with what the algorithms want to give you. Right. And so, just be careful of what you're engaging with and what you're looking at, because if it's negative and you don't want it, then don't do it.
Hi, Rogan. All right. I think we might have to cut it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to because Rogan is up.
Okay. Nobody else coming on?
No, I haven't got the click yet. You know what'll happen as soon as we hop off.
Someone's going to say, I was going to come on.
Right. Exactly. It's all good. We've had an amazing day, amazing guests. We couldn't have done the 100th episode, obviously, today without all the amazing guests.
Yes.
With all the listeners, we've had loyal people listening for 5 hours. 5 hours. So we feel blessed and honored that you're here. So we thank you for that. We thank you for helping Hindsight Hacking, the podcast, grow and changing our lives. So without you guys, we would not be able to do fun stuff that we're doing.
Yeah. So now we are ready to give back. We strive to give you good content. We strive to give you great guest interviews. We strive to give you great info on the daily hacks. And, 2021 is just going to continue to grow this. And I know, the ultimate give back for us is the VTS program. So go rate, review, subscribe, download, send the screenshot, put it in here, the live, put it in Ron's profile, put it in our Facebook group, or just send Ron a DM because, as soon as we see that, you're entered into the drawing, and that will be going live on Friday to announce the winners. And I just can't wait to share with whoever wins the VTS program because it is going to be epic.
Oh, it will definitely be epic. Guys, we're hoping you guys had a blessed 2020 and looking forward to a great 2021.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. And again, find us facebook.com/groups/now22. Talk to y'all later.
Bye, guys. And thanks for being the best part of the Hindsight Hackers community.